Chapter 731. No wonder it is a high-grade silver airship. Its speed is around 30% of my full speed. But the one behind me is traveling at about 35% of my full speed. While piloting the silver airship, Li Fuchen gradually slowed down. Big brother Hu, he is slowing down. One of the Black Hatchet gang members turned around and said. He probably thinks he can't escape. Zhang Hu didn't mind. The Black Hatchet gang's high-grade silver airship was purchased through special channels. Its speed was faster than the market's high-grade silver airships. If they couldn't even catch up to their prey, how were they going to survive? Who are you? The silver airship turned around and Li Fuchen stood at the bow of the ship. The dead don't need to know who we are. With Zhang Hu as the leader, over a dozen Black Hatchet gang members flew out. Dead, huh? Indeed. Li Fuchen reached out and grabbed. Apart from Zhang Hu, the rest of them exploded. You can speak now. Li Fuchen looked at Zhang Hu leisurely. Zhang Hu felt as though he was struck by lightning and was stunned. Pa! After slapping himself harshly, Zhang Hu woke up and his body was drenched in cold sweat. He had kicked an iron plate this time. A casual grab was able to kill over a dozen Black Hatchet gang members. Such strength was probably only possible for a great emperor. My lord, I made a mistake. Please forgive me. Zhang Hu spoke with a trembling voice. You have yet to tell me who you are. Li Fuchen looked at Zhang Hu indifferently. If it was before, Zhang Hu would only feel that Li Fuchen's qi presence was extraordinary and wouldn't have any other feelings. Right now, he felt that the entire world had vanished under Li Fuchen's gaze. Li Fuchen's figure was as massive as a star, terrifying and deathly still. We are members of the Black Hatchet gang. Our leader is the famous Black Hatchet Great Emperor of the Flying Silver Island. Our two vice leaders are also great emperors. Zhang Hu hoped that Li Fuchen would let him off on account of his leader. Black Hatchet Great Emperor, huh? Li Fuchen had heard of this name before. On the Flying Silver Island, the Black Hatchet Great Emperor was considered one of the top-ranked great emperors. It doesn't matter if it is the Black Hatchet gang or the White Hatchet gang. Those that provoke me will only have one outcome, death. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with radiance and Zhang Hu's body exploded. At Li Fuchen's realm, he didn't even need to make a move to kill Zhang Hu, just his vision was enough. The Black Hatchet gang's headquarters was located in a town not far from Flying Silver City. When Zhang Hu and the others' life tokens shattered, someone informed the Black Hatchet Great Emperor. The Black Hatchet Great Emperor, who was 2.5 meters tall and emitted boundless murderous aura, had a ferocious expression on his face. Whoever dares to kill a member of my Black Hatchet gang must die, no matter who it is. Actually, his heart ached the most because of that high-grade silver airship. The Black Axe gang only had 2 such silver airships, and it was one of the Black Axe gang's important assets. This silver airship is worth at least 2 million superior spiritual stones. After refining the Black Hatchet gang's silver airship, Li Fuchen kept his silver airship and boarded the Black Hatchet gang's silver airship. This silver airship might only be 15% faster than Li Fuchen's silver airship, but it was already very exaggerated. In terms of traveling, Li Fuchen's silver airship would be able to fly 10,000 miles while the enemy would be able to fly 11,500 miles. Li Fuchen's silver airship would be able to fly 1 million miles while the enemy would be able to fly 1,150,000 miles. It would save a lot of time. It was a great weapon for escaping. After all, if the enemy couldn't even catch up to you, how could they rob and kill you? In normal situations, if the distance was a few miles, even a great emperor would have a hard time killing the enemy. However, Li Fuchen was an exception. Even if they were a few dozen miles apart, Li Fuchen was confident he could kill the enemy. A few days later, Li Fuchen arrived at the east coast of the Flying Silver Island. On the other side of the east coast was the Saint Spirit continent. However, the distance between the two wasn't short and was at least 1 billion miles. If Li Fuchen used the high-grade silver airship to travel, it would take a few months and there couldn't be any delays in between. There is so much fog. Li Fuchen frowned while looking at the dense fog above the sea. This fog had the effect of restricting spiritual awareness. On the flying silver island, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness could extend out to close to 2,000 miles. But in the fog, it could only extend out to a few dozen miles. It was even more restrictive than the darkness law. Brother, stop looking. It is courting death to travel through the mist of death. Even saints aren't willing to travel through the mist of death. They might not be in danger, but they will lose their way. As for us, once we enter, we can forget about coming out in this lifetime. On the coast, there was a refined middle-aged man who was at the 7th level of Law Phase realm and was sighing. Li Fuchen had never heard of the mist of death, but in order to avoid suspicion, Li Fuchen nodded. That's right, we can only wait for it to disperse. The mist of death should disperse, right? Otherwise, the flying silver island and the Saint Spirit continent didn't have any teleportation arrays. How were they going to travel? The refined middle-aged man smiled bitterly and said, no one knows when the mist of death will disperse. Sometimes, it will be 1 year, sometimes, it will be 2 years. Of course, it will not exceed 5 years. Every time it disperses, the mist of death will not appear for around half a year. Why don't you build a teleportation array on the flying silver island? Li Fuchen asked a question that he really wanted to ask. The refined middle-aged man explained, it is an extremely difficult task to build a teleportation array on the Saint Spirit continent. The void law here is extremely firm and it is hard to travel through. Furthermore, the depths of the void will often have void storms, making the teleportation process abnormally dangerous. In order to build a teleportation array on the flying silver island that connects to the Saint Spirit continent, the teleportation array must be at least class 9 mid-tier. But in the entire Saint Spirit continent, there is only one class 9 mid-tier array saint. Furthermore, to set up a class 9 mid-tier teleportation array, it will require a huge spatial crystal stone. Such a spatial crystal stone is rare and no one will waste it on the flying silver island. I see. Li Fuchen was enlightened. No wonder he would encounter a void storm. He thought that it was because of bad luck, but it turned out that the void storm would erupt frequently. As for a class 9 mid-tier array saint, it was even harder than becoming a mid-level saint or a high-level saint. The mist of death was turbid and dense. Li Fuchen pondered for a moment and decided to head to the Saint Spirit continent after the mist of death receded. He might be confident that he could protect himself, but he wasn't confident that he wouldn't get lost. Li Fuchen didn't return to the Flying Silver City and stayed in the nearest town on the east coast. Flying Silver City, the Black Hatchet Great Emperor arrived at the Flying Sky Pavilion. Black Hatchet Great Emperor, why are you here? Elder Tong still didn't know that Zhang Hu and the others were already dead. The Black Hatchet Great Emperor said with a gloomy expression, Elder Tong, Zhang Hu is dead. Zhang Hu is dead. Elder Tong was in disbelief. That is impossible. The enemy is only at the 5th level of Law Phase realm. Even if his strength is at the level of a peak-class emperor, he shouldn't be a match for Zhang Hu and the others. Elder Tong had heard of the Black Hatchet Gang's Black Hatchet battle formation. Unless it was a great emperor, no one would be able to defeat it. The Black Hatchet Great Emperor said, but Zhang Hu is dead. This is enough to prove the problem. This is a tracking token. Remember, this is the last tracking token. If you lose it, you will never be able to track him again. Elder Tong tossed a token to the Black Hatchet Great Emperor. Don't worry, you won't have to use it in the future. After receiving the tracking token, the Black Hatchet Great Emperor turned and left. Zhang Hu actually failed. This is truly strange. Elder Tong shook his head, but he didn't treat this matter seriously in his heart. It didn't matter if the Black Hatchet Great Emperor could find Li Fuchen, he had already earned 5 million high-grade spirit stones. Back then, he was worried that there might be a mishap, therefore, he didn't agree to the Black Hatchet Great Emperor's share. He might get a higher share, but Elder Tong preferred to lower the risk to the minimum, even if it was a little less. He wasn't worried if Li Fuchen would detect the tracking imprint on the silver airship. Firstly, the tracking imprint would vanish after 1 month. Secondly, even if Li Fuqian detected it, would he be able to kill Elder Tong? This was the Flying Silver City, and even a great emperor wouldn't dare to make a move in the Flying Silver City. Furthermore, Elder Tong was the shopkeeper of the Flying Sky Pavilion. If the Black Hatchet Great Emperor makes a move, it should be in the bag. Elder Tong revealed a sneer. Eastern Sea Town was a large town that occupied a few hundred miles and had a population of over 100 million. After a period of time, Li Fuqian had gradually familiarized himself with the Saint Spirit Continent's heaven and earth law. Isn't that the Black Hatchet Great Emperor? What is he trying to do? On this day, there was a figure flying above the Eastern Sea Town. Everyone looked up and some of them recognized the Black Hatchet Great Emperor. Flying above an inn, the Black Hatchet Great Emperor blasted a fist at one of the rooms. Kacha! The room was smashed into smithereens. If they were in the Flying Silver City, the Black Hatchet Great Emperor would not dare to make a move. The array that enveloped the Flying Silver City was a low-tier level 9 array. With a single thought from the Flying Silver City's city lord, even 100 of him would die. Moreover, even without the formation, the Flying Silver City's city lord could easily crush him. Donghai Town, on the other hand, was different. The formation that enveloped East Sea Town was only a top-notch grade 8 formation. Although it could suppress him, it wouldn't bring him a life or death crisis. Secondly, the mayor of the East Sea Town wasn't as strong as the Black Hatchet Great Emperor, so he had to give him some face. Black Hatchet Great Emperor. Li Fuqian didn't remove the tracking imprint on the silver airship as he was waiting for the rest of the Black Hatchet gang to arrive. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the Black Hatchet Great Emperor to find him. Black Hatchet Great Emperor, no matter what grievances you have, please settle them outside the Eastern Sea Town. The Eastern Sea Mayor flew over. He was also a great emperor called the Stormy Wave Saber Emperor. With a wave of his hand, an invisible array power teleported the Black Hatchet Great Emperor and Li Fuqian out of the Eastern Sea Town. Of course, if Li Fuqian wasn't willing to be teleported, even if the Stormy Wave Saber Emperor used the Quasi-Class 9 array, he wouldn't be able to teleport Li Fuqian out. Li Fuqian squinted his eyes while looking at the Stormy Wave Saber Emperor with cold eyes. The Stormy Wave Saber Emperor's statement earlier didn't seem to be a problem. But after thinking about it, as the mayor of the Eastern Sea Town, he didn't stop anyone who was disrupting the order of the Eastern Sea Town and instead teleported the victim out of the town. He was obviously siding with the Black Hatchet Great Emperor. No one was a fool and many of them reacted. All of them looked at Li Fuqian with sympathetic eyes. Chapter 732. Outside East Sea Town, Black Hatchet Great Emperor took out a black hatchet and caressed its blade. I know you are a great emperor too, but there are at least 8 great emperors who died under my soul-severing hatchet. Great emperors were indeed high-end combat strength. If saints didn't appear, great emperors were undoubtedly the top group of people. There were strong and weak great emperors too. There were 10,000 great emperors on the Saint Spirit Continent's great emperor rankings, and there were at least 1 million great emperors that weren't on the rankings. He, the Black Hatchet Great Emperor, was a great emperor on the great emperor rankings and was 1 in 100. Even 2 regular great emperors might not be a match for him. Hence, he didn't even put Li Fuqian in his eyes. 8 great emperors have died in my hands. Li Fuqian said indifferently. The great emperors that died in Li Fuqian's hands were the Skull Great Emperor, Zombie Great Emperor, Soul Emperor, Sky Horn Great Ruler, Red Moon Emperor, Blue Sun Emperor, and a demon ruler from the Flying Silver Island. The Griffin might not be a great emperor, but it was a half-saint. Oh, that's interesting. The Black Hatchet Great Emperor raised his head as killing intent exploded in his eyes. Soul-severing and soul-splitting. With a swing of the black axe, the blade light was like a black wave that swept at Li Fuqian. Dang! Li Fuqian lifted his sword and blocked the hatchet move. Die, 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 the Black Hatchet Great Emperor's hatchet attacks came one after another. The blade light was like a tide with overlapping whirlpools within the tide. The violent hatchet intent and killing intent caused the heavens and earth to change color. Some of the spectators felt their hearts turn cold as they retreated again and again to avoid being injured by the hatchet intent. Clang 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 clang, Li Fuchen's joint heaven sword blocked from top and bottom and easily blocked all the Black Hatchet Great Emperor's hatchet moves. He neutralized all the attacking force and gave off an impenetrable feeling. At this moment, everyone, including the stormy wave saber emperor, was astonished. How could they not see that Li Fuchen was also a great emperor? Furthermore, he was an extremely formidable great emperor. Wild dragon splits the seas. The Black Hatchet Great Emperor roared and soared into the sky. He held the hatchet with both hands and swung it down. Roar! The roar of a dragon soared into the sky, and a black blade light that resembled an angry dragon came baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. With a point of the sword, the fury dragon blade light dissipated. Li Fuchen lifted his eyes. Is this your ability? How disappointing. Don't underestimate me. The Black Hatchet Great Emperor's face turned green. He circulated his quintessential chi to the limit and wanted to continue attacking. Shaking his head, Li Fuchen drew his sword. This sword was extremely quick. With a flash of sword light, the Black Hatchet Great Emperor was rooted to the spot. Puff! First, an arrow of blood shot out from his shoulder, followed by his chest, throat, arms, waist, and legs. Countless arrows of blood shot out from the Black Hatchet Great Emperor's body, making it look gorgeous and bloody. Under the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth, the might of my sword art has been greatly weakened. If they were on the Emperor's sky continent, Li Fuchen's sword would have already turned the Black Hatchet Great Emperor into ashes. Not even his corpse would be left behind. You! Pointing at Li Fuchen, the Black Hatchet Great Emperor collapsed with disbelief and crashed heavily on the ground. Black Hatchet Great Emperor is dead? The stormy wave saber emperor's body was trembling. He was silently regretting. If he knew that Li Fuchen was so powerful, he wouldn't have sided with the Black Hatchet Great Emperor. Well done. In the eastern sea town, some of the people were silently applauding. The Black Hatchet Gang was notorious on the Flying Silver Island. They had been directly or indirectly oppressed by the Black Hatchet Gang and were already dissatisfied with the Black Hatchet Gang. After keeping the Black Hatchet Great Emperor's storage bag, Li Fuchen opened it up and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the Flying Silver Island had frequent robberies. Without a doubt, robberies were the fastest way to accumulate wealth. The Black Hatchet Great Emperor's storage bag didn't just contain a high-grade silver airship, there were also 7 million high-grade spirit stones and a large amount of valuable cultivation resources. The Black Hatchet Great Emperor's death was definitely big news on the Flying Silver Island. In less than a month, the news had spread throughout the entire Flying Silver Island. Black Hatchet Gang's headquarters, the two vice leaders were seated together. To be able to kill the Black Hatchet Great Emperor, his strength should be able to rank top 9,000 on the Great Emperor rankings. The Great Emperor rankings might not be accurate. Our Sky Thrust Union has too many people who are stronger than the Great Emperors on the Great Emperor rankings, but they are unknown. No matter what, since he killed the Black Hatchet Great Emperor, he must replace the Black Hatchet Great Emperor's position. Otherwise, he shall die. To kill him, I reckon the Joss Chief will have to make a move. Joss Chief. There is no need, right? The Black Hatchet Great Emperor is only considered a 3-star member in the Sky Thrust Union. There are 4-star and 5-star members that are stronger than him. The Joss Chief is above the 5-star members. The two of them were only 4-star members. For a long time, they had been supporting the Black Hatchet Great Emperor and had concealed a portion of their strength. From the outside, it looked like the Black Hatchet Great Emperor was the leader. 1-star to 5-star strength is almost the same. There is a difference, but it isn't enough to kill the Black Hatchet Great Emperor. Only the Joss Chief can make a move. Alright, then let's report to the Joss Chief. The Sky Thrust Union was a massive organization that had the shadow of a saint. On the Flying Silver Island, the Sky Thrust Union had set up a hall. Apart from a hall master, there were 8 Joss chiefs. Each Joss chief was a top-notch great emperor. If they were on the great emperor rankings, they would at least be in the top 6,000 or even top 5,000. Red Cloud Town, inside a large manor. A red-clothed swordsman was practicing his sword. The 2 vice leaders of the Black Hatchet gang were brought here and were quietly observing. They didn't dare to disturb the swordsman. Chi! A spot of sword light lit up and split into thousands of red dots. Each red dot contained extreme killing intent, causing the 2 vice leaders to feel a chill in their hearts. Ultimately, most of the red dots had vanished, leaving behind 7 red dots that were emitting dazzling radiance. We are both great emperors, but the Red Star Joss chief is too powerful. That sword move would probably kill 10 of me. The 2 vice leaders were shocked. This was the first time they saw the Red Star Joss chief executing his sword art. Clang! After sheathing the sword, the red-clothed swordsman turned around. Greetings to the Joss chief. The 2 vice leaders quickly bowed and cupped their fists. It is for the matter of the Black Hatchet Great Emperor. The news of the Black Hatchet Great Emperor being killed had already reached him. Yes, he is the one who killed him. One of the vice leaders waved his hand and Li Fuchen's image appeared on the Qi screen. To be able to kill the Black Hatchet, his strength is rather good and he is also a swordsman. There is no need for you to invite him, I will go over and meet him. If he is sensible, he will replace the Black Hatchet's position. If he isn't, he can only be used as a sacrifice to the sword. The Red Star Joss chief let out a faint smile as though he was talking about an insignificant topic. As the Joss chief of the Sky Thrust Union's Flying Silver Hall, he had his own pride. He didn't even care about the Great Emperor rankings. If he was willing, he was confident he could make it to the top 5,000 of the Great Emperor rankings. In the entire Flying Silver Island, he had yet to see a sword emperor that was stronger than him. He hoped that Li Fuchen would be able to entertain him. With the Joss chief making a move, I believe that person will be convinced. The other vice leader flattered the Joss chief. Let's go, follow me to the Eastern Sea town. The Red Star Joss chief flashed and flew out of the manor. Yes. The 2 vice leaders followed closely. Chapter 733. The East Coast was perennially windy and had turbulent waves. It didn't feel like a sunny day at all. However, this was a great place to practice sword arts. At least no one would disturb them and they didn't have to worry about not being able to execute their sword arts. There was no limit to the sword Dao. Li Fuchen might have cultivated Meteor Fall and Void Heaven Sword World. One of them was the extremity of the union of man and sword, while the other was the Sword Dao world. But Li Fuchen wasn't satisfied with just this. He felt that he had yet to touch the essence of the Sword Dao. Right now, the Sword Dao cultivation technique, primary extreme sword technique, was the closest to the essence of the Sword Dao. The primary extreme sword technique was the origin of the Sword Dao. It might be a Sword Dao cultivation technique, but be it a Sword Dao cultivation technique or a sword art, they both contained the Sword Dao truth and couldn't be separated. The violent wind was biting cold and some fist-sized rocks were blown into the sky, but they couldn't shake Li Fuchen's body. Li Fuchen brandished his sword repeatedly. These sword moves were too simple and were as simple as the fundamental sword arts. There were no variations and it was straightforward. But if a top-notch sword emperor was here, they would be able to see that these sword moves that didn't have any variations were faintly filled with endless variations. It was just like the Heaven Dao that couldn't be seen or touched, but the fates of all living beings were controlled by him. Swish! There was a subtle air-piercing sound and Li Fuchen turned to look. Over a dozen miles away, 3 figures were flying over. The leader was a red-clothed man who had a chilling sword intent. It was obvious that he was a Sword Dao Great Emperor. Such a powerful sword intent. Li Fuchen raised his brows. This red-clothed man was the strongest Great Emperor that Li Fuchen had ever seen. It was obvious just from the Qi presence. Did you kill the Black Hatchet Great Emperor? In just a few blinks of the eye, the Red Star Joss chief and the others appeared 100 meters away from Li Fuchen. There were too many people in the eastern sea town who knew Li Fuchen, therefore, the trio found him easily. That's right. Li Fuchen nodded. He didn't have to deny it. The other party didn't have the qualifications for him to deny it. The Black Hatchet Great Emperor is dead. You shall replace his position. The Red Star Joss chief said in an unquestionable tone. Li Fuchen shook his head. Not interested. He didn't know what relationship the other party had with the Black Hatchet Great Emperor. He also didn't know why the other party wanted him to replace the Black Hatchet Great Emperor. Then die. The Red Star Joss chief's weapon was a dark red rapier. When the rapier was drawn, a fine sword chi appeared out of nowhere. It was accompanied by a violent wind and thrust at Li Fuchen. This was only the sword stance. The true killing move was within the sword stance. However, the Red Star Joss chief was confident that other than him, no one else would be able to see through the killing move. Kacha! Li Fuchen stood on the cliff by the sea. A corner of the cliff behind him had been chopped off. That corner was a few dozen meters in size and it caused the two men behind the Red Star Joss chief to have goosebumps. They couldn't even see the trajectory of Red Star Joss chief's sword and could only see the outcome. In other words, if they were to fight with the Red Star Joss chief, as long as the Red Star Joss chief drew his sword, both of them would definitely die. Clang! The Red Star Joss chief's face was cold and solemn as he sheathed his sword. In his eyes, Li Fuchen was already a dead man, but because his sword's speed was too fast, Li Fuchen didn't fall. He was about to turn around. What do you mean? Did you think I was stabbed? Li Fuchen spoke. You weren't hit. The Red Star Joss chief's pupils shrank. What do you think? Li Fuchen sneered. This red-robed man was too confident. His confidence was a little too much. How did you dodge? The Red Star Joss chief took a deep breath and asked. I didn't dodge, you missed. This is impossible. The Red Star Joss chief didn't believe it. It is up to you to believe it or not. It is my turn next. I wonder how you are going to block this sword move of mine. Li Fuchen drew the Joint Heaven sword. I will block it. The Red Star Joss chief stared at Li Fuchen with full concentration. Is that so? There was a flash of sword light as Li Fuchen sheathed his sword. Such a fast sword move. The Red Star Joss chief murmured. Bang! Bang! Beside the Red Star Joss chief, the two vice leaders of the Black Hatchet gang were the first to fall on the ground. Their foreheads were struck by the sword and the sword intent had already destroyed their soul spirit and true spirit. Finally, the Red Star Joss chief had also fallen and his soul spirit had dissipated. At the moment of his death, he saw the trajectory of Li Fuchen's sword, but he wasn't able to block it at all, because his body was extremely stiff. Furthermore, there were too many sword chi that attacked in an instant. Finally, all the sword chi merged into one and penetrated his soul sea. If it was possible, the Red Star Joss chief would never want to look for Li Fuchen. They were both swordsmen, but Li Fuchen was much stronger than him. From a distance, there was a gasp. The gasp might have stopped abruptly, but Li Fuchen still looked over. Senior, we didn't intentionally peek. A man and a woman stood out from behind a giant rock. The man had a ghastly pale expression. Li Fuchen recognized them. These two individuals were actually the couple that Li Fuchen encountered on the streets of the Flying Silver City. Back then, the man said he wanted to become a Tier 1 bodyguard and head to the Saint Spirit continent. The woman was called Yue. After keeping the Red Star Joss chief and the others' storage bags, Li Fuchen said, I know. These two individuals had indeed arrived not long ago. Furthermore, Li Fuchen wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Even if the two of them intentionally peeked, as long as they didn't have any ill intentions, Li Fuchen wouldn't kill them. Casually killing people was the behavior of the evil Dao. Senior, shall we leave now? The man was still afraid that Li Fuchen would silence them. All right. Li Fuchen nodded. Swish. The duo quickly left. After flying for a few dozen miles, the duo finally stopped. So terrifying. That red-clothed sword emperor's sword was able to slice off a corner of the cliff. Furthermore, the sword trajectory couldn't be seen at all. It felt as though the cliff was sliced in half. But that senior is even more terrifying. He didn't even move, but the red-clothed sword emperor's attack didn't injure him. It is simply miraculous. That's right, that senior is too powerful. A single sword move from the red-clothed sword emperor and the others couldn't react in time and were instantly killed. It was a pity that the duo was only at the low level of Law Phase realm. How could they come into contact with someone at Li Fuchen's level? From start to end, they were in the clouds. There is actually a peak-grade spirit stone. Li Fuchen opened up the Red Star Joss Chief's storage bag and found a peak-grade spirit stone that still had half of the spirit chi left. Peak-grade spirit stones were too rare. Li Fuchen had killed so many great emperors, but he didn't even obtain a single peak-grade spirit stone. Of course, Li Fuchen understood that it depended on luck to obtain a peak-grade spirit stone. If the Red Star Joss Chief had used up this peak-grade spirit stone earlier, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to see it right now. After all, anyone who obtained a peak-grade spirit stone would absorb the spirit chi within to enhance their strength. Only a fool wouldn't use it. With this peak-grade spirit stone, it will be easy for me to break through to the 6th level of Law Phase realm. Back then, Li Fuchen relied on the Emperor Dark Herb and the transformation of his Dantian when he broke through to the Law Phase realm. His Dantian's limit had reached the 3rd level of Law Phase realm. Subsequently, as his body refinement reached the completion level of Law Phase realm and his primary extreme sword technique reached the 40th rank, Li Fuchen's Dantian was rapidly strengthening. In just a short period of time, his Dantian limit had reached the 5th level of Law Phase realm. After arriving at the Saint Spirit Continent's flying Silver Island, Li Fuchen's Dantian limit was probably at the 6th level of Law Phase realm. Just as Li Fuchen expected, the peak-grade spirit stone with half of the spirit chi allowed him to smoothly break through to the 6th level of Law Phase realm. I didn't expect a tiny flying Silver Island to have such a powerful great emperor. As compared to the Emperor's Sky Continent, the flying Silver Island wasn't that small. However, Li Fuchen knew that the Saint Spirit Continent was at least 100,000 times bigger than the flying Silver Island. As compared to the Saint Spirit Continent, the flying Silver Island was naturally very small. The Red Star Joss Chief's death didn't cause much of a commotion in the flying Silver Island, but it caused a huge commotion in the Sky Thrust Union's flying Silver Hall. At the entrance of the flying Silver Hall, the Hall Master of the flying Silver Hall and the 7 Incense Masters were sitting together. The Red Star Joss Chief's strength is at least in the top 4 among us. Apart from the 9 city lords of the flying Silver Island, not many are his match. They can't even receive a single strike from him. Where did this person come from? A dark-skinned Joss Master said solemnly. No matter who this person is, since he dares to offend my Sky Thrust Union, only death awaits him. That's right. With the 7 of us working together, killing him will be a piece of cake. The 3 of us working together is enough. The 7 Incense Masters discussed animatedly. The Flying Silver Hall Master, Hun Wufeng, said, "This person isn't that simple. We must not act recklessly." The Flying Silver Hall only had a total of 8 Joss Masters and they had already lost 1. If they lost a few more, it would be detrimental to their future plans. Of course, he wouldn't do it personally. As the Flying Silver Hall Master, he rarely fought. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't take the risk. Even if his strength was much stronger than the Joss Master and he wasn't in the top 2,000 of the Great Emperor rankings, he would still be in the top 3,000. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. If the person who killed the Red Star Joss Chief was much stronger than him, then the Sky Thrust Union's hall in the flying Silver Island would definitely be wiped out. Hall Master, are we going to allow him to roam freely like this? The Joss master with the iron wristband couldn't help but ask. Han Wufeng said, "Of course not. However, what we need to do now is to find out his strength. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will emerge victorious." The Red Star Joss chief was killed because he didn't find out his strength. How are we going to find out his strength? Offer a reward. Whoever can injure him will be rewarded with a high-grade silver airship. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Everyone looked at Han Wufeng with eyes of admiration. However, injuring and not killing would attract countless great emperors to pursue Li Fuchen. They would only need to pay the price of a high-grade silver airship. Most importantly, they would hide in the dark and launch a fatal attack at any time. By then, wouldn't Li Fuchen's wealth belong to them? In just a short half a month, Li Fuchen became famous. Those great emperors who believed they were capable were all rushing towards the eastern sea town. In the bounty hall of the 9 major cities, a bounty mission was published. This bounty mission wasn't an assassination mission. If it was an assassination mission, it wouldn't be posted so openly as it wasn't in accordance with the rules. However, it was different to injure someone. It was just like a spar, injuries were inevitable. Chapter 734. I am Pei Yifan, I would like to seek advice from you. The usually desolate East Coast was now filled with a large number of people. Among the crowd, a saber wielder walked out. Many people recognized this saber wielder. Pei Yifan, one of the Saber Dao great emperors of the Flying Silver Island. His strength was on par with the Black Hatchet great emperor. If it was a life and death duel, Pei Yifan naturally wouldn't dare to challenge Li Fuchen. But with so many people around, even if he had to pay the price of severe injuries, it would be enough if he could injure Li Fuchen lightly. Why do you want to challenge me? Li Fuchen asked. He had a vague feeling that something wasn't right. Why were there so many people on the East Coast all of a sudden? It seemed like they were all here to look for him. Of course, most of them were here to spectate. Pei Yifan didn't reply immediately. Pardon me. While speaking, he cleaved at Li Fuchen. Bang! Li Fuchen made a move later but arrived first. A single fist sent Pei Yifan flying and severely injured him. There was a price to pay for challenging him. Such power. Unless one's strength is far superior to the Black Hatchet Great Emperor and Pei Yifan, it is impossible to injure him. Not necessarily. As long as everyone attacks together, there is a chance to injure him. Isn't this too shameless? We are just injuring him, not killing him. It is worth it for a high-grade silver airship. Among the crowd, some of the great emperors were discussing softly. Senior, I know why they want to challenge you. A voice transmitted into Li Fuchen's ears. Li Fuchen took a glance and saw the couple that watched the battle between him and the Red Star Joss chief. Why? Li Fuchen asked. Because in the bounty hall of the 9 major cities, there are missions related to you. As long as someone can injure you, they will be able to obtain a high-grade silver airship. To Senior, a high-grade silver airship might not be considered much, but most of the great emperors are using mid-grade silver airships. High-grade silver airships are very attractive to them. I see. Li Fuchen's expression turned cold. He didn't know who issued this mission. But his intuition told him that it should be related to the Red Star Joss chief. But what was the opposition's objective? To test him. I am the Black Smoke Sword Emperor. I would like to learn from you. The Black Smoke Sword Sovereign was a Sword Dao great emperor with a petite body. When he executed his sword move, an extremely sharp sword force burst out from his sword. His body turned into a black smoke that flickered and pervaded the air. In an instant, countless sharp swords flew out like a violent storm and wrapped around Li Fuchen like a tornado. It's the Black Smoke Sword Emperor. He is publicly acknowledged as one of the top 15 great emperors in the Flying Silver Island. Among the top 15 great emperors, the 9 great city lords make up more than half of them. Apart from the 9 great city lords, the Black Smoke Sword Monarch can be considered as one of the top 5 experts of the Flying Silver Island. That's right. The Flying Silver Island is rich in flying silver ores and is an important resource location. Those that can assume the position of a city lord are all top-notch great emperors. Just like the Flying Silver City's city lord, Silver Spear Great Emperor. He is known as the #1 expert of the Flying Silver Island and is ranked 3030th on the Great Emperor rankings. In everyone's opinion, even if Li Fuchen's strength was superior to the Black Smoke Sword Sovereign, he would still suffer light injuries if he was caught off guard. Bang! The tornado dissipated, and a figure flew out. Blood splattered all over the sky. What? Even the Black Smoke Sword Sovereign was defeated so easily. What is this person's background? Everyone attacked together. I don't believe he has 3 heads and 6 arms. That's right, attack together. We will only have a chance if we attack together. In an instant, at least 20 figures lunged at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's expression changed slightly. He wasn't afraid of these 20 individuals. In fact, even if there were over 200 of them, Li Fuchen would be able to kill them with ease. However, without knowing what the opposition was thinking, Li Fuchen wasn't willing to reveal too much of his strength. Let me stall for a while. Li Fuchen drew the Joint Heaven Sword and started to deal with these people. Cling cling clang clang, even the Red Star Joss Chief wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks from over 20 great emperors, but Li Fuchen forcefully withstood the attacks. The 5 Joss Chiefs of the Flying Silver Hall were very shocked. This person is so powerful, no wonder he can kill the Red Star Joss Chief. But this should be his limit. He is surrounded by over 20 great emperors and there are plenty of outstanding great emperors. Even the 2nd Wood Joss Chief wouldn't be able to do it, right? It is uncertain. Since we have already tested his bottom line, let's attack together later. The 5 Joss Chiefs were waiting for a surefire opportunity. Let's go too. Seeing that Li Fuchen was struggling, many of the great emperors who were waiting for an opportunity had their eyes lit up as they rushed over. The opportunity is here. The 5 Joss Chiefs of the Flying Silver Hall instantly burst out. The 5 of them were too powerful and each of them was able to fight against 10 individuals. These 10 individuals were naturally great emperors, especially the leader, the 2nd Wood Joss Chief. His strength was even stronger than the Red Star Joss Chief and he was ranked #2 in the Flying Silver Hall, just inferior to the Hall Master, Hun Wufeng. 4 of them charged at Li Fuchen, while the other Joss Chief who was adept at spiritual awareness attacks had launched a powerful spiritual awareness attack. Among the great emperors present, there were plenty of them who had used spiritual awareness attacks on Li Fuchen. But their spiritual awareness attacks were too ordinary and couldn't even shake Li Fuchen's true spirit. 5 great emperors that are comparable with the red-clothed man. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was incredible. Once the 5 of them revealed their chi presences, Li Fuchen immediately knew their strength levels. With a quick thought, Li Fuchen basically knew what the opposition was planning. They issued the bounty mission to test Li Fuchen's strength. Once they were done, they would launch a thunderous attack to kill Li Fuchen. Even if Li Fuchen was a fool, he would know that the 5 of them were from the same faction as the red-clothed man and they were here to take revenge for the red-clothed man. Disturbing me over and over again. It is truly annoying. You must be feeling heartache after losing 5 experts this time. Li Fuchen didn't believe that there would be a lot of experts that were as powerful as the red-clothed man. If he killed 5 of them at once, no matter which faction it was, they would definitely suffer a huge blow to their vitality. Li Fuchen ignored one of the spiritual awareness attacks and brandished his sword. The sword light spread out and everything within the sword light became still. Of course, this was from Li Fuchen's perspective. From the perspective of the spectators, they felt that their eyes were dazzled by the sword light and couldn't help but blink. PFFF PFFF PFFF, over 50 great emperors were all sent flying. 5 of them had their soul seas penetrated by the sword intent. In fact, if Li Fuchen was willing, he would be able to kill over 50 great emperors in a single sword. Back then, Chu Qingyan believed that Li Fuchen's sword Dao strength was able to rank top 100 on the Great Emperor rankings was because of the Void Heaven Sword World. This move was too powerful and was simply a sure kill move. Without the Void Heaven Sword World, Li Fuchen's strength would definitely be ranked lower than 1000 or even lower than 2000 or 3000. As for the exact ranking, it would only be known after the battle. A single sword to defeat over 50 individuals and kill 5? On a reef far away, the flying Silver City Lord, the Silver Spear Great Emperor, revealed an appalled expression. He was ranked 3030th on the Great Emperor rankings and was naturally very powerful. However, he believed that he wouldn't be able to do what Li Fuchen did. In fact, he was far from being able to do it. If it was a few great emperors, he would be able to kill them in a single spear strike. If it was 10 or 20 great emperors, he wasn't confident he could kill them in a single move. Unless the 10 or 20 great emperors were all gathered in one area and couldn't be separated, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to defeat them in a single move. He was confident he could defeat over 50 great emperors, but it wouldn't be easy. After all, he didn't have an absolute defense. Top 1000 or top 500? The Silver Spear Great Emperor was estimating Li Fuchen's strength. But he didn't know that no matter how he estimated, he wouldn't be able to estimate Li Fuchen's true strength. Because this was just the tip of the iceberg for Li Fuchen. My patience is limited. This matter shall end here. If there are any more challengers, I shall kill without mercy. Li Fuchen's tone was very calm. There was a cold and emotionless murderous intent that caused the void to turn icy cold. Chapter 735. After the battle at the East Coast, Li Fuchen was known by everyone on the Flying Silver Island. Previously, when the number one expert of the Flying Silver Island was mentioned, it would definitely be the Silver Spear Great Emperor. Now, it was the Flying Silver Sword Emperor. Flying Silver Sword Emperor was a very high title. It meant that he was the strongest Sword Emperor on the Flying Silver Island. As for the title of Sword Emperor, they couldn't give it even if they wanted to. Li Fuchen might be formidable, but he wasn't worthy of the title of Sword Emperor. After all, the Saint Spirit continent had a Sword Emperor. Furthermore, this Sword Emperor was ranked 3rd on the Great Emperor rankings. In addition, the Saint Spirit continent had a Sword Sovereign who was ranked 7th on the Great Emperor rankings. Whether it was the Sword Emperor or the Sword Sovereign, their strength had already reached the extraordinary sage level. The so-called transcendence into sainthood naturally meant that one would be able to wrestle with the weaker saints. It was said that the Sword Emperor had once cut the Zhangjiang River in half with one strike. The Sword Emperor had once fought with a low-level demonic saint for a day and a night. With these two around, who would dare to call themselves the Emperor? Flying Silver Hall's entrance. There was a moment of silence. After a long time, Han Wufeng said in a gloomy voice, "We've underestimated him. This person's strength is not something that you can deal with, nor is it something that I can deal with. Only Altar Masters and Division Masters can deal with him." In the Sky Thrust Alliance, the Altar Master and the Branch Master had a higher status than the Hall Master. However, the Flying Silver Island was only a small island. There were no Altar Masters or Division Masters. It's a pity that we're not at the mouth of the altar. If we were, we could use the altar to transmit the news to the Saint Spirit continent. One of the two remaining incense masters, a bald incense master, said helplessly. Let him be arrogant for a while more. Once the mist of death disperses, the two of us will immediately head to the Saint Spirit continent. Another Xiangzhu said angrily. There was a lake not far from the Miao family's mine. On this day, a figure covered in blood jumped into the lake and dived to the bottom. Soon, a few figures caught up. Seeing the bloodstains in the lake, one of them said, "He escaped into the lake." A fiend emperor was hidden in the lake. The group did not want to go in. Forget it. Even if he wasn't eaten by the shifter emperor, could he still threaten our Miao family? Yes, he was lucky this time. He won't be so lucky next time. They wandered around the lake for a while before leaving. Whoosh! On the other side of the lake several thousand miles away, a figure broke out of the water. Yue, I will definitely save you. Just you wait. The young man's eyes were filled with determination as he madly rushed towards the east. After 10 days and 10 nights of sleepless nights, the young man finally arrived at the east coast. At this time, he was close to the end of his life. If he did not rest, he might even die from exhaustion. After all, the injuries in his body were not light. Finally, the youth saw Li Fuchen on the seaside cliff. Li Fuchen was practicing his sword as usual. The wind was biting cold, but the area he was in was very quiet, giving people a strong sense of security. Senior, please save Yue. The young man fell to his knees with a thud. What happened to her? Li Fuchen helped the youth up. She's in the Miao family. Senior, please save her. With that, the young man fainted. Miao family. When the young man woke up, he was already on a high-grade airship. You're awake. Li Fuchen said. Senior, are we going to the Miao family? The young man felt that his injuries had recovered a lot. Li Fuchen nodded, that's right, we will arrive in half a day. Senior, I am Gao Xiaofeng. Gao Xiaofeng will never forget Senior's kindness. I am willing to be your slave in the future to repay the kindness. Gao Xiaofeng knelt again. Li Fuchen waved his left hand and used an invisible force to help Gao Xiaofeng up. Tell me the details. Gao Xiaofeng nodded and explained the whole story. A few months ago, Gao Xiaofeng fulfilled his wish to become a rank 1 bodyguard. He was planning to follow a caravan to the Saint Spirit continent after the mist of death dispersed. Finally, 1 month ago, a caravan that belonged to the Miao family was willing to hire him. Everything was going well, but for the next few days, Gao Xiaofeng found out that the Miao family's caravan was willing to hire him because of his Dao companion, Yue. The Miao family's Flying Silver Islands manager, Miao Hailong, had been harassing the Dao companion, Yue. Ultimately, the duo had no choice but to cancel the contract with the Miao family's caravan. Who knew that Miao Hailong would send people to capture them and bring them to the Miao family's mine? It was fortunate that Gao Xiaofeng had cultivated a powerful secret technique and was able to break free at the crucial moment. He was able to reach the east coast, otherwise, he would have been killed. Li Fuchen was enlightened. Be it on the Emperor Sky continent or the Saint Spirit continent, female emperors were rather rare. On the Flying Silver Island, there might not even be a single female among the dozens of Law Phase realm emperors. It would be fine if Yue was a primary Sea realm monarch, but she was just a low-level emperor. Furthermore, her looks and aura were rather outstanding. It would be strange if she wasn't fancied by others. Gao Xiaofeng could only blame himself for being too weak. If Gao Xiaofeng was a great emperor, the Miao family would naturally restrain themselves. You and I are fated. I will rescue your Dao companion. Li Fuchen said. Senior, you just need to rescue Yue. You must not kill anyone from the Miao family. Gao Xiaofeng thought for a moment and said seriously. Why? Does the Miao family have experts? Gao Xiaofeng nodded. The Miao family was once a saint clan and had a deep foundation. For the recent few thousand years, there might not be a saint overseeing the clan, but there are two extremely powerful great emperors. One is the saber demon Miao Qingxin, who is ranked 34th on the Great Emperor rankings. The other is the saber ghost Miao Xianyu, who is ranked 64th on the Great Emperor rankings. The two of them are extremely protective, and anyone who dares to kill a direct descendant of the Miao family will suffer from the two of them. The Flying Silver Islands Miao family head, Miao Hailong, is a direct descendant of the Miao family. Saber demon, saber ghost. Li Fuchen laughed as these two names were rather intimidating. Of course, their strength was also extremely formidable. With just his sword Dao strength, Li Fuchen didn't dare to say that he could contest with the two of them. Don't worry, I know my limits. Li Fuchen had been pouring sword energy into the silver airship. Otherwise, even a high-grade silver airship would need at least 1 or 2 days to reach the Miao family. Half a day later, the duo arrived outside the Miao family's residence. Standing at the bow of the airship, Li Fuchen yelled out, "Hand over this person's Dao companion, Yue. Otherwise, my sword shall be merciless. Who dares to barge into the Miao family?" A large group of Law Phase realm emperors flew out. However, when everyone saw Li Fuchen, their expressions immediately changed. During this period of time, Li Fuchen was too famous and everyone had seen his appearance. "Flying Silver Sword Emperor, my Miao family has no enmity with you. Why are you helping an outsider to deal with my Miao family?" An aged high-level emperor spoke. Li Fuchen sneered, "It is my freedom to help whoever I want. Hurry up and hand over this person's Dao companion, my patience is limited." "Flying Silver Sword Emperor, you are deliberately going against my Miao family. Do you know that my Miao family also has experts on the Great Emperor rankings? Furthermore, they are in the top 100 of the Great Emperor rankings." A younger Law Phase Realm Emperor was unconvinced. Impatient. Li Fuchen waved his hand and sent that person flying while vomiting a large amount of blood. At the same time, Li Fuchen released his spiritual awareness and started to search for traces of Yue. Soon enough, Li Fuchen saw Yue in a large courtyard at the center of the Miao family residence. However, Yue's current condition wasn't very good. She seemed to have consumed something that caused a slight change in her aura. Apart from that, there was another youth in the courtyard too. He should be the Flying Silver Islands Miao family's manager, Miao Hailong. Swish! With a single slash, the Miao family residence's array was broken. Li Fuchen reached out and pulled Yue and Miao Hailong over. "Yue!" Gao Xiaofeng grabbed Yue's shoulder with excitement. "You are..." Yue didn't recognize Gao Xiaofeng. "Yue, what happened to you?" "Miao Hailong, what did you do to her?" Gao Xiaofeng questioned Miao Hailong. Miao Hailong didn't bother about Gao Xiaofeng and looked at Li Fuchen with fear. Earlier on, Li Fuchen broke the array with a single slash and pulled them over from such a distance. Such strength was simply unbelievable. "I am Miao Hailong, greetings to the Flying Silver Sword Emperor." Li Fuchen said, "Think of a way to help her recover. I will treat it as though nothing happened." He didn't have any grudges with the Miao family. If Miao Hailong was sensible, he wouldn't touch a single hair of the Miao family. Miao Hailong shook his head, "I have given her the emotion loss elixir. She will gradually forget the past and it is irreversible." The emotion loss elixir was able to make a person forget the most important memories. "There is such an elixir." Li Fuchen pointed at Yue's forehead and activated the Clear Heart Demon Lock incantation. In an instant, Yue's eyes had something extra. "Xiaofeng. Yue, you recognize me?" Gao Xiaofeng was pleasantly surprised as he thought Yue had recovered her memories. Li Fuchen said, "She hasn't forgotten everything, that is why I can recognize you." The Clear Heart Demon Lock incantation was able to protect Yue's remaining memories. If Yue forgot everything about Gao Xiaofeng, then there was nothing he could do. "This is an incantation seal." Miao Hailong's eyes contracted. He didn't expect Li Fuchen to know the Tao of incantations. "You have harmed the two of them so miserably. Shouldn't you do something?" Li Fuchen wasn't planning to leave the Miao clan just like this. Miao Hailong nodded and handed over a storage bag. There are 200,000 high-grade spirit stones inside. A regular Law Phase Realm Emperor would only have a few tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. 200,000 high-grade spirit stones wasn't a small sum and was almost the entire wealth of a peak-class emperor. After receiving the storage bag, Li Fuchen took a deep look at Miao Hailong. Before coming here, Li Fuchen thought that this person was arrogant and despotic. From the looks of it now, Miao Hailong was very shrewd and wasn't someone a tender youth like Gao Xiaofeng could compare with. "Let's go." Li Fuchen left with Gao Xiaofeng and Yue. Miao Hailong might be shrewd, but in the face of absolute strength, shrewdness was useless. The Miao clan's greatest reliance was the Saber Demon and Saber Ghost. It was a pity that Li Fuchen wasn't afraid of either of them. Therefore, Li Fuchen wouldn't eliminate the Flying Silver Island's Miao clan just because Miao Hailong was shrewd. It was meaningless. Of course, if the Miao clan dared to play any tricks, Li Fuchen wouldn't be merciless. He wasn't a person who liked to be schemed against. What are the two of you going to do next? Li Fuchen asked Gao Xiaofeng and Yue Wei. Gao Xiaofeng glanced at Yue Wei and said, once the mist of death scatters, Yue Wei and I will head for the Saint Spirit continent. Without the incident with Miao Hailong, Gao Xiaofeng and Yue Wei didn't plan to stay on the Flying Silver Island. Right now, they didn't want to stay here either. Li Fuchen said, it just so happens that I am leaving the Flying Silver Island too. You two can follow me. Since it was along the way, they would go their separate ways after reaching the Saint Spirit continent. Thank you, Senior. Chapter 736. Apart from sword practice, Li Fuchen was also researching spiritual awareness secret techniques every day. With the Saint Spirit, his spiritual awareness was comparable with saints. If he didn't make good use of it, it would be a waste. Therefore, he planned to create an 8-star spiritual awareness attack secret technique. Once he created an 8-star spiritual awareness attack secret technique, apart from a select few, no one below the saint level would be able to block his spiritual awareness attack. When Li Fuchen was at the Emperor Sky continent, he already had plenty of inspiration for spiritual awareness secret techniques. After arriving at the Flying Silver Island, the heaven and earth law was flawless. It was unknown how much easier it was to comprehend and research. Finally, 4 months after arriving at the Flying Silver Island, Li Fuchen used the various 7-star spiritual awareness secret techniques to create an 8-star spiritual awareness attack secret technique, Spirit Extinguishing Sword Shadow. The Spirit Extinguishing Sword Shadow wasn't just a simple spiritual awareness attack secret technique, it also contained the Sword Dao Marvel. It was considered a Sword Dao spiritual awareness attack secret technique and had terrifying lethality. Li Fuchen was confident that if the opponent didn't cultivate an 8-star spiritual awareness defense secret technique, they would instantly perish when facing his Spirit Extinguishing Sword Shadow. Even if the opponent cultivated an 8-star spiritual awareness defense secret technique, their true spirit would be severely injured when facing the Spirit Extinguishing Sword Shadow. Unless the opponent cultivated a 9-star spiritual awareness defense secret technique, they wouldn't be able to withstand the attack. As such, even if Li Fuchen didn't rely on his body refinement strength and Sword Dao strength, he would be able to rely on his spiritual awareness to dominate the world. No one below the saints would be a match for him. The mist has dispersed. Senior, the mist has dispersed. On this day, Gao Xiaofeng was yelling on the beach. Li Fuchen looked over and as expected, the turbid and dense mist of death was dispersing at a visible speed. There is no hurry. I will depart after it has dispersed completely. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. In the blink of the eye, Li Fuchen had been trapped on the Flying Silver Island for over 4 months. He thought he would need another year or 2 before heading to the Saint Spirit continent. He didn't expect for the mist to disperse so quickly. As the fog of death dissipated, the sea became bright and sunny, and the waves sparkled. Come, let's depart. Li Fuchen took out the high-grade silver airship and boarded it with a flash. Subsequently, Gao Xiaofeng and Yue Wei boarded too. Swish! The high-grade silver airship turned into a silver light and flew towards the depths of the sea. The silver airship could be big or small, but under normal circumstances, the bigger one would definitely be more comfortable. Li Fuchen's high-grade silver airship was 100 meters in length and 20 meters in width. Let alone 3 individuals, even 300 individuals could be accommodated and it wouldn't be crowded. Furthermore, this wasn't the limit. If Li Fuchen was willing, he could make the silver airship 1,000 meters long and 200 meters wide. It would be easy for him to accommodate 10,000 people. In the luxurious dining hall of the ship, 3 people were having a meal. On the side, there was a transparent silver cabin wall. Gao Xiaofeng and Yue Wei were rather reserved. Had it not been for Li Fuchen, they would have become the guards of the caravan and would have to squeeze together with hundreds or even thousands of people. It wouldn't be as comfortable as it was now. I'm going to practice. You guys take your time. At their level, it didn't matter whether they ate or not. Eating was mainly for enjoyment. After finishing his meal, Li Fuchen returned to the cultivation room. The technique practicing room was located at the stern of the airship. It was 30 meters long, 20 meters wide, and 15 meters tall. It was the largest place on the airship. The silver airship was like a huge silver bird as it flew across the sky. Rumble. The seawater exploded as a sea beast that was a few hundred miles in size leaped out and wanted to devour the silver airship. It was a demonic beast ruler and it was a high-tier one. Bang! A few thousand miles of the sea region had a rain of blood. Before the high-tier demonic beast ruler could even touch the silver airship, it was already turned into a blood mist by the sword light outside the silver airship. Senior's strength is truly astounding. I wonder what rank is he on the Great Emperor rankings. Gao Xiaofeng was envious and curious. He was envious because at Li Fuchen's level, he could simply do whatever he wanted. Unlike them, they had to follow a caravan in order to head to the Saint Spirit continent. He was curious because with Li Fuchen's strength, he wanted to know what rank he would be on the Great Emperor rankings. He also wanted to know how terrifying those who were ranked at the top were. Along the way, Gao Xiaofeng and Yu Wei had a deep understanding of Li Fuchen's strength. Be it a high-tier demonic beast ruler, a peak-tier demonic beast ruler, or a demonic beast great ruler, none of them would be able to break through the layer of sword intent outside the silver airship. The first two would be immediately killed by the sword intent, while the latter were extremely powerful and were equivalent to human top-class great rulers. Even the weakest of them wouldn't be inferior to the Black Hatchet great ruler. But whenever a demonic beast great ruler wanted to break the sword intent, there would be a sword light outside the silver airship. When the sword light faded, the demonic beast great ruler would fall down while covered in blood. Inside the technique practicing room, Li Fuchen opened his eyes. A demonic beast great ruler is too powerful. Without relying on my body refinement strength and the void heaven sword world, it is too difficult to kill them in a single move. But once I create the primary extreme sword art, I should be able to ignore demonic beast great rulers. The primary extreme sword art was a sword art that corresponded to the primary extreme sword technique. It was extremely difficult to create. According to Li Fuchen's imagination, each sword move of the primary extreme sword art should be comparable with the void heaven sword world or even stronger. It was a pity that Li Fuchen hadn't even created the first move of the primary extreme sword art. Time elapsed and in the blink of the eye, over a month had passed. Gao Xiaofeng estimated that the silver airship had flown over 30 million miles. After flying for another 3 months, they would probably be able to reach the Saint Spirit continent. Yu Wei, once we reach the Saint Spirit continent, we will choose a sect to join. In the future, we will no longer be wandering souls. At the bow of the airship, Gao Xiaofeng held Yu Wei's hand and said. Yu Wei nodded, I will listen to you. She might have lost a lot of memories, but she had too many memories with Gao Xiaofeng. Even if she had forgotten half of them, the remaining half was enough for her to love Gao Xiaofeng. Human, come down. A palm that was 100 miles in size suddenly broke out of the water and grabbed at the silver airship in the sky. It was obvious that this was a demonic beast half-overlord. Regular demonic beast great rulers wouldn't have such a huge body. The strength of a demonic beast half-overlord was extremely shocking. Back at the Emperor Sky Continent, the Void Swallow Octopus and the Griffin were suppressed by the Emperor Sky Continent willpower and could only utilize a portion of their strength. Right now, this demonic beast half-overlord wasn't being suppressed and could utilize 100% of its strength. If Li Fuchen was the Red Star Joss Chief or the Silver Spear Great Emperor, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. Just nice, I will use you to test the power of the Spirit Extinguishing Sword Shadow. In the cultivation room, Li Fuchen's glabella flashed with radiance. A sword shadow pierced through the silver airship and pierced at the seawater below. Roar! There was a mournful roar. In the next moment, the seawater started to rumble and a horrific power burst out. A large number of demonic beast kings and demonic beast generals in the vicinity were smashed into smithereens. There were also some demonic beast rulers that couldn't dodge in time and were sent flying while vomiting blood. Gradually, the roars got softer. It was unknown if they were dead or severely injured. A demonic beast half-overlord must not be wasted. Li Fuchen flashed and appeared at the top of the silver airship. He reached out and was about to harvest the corpse of the demonic beast half-overlord. You killed my race's demonic beast half-overlord and still want to take the corpse. In your dreams, hand over your life. The deep voice was like a thunderclap, causing Gao Xiaofeng and Yu Wei who were in the silver airship to faint from the shock. Demonic beast overlord. Li Fuchen's eyes contracted. He didn't expect to encounter a demonic beast overlord so quickly. The flying silver island was more than 100 million miles away from the Saint Spirit continent. There would definitely be demonic beast overlords along the way, but it was rare for anyone to encounter one. Firstly, as a demonic beast overlord, it was disdainful to make a move. Secondly, demonic beast overlords had a long lifespan, much longer than human saints. Most of the time, they would be in hibernation to nurture their bloodline. Thirdly, the demonic beast race and the human race had an agreement that saints weren't allowed to make a move casually to prevent a race war. Due to various reasons, it was rare for anyone to encounter a demonic beast overlord. Of course, most importantly, demonic beast overlords weren't everywhere and it wasn't easy to encounter one. There was extreme pressure in the air. A claw that was covered in fine scales suddenly appeared in Li Fuchen's vision and smashed at the silver airship. Not good. Li Fuchen's body was circulating the Hand of Stars chi power frenziedly before he executed a palm strike to counter the claw. Boom! The seawater caved in and there was a horrific explosion that could be heard clearly within 100,000 miles. Li Fuchen and the silver airship were sent flying a few hundred miles away. Swish! Li Fuchen didn't continue fighting and circulated his chi power to wrap the silver airship to escape. A few breaths later, a massive head emerged from the sea surface with a grave expression. He is actually able to receive a claw attack from me. Who is this person? Could he be a top 10 ranker on the Great Emperor rankings? He was a low-tier demonic beast overlord and apart from saints, only the top 10 rankers on the Great Emperor rankings could contest with him for a period of time. Forget it. Since you are able to receive a claw attack from me, I shall not make things difficult for you. He might be speaking like this, but he knew that he wouldn't be able to kill Li Fuchen within a short period of time. Otherwise, with his ferocious nature, he wouldn't let Li Fuchen off. A few tens of thousands of miles away, is this the strength of a demonic beast overlord? Li Fuchen had already used his full strength earlier, but he still felt a copious power assaulting him, causing his chi blood to boil. However, this also proved how terrifying the Hand of Star was. The strength difference between a demonic beast overlord and a half-overlord was dozens of times. It was obvious how powerful the Hand of Star was if Li Fuchen was able to receive a claw attack from the demonic beast and wasn't even injured. This was just the Hand of Star. If Li Fuchen could cultivate the Hand of Moon and the Hand of Sun, he would probably be able to suppress the demonic beast. A short moment later, Gao Xiaofeng and Yu Wei woke up. Senior, what happened earlier? Gao Xiaofeng only remembered a thunderous voice before he fainted. Li Fuchen said, "Don't worry, we are already far away from that sea region." He didn't need to tell Gao Xiaofeng that he had just exchanged a palm attack with the demonic beast overlord. Oh. Gao Xiaofeng wasn't a fool and knew that Li Fuchen didn't want to say. For the following period of time, the trio was getting closer to the Saint Spirit continent without any danger. Chapter 737. From far away, the boundless coastline appeared in Gao Xiaofeng and Yu Wei's vision. The duo had excited expressions and turned around to call out to Li Fuchen. Thud thud thud, there were sounds of footsteps. Li Fuchen didn't need to be reminded as he walked out of the cabin. What a Saint Spirit continent! Li Fuchen felt a boundless and invincible willpower pressing over. In this world, if there was anything that was superior to saints, a high-class continent willpower would definitely be one of them. The coastline didn't seem far, but it was actually extremely far. After 1 week, the silver airship officially landed on the Saint Spirit continent. The heaven and earth chi here is several times purer than the flying silver island. Gao Xiaofeng greedily breathed in the air. Yue Wei smiled and said, the flying silver island might be a part of the Saint Spirit continent, but it is just an island and cannot be comparable with the main body of the continent. In just a short moment, the trio rode the silver airship and arrived at a port city. This port city was called the Sky Sea City and it was very flourishing. Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness and noticed that there were more Law Phase Realm Emperors than the Flying Silver City. There were at least 7,000 or 8,000 of them. There are truly as many Primary Sea Emperors as there are dogs and Law Phase Realm Emperors everywhere. Li Fuchen lamented. A random city had close to 10,000 Law Phase Realm Emperors. To Li Fuchen, who just came from the Emperor Sky Continent, it was truly unbelievable. He reckoned that there were 10,000 Great Emperor rankings experts and more than 1 million Great Emperors. It meant that there were probably more than 100 million Law Phase Realm Emperors. It was a terrifying number, and if there were so many Law Phase Realm Emperors in the Emperor Sky Continent, it was enough to destroy the Emperor Sky Continent countless times. Turning around, Li Fuchen looked at the duo and said, since we have arrived at the Saint Spirit Continent, it is time to part ways. This storage bag is a small gift from me. While speaking, Li Fuchen took out a storage bag and tossed it to Gao Xiaofeng. Gao Xiaofeng wanted to reject as Li Fuchen had already treated them very well. He hadn't repaid the favor from before and now, he had to accept another gift. He was truly embarrassed. Li Fuchen said, once you have enough strength to protect yourself and the people you want to protect, you will then be qualified to reject. Just treat it as your fate to meet me. Gao Xiaofeng went silent for a moment before nodding. Senior's kindness is something Xiaofeng will never forget for my entire life. Work hard. After patting on Gao Xiaofeng's shoulder, Li Fuchen flashed into the silver airship. With a swish, the silver airship turned into a silver light and flew out. Heaven Sea City was just a port city and Li Fuchen didn't intend to stay here. When Li Fuchen left, Gao Xiaofeng opened the storage pouch. Xiaofeng, what's inside? Yue Wei asked curiously. Look. Gao Xiaofeng took a deep breath and handed the storage bag to Yue Wei. Yue Wei could not help but cover her mouth when she saw this. The value of the things in the storage bag was too high. There was a mid-grade silver airship, a few heaven-class equipment, and 3 jade slips. A mid-grade silver airship cost more than 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Both of them only had a total of 200,000 high-grade spirit stones. This was in addition to the 200,000 high-grade spirit stones that they had obtained from the Miao family a few months ago. The value of heaven-class equipment was also very high. A heaven-class low-tier weapon would cost a few thousand high-grade spirit stones in the Saint Spirit Continent. A heaven-class low-tier armor would cost over 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. The two of them only had heaven-class low-tier weapons. Lastly, there were 3 jade slips. Yue Wei's intuition told her that the value of these 3 jade slips was probably even higher. Xiaofeng, hurry up and take a look at what is inside the jade slips. Yue Wei took out the jade slips and handed them to Gao Xiaofeng. All right. Gao Xiaofeng extended his spiritual awareness inside. Swish. A sword light bloomed in the Soul Sea and Gao Xiaofeng was frozen in place. The 3 jade slips contained 2 sword arts and a heaven-class mid-tier cultivation technique. The 2 sword arts were the Flowing Merciless Edge and the Sky Ring Sword Armor. The cultivation technique was the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique. Gao Xiaofeng was excited. He was a swordsman like Li Fuchen and he just happened to possess the 8-star Blazing Flame Bone frame. These 2 sword arts and cultivation technique were extremely suitable for him. If he could cultivate them one day, his strength would increase by at least 10 times or even dozens of times. In the sky, there was a silver light that skimmed across. Standing at the bow of the silver airship, Li Fuchen stood facing the wind. He gave Gao Xiaofeng some gifts because he thought highly of Gao Xiaofeng. In fact, even without his help, with Gao Xiaofeng's innate perception, as long as Gao Xiaofeng didn't die, Gao Xiaofeng would definitely become a top-notch great emperor in a few hundred years. Li Fuchen's appearance merely accelerated the process. I hope that the next time we meet, you will have the strength to protect yourself. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile. The mist of death dispersed and the flying silver island and the Saint Spirit continent were rapidly connected. There were people heading to the Saint Spirit continent from the flying silver island and vice versa. On this day, a high-grade silver airship appeared in the sky above the Heaven Sea City. Inside the silver airship were the two Joss chiefs of the flying silver hall. The Sky Wave branch is in charge of dozens of surrounding cities. Send the information to the branch first and ask the branch to dispatch experts to pursue this person. The Sky Wave branch has a branch master and 6 altar masters. It should be easy to kill this person. In the Sky Thrust Union, the ranks from lowest to highest were star-class members, Joss chiefs, hall masters, altar masters, branch masters, etc. Generally speaking, the strength of an altar master would be ranked around 1000 on the Great Emperor rankings. There was once an extremely incredible altar master who secretly killed an expert that was ranked over 700 on the Great Emperor rankings. He was extremely famous in the Sky Thrust Union. As for the strength of a branch master, it was naturally unfathomable. The weakest branch master would be able to rank in the top 500 on the Great Emperor rankings. The stronger ones would be able to rank in the top 100 or even higher. In the duo's opinion, Li Fuchen's strength was at most a few hundred on the Great Emperor rankings. A single altar master might not be able to defeat him, but 2 or 3 altar masters would be able to contest with Li Fuchen. If a branch master was to make a move, Li Fuchen would definitely die. A few days later, another high-grade silver airship arrived in the vicinity of the Heaven Sea City. On the silver airship were Miao Hailong and a group of Miao clan's emperors. You are dead for snatching the woman that I want. Miao Hailong's eyes were extremely cold. He was truly moved by Yu Wei, otherwise, he wouldn't have made her consume the extremely expensive emotion for getting elixir and would have just forcefully taken her. When Li Fuchen took Yu Wei away, it meant that he and Miao Hailong were absolutely irreconcilable. Li Fuchen probably didn't know that he, Miao Hailong, wasn't a regular Miao clan's direct descendant. Saber Ghost, Miao Xianyu, who was ranked 64th on the Great Emperor rankings, was Miao Hailong's second grandfather. Because Miao Hailong committed a crime, he was sent to the Flying Silver Island by the clan and was only allowed to leave after staying for 20 years. Young Master Hailong, there is no need to request for the Patriarch to make a move. Apart from the 2 patriarchs, our Miao clan has another member that is also in the top 1000 of the Great Emperor rankings. It should be enough for him to make a move. One of the Miao clan's emperors said. Miao Hailong said, "You are talking about Miao Xiafeng?" Miao Xiafeng was ranked 713th on the Great Emperor rankings and had the title of Devil Wind Saber Emperor. Chapter 738. In the Saint Spirit continent, there were countless towns. No one knew how many towns there were in the entire continent. This was because every day, there would be some towns destroyed, and every day, there would be some towns emerging from the ground. According to what Li Fuchen knew, towns could be created casually. As for whether or not the town could be preserved or if people would stay in the town, that was the main problem. When flying over these towns, Li Fuchen would take a glance at the bottom at the start. Later on, he would simply ignore these towns. As compared to the Flying Silver Island, the Saint Spirit continent was obviously much livelier. There were silver airships that could be seen from time to time. Some of the silver airships were obviously merchant airships. They were more than 1,000 meters in length and were whizzing past. Rumble. There was a shocking chi wave coming from ahead. Li Fuchen didn't need to guess to know that someone was robbing a merchant airship. Those that dared to rob a merchant airship would definitely be a powerful faction. Small factions wouldn't be able to do it even if they wanted to. Li Fuchen wasn't planning to be a busybody. He controlled the silver airship to fly higher and was planning to fly over from above. As for taking a detour, Li Fuchen wasn't that afraid. This path is blocked, please take a detour. When the silver airship rose to a certain height, two high-level emperors blocked Li Fuchen's path. Get lost. Li Fuchen controlled the silver airship to send the two individuals flying. Enemy attack. The two individuals that were sent flying quickly called out to their allies. In an instant, 8 high-level emperors surrounded Li Fuchen. At the front, there were hundreds of figures surrounding a high-grade silver airship. The leader had a chi presence that was even stronger than the Black Hatchet Great Emperor and was obviously a top-class Great Emperor. Hundreds of figures attacked the high-grade silver airship. After a few rounds of attacks, the high-grade silver airship instantly crumbled. Dozens of figures flew out from inside. The leader was a gray-haired middle-aged man. He had a tall and imposing body and his chi presence was even stronger than the sinister man. Behind him was a pair of siblings. The older sister was around 12 or 13 years old, while the younger brother was around 7 or 8 years old. The two of them were hiding behind the gray-haired middle-aged man like startled deer. Black Snake Great Emperor, why must you exterminate them? Do you think the clan head will spare you when he returns? The gray-haired middle-aged man yelled out. The sinister man, the Black Snake Great Emperor, laughed and said, Patriarch? The clan chief is already dead. Otherwise, why hasn't he returned after a few hundred years? The current Wu clan chief is Master Wu Qingkong. Barbaric Peak Great Emperor, I advise you to surrender. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Do you think you can stop me with just these few people? The Barbaric Peak Great Emperor glanced behind the Black Snake Great Emperor and said in a deep voice. Barbaric Peak Great Emperor, are you really a fool or are you pretending to be a fool? The Wu clan was once a saint clan and had left behind plenty of Class 8 battle formations. Any one of them is enough to deal with you. As the Black Snake Great Emperor spoke, he waved his hand. Set up the formation and take them down. Yes. Most of the people that the Black Snake Great Emperor brought over were mid-level emperors. With a single order from the Black Snake Great Emperor, 108 mid-level emperors lined up. In an instant, a horrific battle formation power rushed at the Barbaric Peak Great Emperor. Heaven and Earth Battle Formation. The Barbaric Peak Great Emperor's expression turned dark. The Heaven and Earth Battle Formation was able to combine the strength of 108 individuals into one. After the amplification of the battle formation law, it was able to exhibit 10 times the combined strength of 108 individuals. In other words, these 108 mid-level emperors were equivalent to a top-notch great emperor. Of course, this wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that the Heaven and Earth battle formation could divert the power. If you attacked with 100% of the power, 70% or 80% of the power might be diverted by the battle formation. Unless your strength was far beyond the battle formation, you wouldn't be a match for it. Protect the young lady and young master. The Barbaric Peak Great Emperor wouldn't allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight. He asked the people behind him to protect the siblings while he roared out. His law phase rose and a mountain law phase smashed at the Heaven and Earth battle formation. Boom! A horrific chi wave burst out and sent the Barbaric Peak Great Emperor flying, but the Heaven and Earth battle formation only shook a little. Barbaric Peak Great Emperor, since you are so stubborn, then die. Another Heaven and Earth battle formation. The Black Snake Great Emperor didn't have any intention to make a move. He ordered the other 108 mid-level emperors to set up the second Heaven and Earth battle formation. Boom boom boom, in the face of 2 Heaven and Earth battle formations, the Barbaric Peak Great Emperor didn't even have the strength to resist. In just a short moment, his law phase crumbled and he vomited fresh blood. Just as the Barbaric Peak Great Emperor was about to perish, there were suddenly over a dozen figures that were drenched in blood from the other side. What is going on? The Black Snake Great Emperor looked over. Black Snake Great Emperor, this person is looking for trouble and even injured our brothers. One of the severely injured high-level emperors said. Humph, looking for trouble, then let him die. Form the heaven and earth battle formation. The Black Snake Great Emperor brought over 300 mid-level emperors, and it was enough to set up 3 heaven and earth battle formations. In the blink of the eye, the third heaven and earth battle formation was formed and the battle formation power was surging. Class 8 battle formation. Li Fuqian sized up the heaven and earth battle formation. Class 7 battle formations corresponded with primary sea realm monarchs, while Class 8 battle formations corresponded with law phase realm emperors. Generally speaking, if a Class 7 battle formation was set up by a law phase realm emperor, the strength increase would be very small and it wouldn't be useful. If a primary sea realm monarch was to set up a Class 8 battle formation, the difficulty would be too high and the basic requirements wouldn't be met. Therefore, the corresponding battle formation was the best battle formation. Of course, battle formations of the same class were also separated into grades. For example, if it was a Class 8 battle formation, a 100-men battle formation would definitely be stronger than a 50-men battle formation. The heaven and earth battle formation before them had 108 people in it. It was clearly a very powerful level 8 battle formation. When the heaven and earth battle formation was formed, a majestic chi force blasted at Li Fuqian. Li Fuqian could immediately see that the chi force contained a mystical battle formation law. This battle formation law restricted the power of 108 individuals into a small range and used a special method to fuse them. Bang! Li Fuqian casually waved his hand and the chi force collapsed. It is much stronger than the Black Hatchet Great Emperor. Is this the foundation of a powerful faction? Li Fuqian could imagine how strenuous it would be for an individual to face these powerful clans. You worked so hard to make it into the Great Emperor rankings, but others only needed 108 mid-level emperors to beat you up like a dog. Even if one was ranked at the top of the Great Emperor rankings. But one mustn't forget that others could also use high-level emperors to set up the battle formation. If the array formed by 108 mid-tier emperors was already so powerful, then if it was formed by 108 high-tier emperors, even the top-ranked great emperors wouldn't be able to handle it. Of course, the battle formation had a limit too. Li Fuqian reckoned that the top 100 or top few hundred great emperors on the Great Emperor rankings wouldn't be able to deal with the battle formation. Because these great emperors had too deep comprehension of laws and intents. A battle formation wouldn't be able to circulate profound laws and there would always be a limit if one relied on numbers. After casually waving his hand to disperse the chi force, Li Fuqian didn't wait for the enemy to react and flicked his finger. The heaven and earth battle formation was indeed able to shift the force, but the prerequisite was that the enemy's attack didn't exceed the battle formation's endurance. Li Fuqian's finger force and the laws and intents were too mystical and couldn't be shifted. There was a loud bang and the battle formation collapsed. 108 mid-level emperors vomited blood and were sent flying. What? The Black Snake Great Emperor was shocked and knew it wasn't good. Form the Heaven Mystic Formation. In response, 36 high-level emperors formed a 36-men battle formation behind the Black Snake Great Emperor. A battle formation power that was several times more horrific than the heaven and earth battle formation burst into the sky. Kill! The Heaven Mystic Formation released a chi radiance that slashed at Li Fuqian. Li Fuqian strolled leisurely and waved his right hand to split the chi radiance. Subsequently, the Heaven Mystic Formation had also collapsed. Why are you looking for trouble with my Wu clan? The Black Snake Great Emperor had an unpleasant expression. In his opinion, Li Fuqian was definitely one of the top few thousand great emperors on the Great Emperor rankings. Otherwise, Li Fuqian wouldn't be able to destroy the Heaven Mystic Formation that was set up by high-level emperors. Li Fuqian said, I want to leave, but you don't allow me to leave. Now that I am not leaving, you say that I am looking for trouble. Do you have the final say in everything? Sir, my subordinates are ignorant. I shall apologize to you here. The Black Snake Great Emperor cupped his fist and said, My lord, please save the siblings. The barbaric Peak Great Emperor's voice suddenly echoed. The Black Snake Great Emperor's expression changed as he said to Li Fuchen, "This is our clan's matter, I hope that you do not interfere." "So what if I interfere?" Li Fuchen waved his hand and burst out two chi forces to destroy the two heaven and earth battle formations that surrounded the barbaric Peak Great Emperor. The Black Snake Great Emperor said in a gloomy voice, "I am afraid you don't know yet. I am backed by the Wu clan, a former Saint clan. You still have a chance to leave now, otherwise, my Wu clan will not let this matter rest." In the Saint Spirit continent, the Wu clan was considered one of the top 100 clans. Their ancestor was a saint, and if a regular person heard of their name, they would never provoke them. A former saint clan, huh? That means that there are no saints now. Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile. As long as there were no saints, there was nothing to fear. Their clan might have set up a Class 9 array that Li Fuchen couldn't break, but they weren't qualified to find trouble with Li Fuchen either. "Sir, do you really want to interfere with my Wu clan's matter?" The Black Snake Great Emperor put on a strong front while feeling weak inside. "I am definitely interfering in this matter. Get lost." Li Fuchen squinted his eyes and burst out with horrific power to send the Black Snake Great Emperor flying. "Let's go." The Black Snake Great Emperor left with his men. Li Fuchen's strength was too powerful. Unless there were 108 high-level emperors to set up the heaven and earth battle formation or the elite experts of the clan, they wouldn't be able to deal with Li Fuchen. Chapter 739. Thank you for saving us, sir. I thank you on behalf of young Miss and young Master. The barbaric Peak Great Emperor who was severely injured was about to kneel as he spoke. His life was saved by the Patriarch, and Li Fuchen saved the young lady and young master. He was willing to die, let alone kneeling. Li Fuchen waved his left hand and supported the barbaric Peak Great Ruler with chi force. "It's nothing," Li Fuchen said. He didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but the Black Snake Emperor was too arrogant. "Where are you going?" "If it's not far, I'll escort you." Li Fuchen replied, "Be a good person until the end." The barbaric Peak Great Emperor hesitated for a moment and said, "My lord, please send the young lady and young master to Jiang Province's Tong clan. Their aunt is there. This is a message token. When you reach the vicinity of Jiang Province's Tong clan, you can send a message to her. Meanwhile, my brothers and I will be responsible for attracting the Wu clan's attention." The Wu clan was too powerful. For the sake of the young lady and young master, and to avoid implicating Li Fuchen, the barbaric Peak Great Emperor had no choice but to sacrifice himself. Li Fuchen said, "There is no need to be so troublesome. Let's go together." The Wu clan wasn't a saint clan, and Li Fuchen didn't need to fear them. "My lord, you might not be familiar with the Wu clan. The Wu clan was once a saint clan. They might not have a saint anymore, but the items left behind by the saint are extraordinary. Take the heaven and earth battle formation for example. If it is formed by 108 high-level emperors, even a great emperor ranked around 1000 on the great emperor rankings wouldn't be able to do anything. Apart from that, the Wu clan has heaven-class high-tier cardinal treasures, heaven-class high-tier weapons, heaven-class high-tier armors, etc. Most importantly, the Wu clan has 3 members that are ranked top 1000 on the Great Emperor rankings. One of them is even in the top 100. The barbaric Peak Great Emperor's intention was very clear. If one's strength wasn't in the top 100 of the Great Emperor rankings, one wouldn't even be qualified to oppose the Wu clan. Li Fuchen laughed, "Then how much do you know about me? Let's go. Since I dared to escort you, I'm naturally confident." "My lord." The barbaric Peak Great Emperor looked at Li Fuchen with shock. How could he not understand that Li Fuchen's strength was definitely stronger than he imagined, but it was unknown how much stronger Li Fuchen was. Finally, the barbaric Peak Great Emperor decided to head to the River Province's Tong clan with Li Fuchen. Along the way, the barbaric Peak Great Emperor told Li Fuchen everything. As an ancient clan, the Wu clan had boundless resources. If one could become the clan head, their lineage would be able to develop by leaps and bounds. In the future, it wouldn't be impossible for them to become a saint monarch. However, for an ancient clan like this, the clan system was very strict and there wouldn't be any internal strife. The prerequisite was that the clan head position couldn't be vacant. A few hundred years ago, the young lady and the young master's grandfather, who was also the Wu clan's patriarch, left. He said that he was going to search for opportunities, but there had been no news of him in the past few hundred years. Everyone in the Wu clan believed that the patriarch had fallen. Otherwise, there would have been no news of him for hundreds of years. The position of patriarch was vacant, and some Wu clan members started to covet the position. Among them, Wu Qinkang's lineage was the strongest lineage apart from the patriarch's lineage. Just a dozen days ago, Wu Qinkang started an internal strife. He killed and imprisoned the members of the patriarch's lineage and took control of the entire Wu clan. As the patriarch's direct blood relatives, the young lady and young master became a thorn in Wu Qinkang's eyes. He wanted to get rid of them. Fortunately, the barbaric Peak Great Emperor saw that the situation wasn't right and left with the young lady and young master. Where are their parents? Li Fuqian asked. The barbaric Peak Great Emperor smiled bitterly and said, the young lady and young master's parents were killed by enemies a few years ago. Otherwise, Wu Qinkang wouldn't have become the Wu clan's patriarch so easily. Li Fuqian didn't say anything. This pair of siblings were truly pitiful. Their grandfather was missing and there was no news of them. Their parents had died miserably and they were now wandering around the world and being pursued by the Wu clan. The Saint Spirit continent was too massive. According to the barbaric Peak Great Emperor, the Saint Spirit continent was tens of billions of miles in size. High-grade silver airships could only travel a few 100,000 miles in a day and around 200 million miles in a year. In order to travel across the entire Saint Spirit continent, it would take at least 100 or 200 years with high-grade silver airships. It was fortunate that this place was only a few tens of millions of miles away from the river province's Tong clan. On the Saint Spirit continent, one could cultivate at the age of 5. The Wu clan's young lady was called Wu Shi and she was 12 years old this year. She was at the first level of reincarnation realm. Wu Zhuo was even more astonishing as he was already at the peak level of Heaven Dipper realm at the age of 7. On this day, Li Fuqian saw Wu Zhuo who was cultivating. The surrounding Sword Dao Law was automatically gathering and a shocking amount of Sword Dao Qi was gathering towards him. Barbaric Peak Great Emperor, this is? Li Fuqian had a guess in his heart. The barbaric Peak Great Emperor let out a bitter smile first before saying with pride, that's right. Young Master has the 9-star Sword Dao bone frame and is the second 9-star bone frame in the history of the Wu clan. This is also the reason why Wu Qinkang wants to eliminate Young Master. I see. Li Fuqian suddenly understood. 9-star bone frames were too terrifying and Wu Qinkang wouldn't allow a 9-star bone frame to grow. In the Emperor Sky continent, elite 8-star geniuses would be able to progress to the Law Phase realm at the age of 100. On the Saint Spirit continent, elite 8-star geniuses would probably be able to progress to the Law Phase realm at the age of 50 or 60. Furthermore, he was only an 8-star prodigy. If he was a 9-star prodigy, it would be normal for them to progress to the Law Phase realm at the age of 20 or 30. If Wu Zhuo was given more than 50 years, he would definitely become a huge threat to Wu Qinkang. I didn't think that I would encounter a 9-star bone frame so soon after arriving at the Saint Spirit continent. Li Fuqian lamented. Only high-class continents would produce 9-star bone frames. 9-star bone frames were considered as preparatory saints. If there weren't any accidents, it was almost certain that they would become saints in the future. Half a month later, the group arrived at the Jiang province's territory. The Jiang province was famous for the Azure River. This Azure River was naturally the Azure River that the Sword Sovereign severed. However, the Sword Sovereign only severed the narrow portion of the Azure River's tributary. That portion was only a few hundred miles wide. Otherwise, even if the sword sovereign progressed to a saint, he wouldn't be able to sever the true Azure River. On the second day after Li Fuqian and the group entered the Jiang province's territory, a golden airship caught up. A peak-grade silver airship. Li Fuqian raised his brows. Above high-grade silver airships, there were peak-grade silver airships. The peak-grade silver airships were forged with the essence of the flying silver iron. They were several times faster than high-grade silver airships and were around 10 times more expensive. However, peak-grade silver airships weren't something that could be purchased just because one wanted to. Without a certain status, it was impossible to purchase one. The golden airship intercepted Li Fuqian and the group. The cabin door opened and a group of people walked out. The leader had a cold expression and there were traces of sword qi that were like continuous autumn rain that covered the void. This was an extremely terrifying sword Dao Great Emperor and was more than 10 times stronger than the Red Star Joss chief. Li Fuqian's expression turned slightly grave. His body refinement strength might allow him to disregard everyone below the saints, but when facing a sword Dao Great Emperor, Li Fuqian didn't wish to use his body refinement strength to fight. It was a blasphemy to the sword Dao. Sword Rain Great Emperor. The barbaric Peak Great Emperor and the others gulped down their saliva and were rather nervous. The Sword Rain Great Emperor was ranked 283rd on the Great Emperor rankings and was the number 2 expert of the Wu clan. The Sword Rain Great Emperor's reputation was like a tree's shadow. The Sword Rain Great Emperor gave them an overwhelming pressure. The Sword Rain Great Emperor's title meant that his sword art was like rain that was extremely dense and couldn't be hidden. Barbaric Peak Great Emperor, I don't wish to draw my sword. Bring the young lady and young master back. The Sword Rain Great Emperor said indifferently. After taking a deep breath, the Barbaric Peak Great Emperor said in a deep voice, Sword Rain Great Emperor, the young lady and young master are the Patriarch's grandchildren. Are you going to watch as Wu Qingkang harms them? I only listen to the Patriarch. The current Patriarch is Wu Qingkang. The Sword Rain Great Emperor shook his head. What kind of patriarch is Wu Qingkang? When the patriarch returns, I want to see how you are going to explain. The barbaric Peak Great Emperor gritted his teeth. Do you still not understand? Even if the previous patriarch returns, the situation is already over. The Wu clan has never been overthrown by a great emperor, unless the previous patriarch can progress to a saint. The Sword Rain Great Emperor had a much clearer view than the barbaric Peak Great Emperor. Alright, I don't wish to waste time. I will give you 2 choices, life or death. From the start to the end, the Sword Rain Great Emperor didn't pay attention to Li Fuqian. Even though he knew that Li Fuqian was very strong and wasn't a regular great emperor, he believed he was stronger. I will choose for him. Li Fuqian flew down from the silver airship. I nearly forgot about you. I will deal with you first and it will be easier for him to choose. The Sword Rain Great Emperor's eyes turned icy cold. It was unknown when a white longsword appeared in his hand. The sword was slowly unsheathed. Clang! Rain poured down from the sky and it was as fine as silk. After taking a closer look, it wasn't rain, it was obviously sword lights. Each sword light was excessively thin and they were even thinner than silk. They contained the extreme soft water sword Dao Law. SSSSSSSSSS, when the sword lights drew across the void, there was a silk-like sound. Such power. Is this the strength of the 283rd ranker on the Great Emperor rankings? Li Fuqian felt very excited. It was the excitement of encountering a worthy opponent. It was the excitement of being able to verify his sword Dao. If the Sword Rain Great Emperor's sword was meticulous and without any gaps, then Li Fuqian's sword was watertight. The 2 swords were very similar, but the 2 of them were displaying 2 different sword Dao styles. Seeing that his sword was completely blocked, the Sword Rain Great Emperor's expression changed. There wasn't any contempt anymore, there was only battle intent and the desire to reach a higher level of sword Dao. The duo's swords were too fast, so fast that the barbaric Peak Great Emperor and the others couldn't keep up with the tempo. In the void, sword lights crisscrossed, flickered, and burst out. The sharp murderous intent was enough to make the Red Star Joss chief lose his battle intent, let alone the barbaric Peak Great Emperor and the others. Very good. Among the swordsmen that I have met, you are ranked top 20 or even top 15. If you can withstand this bleak wind bitter rain move, I can spare your life. The Sword Rain Great Emperor's sword prowess changed. There was a mournful and extremely cold intent that penetrated it, causing the sword move to have a sublimation. It felt as though the world had frozen. Not good. Li Fuchen realized that apart from the Void Heaven Sword World, he didn't have any other sword moves that could block this sword move. Li Fuchen originally wanted to verify his sword Dao, but he couldn't be bothered anymore. The Void Heaven Sword World was instantly executed and a dazzling sword light was emitted. Bang bang. Chapter 740. Extreme State of Sword Dao. The barbaric Peak Great Emperor felt as though his entire body was electrified. If the Sword Rain Great Emperor and Li Fuchen's duel was just about offensive strength, he wouldn't have such a feeling. The reason why he had such a feeling was because their understanding of martial arts had reached a higher level, a level that was far beyond his reach. Heaven-class martial arts, each rank was like heaven and earth. Heaven-class high-tier martial arts were the threshold to become a great emperor, but heaven-class high-tier martial arts also had different levels, which determined the difference in strength between great emperors. A strong great emperor could instantly kill a weak great emperor in one move. This was because the higher the level, the closer they were to the extreme of the martial Dao. What was the extreme realm of martial Dao? Naturally, it was the heaven-rank top-rank martial arts. That's right, once a martial art reached the peak of the heaven tier, it would be the peak. As for martial arts that reached the peak, it involved the workings of the heavenly Dao and the mysteries of the universe. In the early stages of martial arts, even if there was a difference of one level, the difference in power wouldn't be too big. It would be amazing if it was a few or 10 times stronger, but from the high rank of heaven class onwards, it would be easy for it to be 10, 100, or even 1,000 times stronger. Of course, the two of them had yet to truly reach the pinnacle of Sword Dao, but their sword techniques were undoubtedly very close to the pinnacle of heaven-level sword techniques. Finally, their swords clashed. Puff! A stream of blood spurted out from the Sword Rain Emperor's shoulder. There was also a line of blood on his throat. Then, blood started to flow from his cheeks. The Sword Rain Great Emperor retreated at an astonishing speed. Because he retreated too quickly, it gave the illusion that he had left the world in front of him. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. The Sword Rain Great Emperor was definitely the most formidable Great Emperor that Li Fuchen had ever encountered. When facing the Void Heaven Sword World, the Sword Rain Great Emperor was actually able to retreat. But, the Void Heaven Sword World wasn't something that could be evaded just by retreating. The Void Heaven Sword Realm contained the Void Law. The Sword Rain Great Emperor seemed to be retreating rapidly, but he was still within the attack range. Blood spurted out from the Sword Rain Great Emperor's body. In that instant, the scene was extremely shocking and strange. Suddenly, countless blood arrows shot out from the Sword Rain Great Emperor's body. Then, a blood figure flew out. As expected of the Sword Rain Great Emperor, Li Fuchen didn't give chase. That burst of speed at the last moment had already far surpassed him. It was probably some kind of secret technique that stimulated his potential. This battle allowed Li Fuchen to know his Sword Dao strength. When facing the top few hundred Great Emperors on the Great Emperor rankings, Li Fuchen could only defeat them and it was hard to kill them. In fact, if Li Fuchen's opponent was a Great Emperor in the top 100 of the Great Emperor rankings, he might be defeated. One had to know that the Sword Rain Emperor was only ranked 283rd. As, Li Emperor as Sword Emperor, the Emperor as Reign, and Emperor as the Emperor was his rank, the Sword Emperor was as the ranking. Was as the Emperor's rank. The battle between the two was too intense and too short. Before the barbaric Peak Great Emperor and the others came back to their senses, the Sword Rain Great Emperor was defeated. The Emperor as King and as the Emperor. The group of emperors that the Sword Rain Great Emperor brought along were flabbergasted. They assumed that the Sword Rain Great Emperor would be able to decide the outcome with a single sword. They didn't expect Li Fuchen to be stronger than they imagined and was actually evenly matched with the Sword Rain Great Emperor. However, they weren't worried. The top-ranked Great Emperors on the Great Emperor rankings all had their own kill moves. These kill moves were enough to increase their strength by several times. However, Li Fuchen also had a kill move and it was even stronger and more horrific than the Sword Rain Great Emperor's. A single sword had defeated the Sword Rain Great Emperor. Furthermore, from the looks of the Sword Rain Great Emperor, it seemed like he would die under Li Fuchen's sword if he was slightly slower. Retreat. One of them wanted to take the peak-grade silver airship but was turned into a blood mist by Li Fuchen's sword. The rest didn't bother about the peak-grade silver airship as they fled frantically. You defeated the Sword Rain Great Emperor. The barbaric peak Great Emperor was still in disbelief. The Sword Rain Great Emperor is indeed powerful, but he isn't a match for me. Li Fuchen recalled about Yan Qingwu. Yan Qingwu's black saber, Seek Dao, was definitely extremely powerful, but as her cultivation hadn't reached the pinnacle and she didn't condense the Dao heart like Li Fuchen, she could only be considered as a regular Great Emperor. But once her cultivation reached the pinnacle, even if her strength wasn't at the Sword Rain Great Emperor's level, it wouldn't be too far off. Apart from that, weapons were also extremely important. Back then, Yan Qingwu's weapon was only a heaven-class low-tier artifact saber and it restricted her strength. Li Fuchen reckoned that Yan Qingwu's strength should be around 1000 in the Great Emperor rankings in her previous life. As for Chu Qingyan, her strength was far inferior and should be ranked at the bottom. The Soul Emperor and the Celestial Eye Great Emperor's strength should be around the same level as Chu Qingyan. However, the Soul Emperor's Soul Dao method was too incredible and hard to defend against. It wasn't something that could be calculated with common sense. If Li Fuchen couldn't kill him in an instant, he might suffer a huge loss. After reaching the Saint Spirit continent, her cultivation should be able to reach the pinnacle very quickly. Li Fuchen said to himself. After refining the peak-grade silver airship, Li Fuchen kept his own silver airship. Originally, he estimated that he would need a few months to reach the Tong clan in Jiang province. Right now, he reckoned that it would take less than a month. On the airship, the barbaric peak Great Emperor and the others were still in a state of shock. The barbaric peak Great Emperor said, "The Wu clan is a clan that uses swords. Right now, the number one expert is Wu Qingkang's younger brother, Sword Extinction, Wu Qingjue. He is ranked 98th on the Great Emperor rankings. But from what I know, it isn't that easy for Wu Qingjue to defeat the Sword Rain Great Emperor." However, the two of them didn't use any kill moves during the duel. 98th huh? Li Fuchen nodded. To be able to defeat the Sword Rain Great Emperor without using a kill move, it was needless to say that Sword Extinction, Wu Qingjue's Sword Dao strength was superior to Li Fuchen. As for which kill move was stronger, it was unknown and would only be known after a duel. Of course, even if it was a duel of Sword Dao strength, Li Fuchen was confident that he would be the final victor. The star immortal body wasn't just for show. In the sky, a blood figure stopped. The Sword Rain Great Emperor's chi presence was dispirited and it was obvious that he was severely injured. He had a rather gloomy expression. Li Fuchen's kill move was too powerful. The barbaric peak Great Emperor didn't know that he had fought with Sword Extinction, Wu Qingjue using a kill move. However, the Sword Rain Great Emperor knew clearly that Wu Qingjue's kill move wasn't as powerful as Li Fuchen's. In terms of profundity, Wu Qingjue's kill move wasn't as powerful as Li Fuchen's. However, Wu Qingjue's kill move had greater destructive power. In a real duel, Wu Qingjue would definitely be injured. Of course, Li Fuchen would also be injured and his injuries would be more severe than Wu Qingjue. The bleak wind and bitter rain isn't powerful enough. The next time I see you, I will surely kill you. The Sword Rain Great Emperor took a deep breath and rushed towards the Wu clan. Azure River City, the number one major city in the River Province. In the surroundings of the Azure River City, there were plenty of clans and sections. Among them, the Tong clan was definitely one of the most famous clans. Similar to the Wu clan, the Tong clan also had saints in their ancestors, and it wasn't just one. In terms of clan's foundation, the Tong clan was superior to the Wu clan. After arriving at the Azure River City, the barbaric Peak Great Emperor booked a private room in a restaurant. He then used the communication token to send a message to Wu Shi and Wu Zhua's aunt. Half a day later, a beautiful young woman rushed over, looking travel-worn. Aunt. Wu Shi and Wu Zhua had seen the beautiful young woman several times, therefore, they recognized her. This woman was their aunt, Wu Fian. Wu Shi, Wu Zhua. Wu Fian's eyes lit up as she carried Wu Zhua and held Wu Shi's hand. After finding out about the Wu clan situation from the barbaric Peak Great Emperor, Wu Fian's charming face turned cold. Wu Qingkang sure has guts. Her father went missing, her brother and sister-in-law were killed, and now, the siblings were being pursued. Wu Fian was burning with rage and wished she could immediately return to the Wu clan to kill Wu Qingkang. But when thinking about the Tong clan situation, Wu Fian's expression turned gloomy again. She alone wouldn't be able to deal with Wu Qingkang. In the end, she was just a daughter-in-law of the Tong clan. Wu Fian, I was wondering why you were in such a hurry. It turns out that your little lover is here. Outside the private room, there was an exasperated voice. After hearing this voice, Wu Fian's expression changed. Tong Qianshan was actually following her. Chapter 741. Bang! The private room's door was kicked open, and a fair-skinned young man with a hint of hostility walked in. Tong Qianshan was a direct descendant of the Tong clan. His strength was not high, but he was still a great emperor. After all, there were no weaklings among those who came from the aristocratic clans. Tong Qianshan, what do you mean? Wu Fian glared at him. Tong Qianshan took a glance at Li Fuchen and sneered, what do I mean? What do you mean by that? Who is this person? Who are these two? Don't tell me they're your bastards. Tong Qianshan's feelings towards Wu Fian were very complicated. He liked her, he felt inferior, and most of all, he felt possessive. Wu Fian was beautiful and elegant, and she was from the Wu family. No one would dislike her. He felt inferior because Wu Fian was around the same age as him, but her strength had always been superior to him. She might even have the strength of a ranker on the Great Emperor rankings. However, the more outstanding Wu Fian was, the more suspicious Tong Qianshan became. Get lost. Wu Fian's palm struck towards Tong Qianshan, causing him to stagger backwards. You dare. Tong Qianshan flew into a rage and retaliated with a palm strike. Seeing that the two of them were about to fight in the private room, Li Fuchen waved his hand and separated the two of them. If you want to fight, there will be plenty of opportunities, but not now. So powerful. Wu Fian and Tong Qianshan were secretly shocked. Li Fuchen easily separated them and didn't even give them a chance to struggle. His strength was definitely at the level of an expert on the Great Emperor rankings, and his ranking wouldn't be low. Good. Are you bullying my Tong family for not having any experts? Tong Qianshan pointed at Wu Fian and pointed at Li Fuchen before turning to slam the door and leave. This bastard. Wu Fian was so angry that her body trembled. What do we do now? The barbaric Peak Great Emperor asked. To be honest, the barbaric Peak Great Emperor was a little worried about entrusting Wu Shi and Wu Zhua to Wu Fian. Wu Fian said apologetically, stay in Sangjiang City for now. I'll arrange everything else. The few of them had just walked out of the restaurant and arrived on the main street when Tong Qianshan came again. This time, he brought along a tall and sturdy youth. Tong Baiwei was the grandson of the Azure River City Lord, Tong Heng. At the same time, he was also a direct descendant of the Tong family. In fact, with the Tong family's status, they didn't just control one city. They controlled many cities, and Sangjiang City was just one of them. Brother Budweiser, take them down. Tong Qianshan said hatefully. Brother Baiwei, Qian Shan has misunderstood. These two are my nephew and niece. They're here to seek refuge with me. Wu Fian was a little anxious. Tong Baiwei wasn't Tong Qianshan. As the grandson of Tong Heng, Tong Baiwei could control the array of the Azure River City. Although he could only control a portion of it, it was enough to suppress any great emperor. Are they your nephew and niece? Tong Qianshan did not believe it. Wu Fian said coldly, the Wu family has changed. Wu Qinkang seized the position of clan leader and sent people to kill my nephew and niece. Do you think I would joke about this? Qian Shan, it seems you have misunderstood Fian, Tong Baiwei said. Tong Qianshan was brilliant. Why didn't you say so earlier? Say it earlier. You've been spouting nonsense since the beginning. What am I supposed to say to you? Aren't I being too concerned? Tong Qianshan turned his head and said to Tong Baiwei, Brother Baiwei, it's fine. I've let you see a joke. Since there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Don't cause any more trouble. Tong Baiwei nodded and turned to leave. Fian, don't be angry. It's my fault. Tong Qianshan came over to apologize. Don't bother about me. Wu Fian turned around. Li Fuchen found it funny. In fact, this Tong Qianshan wasn't considered too bad. Such a person would easily become irritable and do impulsive things if things didn't go his way. But during normal times, he was still reasonable. There shouldn't be anything else. I will stay in the Azure River City for a few days before leaving. The Azure River City was the #1 major city in the River Province. Li Fuchen needed to understand more about the Saint Spirit continent. Otherwise, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack if he wanted to find Yan Qinggu and the others. Wu Fian didn't bring Wu Shi and Wu Zhuo back to the Tong clan. She arranged a large courtyard for them in the Azure River City. This courtyard was Wu Fian's personal property. As the days passed, Li Fuchen had a better understanding of the Saint Spirit continent. The Saint Spirit continent was a world of sects and clans. In the entire Saint Spirit continent, there were more than 50 saint sects and saint clans. Due to the massive size of the Saint Spirit continent, the law suppression was too horrific. The saint sects and clans might be powerful, but they weren't able to occupy too much territory. This was also the reason why the Saint Spirit continent was so chaotic. After all, there were too many factions and each faction had their own territory. It wasn't like the Emperor's Sky continent, which was controlled by the 7 elite Emperor-class factions. Within each of the elite Emperor-class factions' territories, there were rules. Anyone who dared to break the rules would be provoking the elite Emperor-class factions and would be easily eliminated. Unless the faction was as powerful as the Blood Sift Union or the Clan of Darkness, otherwise, no one would dare to act recklessly. As there were too many clans, those clans that were ranked top 100 on the Saint Spirit continent were all extremely powerful clans. For example, the Miao clan, Wu clan, and Tong clan were all top 100 clans and all of their ancestors had saints. In comparison, the Tong clan had the strongest foundation, followed by the Miao clan and the Wu clan. Of course, among the top 100 clans, there were plenty of clans that didn't have saints in their ancestors. As for whether there were saints in their ancestors, there was a huge difference. There might be some clans that were ranked at the top of the Saint Spirit continent and had extremely formidable experts on the Great Emperor rankings. But in terms of foundation, they wouldn't be comparable to clans that had saints in their ancestors. After a few thousand years, these clans might perish, but clans that had saints in their ancestors wouldn't perish so easily. After all, these clans were protected by Class 9 arrays and had plenty of trump cards. Even a saint faction wouldn't dare to say that they could eliminate them casually. No wonder the Wu clan's Wu Qinkang wants to seize power. After understanding the situation on the Saint Spirit continent, Li Fuchen understood. Clans that had saints in their ancestors would leave behind plenty of resources and trump cards. But no matter how many resources there were, it wasn't limitless and could only be provided for a limited number of people to cultivate. But who didn't want to become a saint? It was fine if Wu Shi and Wu Zhua's grandfather was still around, but now that their grandfather wasn't around, it was inevitable for people to have thoughts. After all, not everyone would look at the big picture and wholeheartedly contribute to the clan. After letting out a breath, Li Fuchen raised his brows and said, I didn't think that the Sacred Heart Park has such a high ranking. It is actually ranked 9th among the Saint sects on the Saint Spirit continent. The Saint Spirit continent had a total of 24 Saint sections. It was already very terrifying to be ranked 9th among the 24 Saint sections. They were basically the top-class overlords of the Saint Spirit continent. However, Li Fuchen didn't think of going to the Sacred Heart Park to look for Chu Qinyan as it wasn't necessary. After all, he didn't have any friendly relationship with Chu Qinyan. If he were to head to the Sacred Heart Park rashly, who knew what would happen? Azure River City, City Lord Residence. In the City Lord Residence's main hall, City Lord Tong Heng was seated on the host seat. Below him was an elder. Wu Xinhai, why are you looking for me? Tong Heng's expression didn't change. Wu Xinhai was Wu Chenkang's trusted aide. As for the Wu clan's matters, Tong Heng already knew about it. Xinhai is here to seek the city lord's help. Wu Xinhai cupped his fist. What help? Tong Heng asked. Wu Xinhai said, the Wu clan's descendants, Wu Shi and Wu Zhua are in this Azure River City. I wish to bring them back. I am not stopping you. Tong Heng said. Wu Xinhai shook his head. There is an incredible expert beside them. That person defeated our Wu clan's number 2 expert, Sword Rain Great Emperor, Wu Yu. Oh. He actually defeated the Sword Rain Great Emperor, Wu Yu? Tong Heng revealed a surprised expression. The Sword Rain Great Emperor was ranked 283rd on the Great Emperor rankings and Tong Heng was far from a match. Of course, if the Sword Rain Great Emperor dared to come to the Azure River City, even 10 Sword Rain Great Emperors wouldn't be a match for him. You want me to suppress him? That's right. Say it then. What price is your Wu clan prepared to pay? If the opposition didn't offer something that satisfied him, Tong Heng wouldn't make a move. After all, he wasn't suppressing a regular Great Emperor. He was suppressing an expert that was ranked top 300 or even top 200 on the Great Emperor rankings. It was all the same to Tong Heng. Wu Xinhai smiled and stated the price. Chapter 742. Phoenix Unicorn Water Garden was one of the more famous residential areas in Azure River City. In a courtyard of Phoenix Unicorn Water Park, Wu Fian was chatting with Wu Shi and Wu Zhua. Tong Qianshan was also present. Cici, Zhuozhua, don't worry. With your aunt here, you won't have to suffer anymore. Wu Fian promised. Thank you, aunt. Wu Shi nodded. Her eyes were a little red. She and Wu Zhuo were still children, but they had experienced many things that adults could not bear. Not only is your aunt here, but your uncle is also here. Tong Qianshan did his best to redeem his image. Humph. Wu Fian snorted coldly. There was a knock on the door from outside the courtyard. I'll go. Tong Qianshan stood up and walked over. Budweiser, why are you here? Who is this? Tong Qianshan opened the door and saw Tong Baiwei and an old man. Tong Baiwei said, Qianshan, no matter what happens later, don't interfere. This is the clan's decision. As he spoke, he led the old man into the yard. Tong Qianshan was at a loss as he closed the courtyard door. Wu Fian and the other two looked over. When they saw the old man, Wu Shi pointed at him and said in a trembling voice, Aunt, he's Wu Chenkang's man. He must be here to take us away. Wu Chenkang's men. Wu Fian's face darkened. The old man was naturally Wu Xinhai. He chuckled, Miss, young master, you are, after all, members of the Wu family. Please follow this old man back. We're not going back. Wu Zhuo unsheathed his sword, exuding an imposing aura. Unfortunately, his cultivation was too low and he was too young. No one cared about him at all. Wu Fian looked at Tong Baiwei and said, "Brother Baiwei, what do you mean?" Tong Baiwei's face was expressionless as he said indifferently, "Our Tong clan and the Wu clan are, after all, old friends. The Wu clan's matters are not our Tong clan's business. You don't have to worry about this matter, Fian." Wu Fian's eyes turned red as she unleashed her killing intent. Today, she would fight anyone who dared to take Wu Shi and Wu Zhuo away. "Wu Xinhai, you old fool." At this moment, the barbaric peak Great Emperor heard the commotion and rushed over with his subordinates. Tong Baiwei's eyes swept across as an invisible force suppressed the barbaric peak Great Emperor, causing this group of people to be unable to move or speak. As Tong Heng's grandson, even though Tong Baiwei could only control a portion of the array, it was enough to suppress any Great Emperor. Wu Xinhai smiled coldly. "We need to bring these people back as a warning to others." At this moment, how could Tong Qianshan not understand what was going on? "Brother Baiwei, Wu Shi and Wu Zhuo are my niece and nephew. Please let them go." Tong Qianshan stood in front of Wu Fian. Tong Baiwei said, "Qianshan, I told you earlier that this is the clan's decision. You and I can't change it." Tong Qianshan said anxiously, "I'll talk to the clan." "Not today." Just a moment ago, he said that he would not let Wu Shi and Wu Zhuo suffer. The next moment, he was slapped in the face. How could he accept this? Moreover, he did not want Wu Fian to be sad. "Qianshan, there's nothing for you to do here. And Fian, there's nothing for you to do either. Stay at the side." Tong Baiwei had no time to waste with the two of them and directly suppressed them. "He, young lady, young master, follow me back." Wu Xinhai walked towards Wu Shi and Wu Zhuo with a sinister smile. The two young fellows were shivering and had helpless expressions. As for Wu Fian, who was being suppressed, her eyes were about to crack and she was filled with grief and indignation. The Wu clan's hand is really long. Bang! There was an explosion of blood mist and Wu Xinhai was instantly killed. In the backyard, Li Fuchen walked over slowly. Tong Baiwei's eyes contracted. It was too fast. Li Fuchen's attack was as fast as a spark and he wasn't able to protect Wu Xinhai in time. Now that Wu Xinhai was dead, Tong Baiwei didn't know what to do. He couldn't possibly capture Wu Shi and Wu Zhuo personally and send them to the Wu clan, right? "Do you know that killing is prohibited in the Azure River City?" Tong Baiwei said in a deep voice. It didn't matter how the situation developed, Li Fuchen had already violated the rules by killing someone in the Azure River City. "So what if I killed someone?" Li Fuchen's hand silently produced a jade talisman. Presumptuous. Tong Baiwei waved his hand and the heaven and earth power surged unrestrainedly. The horrific array power pressed at Li Fuchen. Tong Heng was the Azure River City Lord and was everyone's senior. If he came over, he would be suspected of bullying the weak. However, it was different if Tong Baiwei came over. In Tong Heng's opinion, it didn't matter if he or Tong Baiwei came over. A Class 9 low-tier array was able to restrain a low-level saint. Even if it could only control a portion of the array, it was enough to suppress a great emperor. Bang boom. However, Tong Heng and Tong Baiwei had underestimated Li Fuchen's strength. When facing an incomplete Class 9 low-tier array, Li Fuchen circulated the Hand of Stars Qi power and burst out with horrific gravity law. The array power instantly distorted and collapsed. Go! Li Fuchen waved his hand and pulled Wu Shi, Wu Zhuo, the barbaric peak Great Emperor, and the others over. Subsequently, Li Fuchen crushed the jade talisman in his hand. Swish! There was a dazzling radiance as Li Fuchen and the others vanished without a trace. Quasi-Class 9 10,000 miles teleportation talisman. Tong Baiwei had an extremely gloomy expression. Teleportation talismans had different grades and then the teleportation distance. Logically, the Quasi-Class 9 teleportation talisman shouldn't be able to tear a Class 9 low-tier teleportation array. However, Tong Baiwei wasn't able to fully control the array and Li Fuchen was too powerful, he was actually able to repel the array power. In the wilderness that was a few thousand miles away from the Azure River City, a light descended and Li Fuqian and the others appeared. The 10,000 miles teleportation talisman could only teleport 10,000 miles. The Saint Spirit continent might have a powerful void storm, but the chances of encountering a void storm within 10,000 miles were too low and were almost negligible. Of course, no one would construct a teleportation array that could only teleport 10,000 miles as it was too wasteful. It is fortunate that I obtained a quasi-class 9 10,000 miles teleportation talisman from the Flying Silver Island. Li Fuqian was silently rejoicing. This quasi-class 9 10,000 miles teleportation talisman was one of his spoils of war. We cannot stay in the Azure River City anymore. The Tong clan and Wu clan have obviously come to an agreement. Li Fuqian said. The barbaric peak Great Emperor nodded. I should have thought of it. The Tong clan values the Wu clan and not a single member of the Wu clan. What about my aunt? Wu Shi asked with concern. The barbaric peak Great Emperor said, your aunt is a member of the Tong clan. She won't be in any danger. After letting out a sigh, Li Fuqian looked at Wu Zhuo and said, you have the 9-star sword Dao bone frame and have exceptional innate talents. I am also rather accomplished in the sword Dao. I wonder if you are willing to acknowledge me as your master. If Wu Zhuo wasn't willing to acknowledge him as a master, Li Fuqian would leave after making arrangements for Wu Zhuo. Of course, if Wu Zhuo was willing to acknowledge him as a master, Li Fuqian would have to bring Wu Zhuo along. Young Master Wu Zhuo, hurry up and agree. The barbaric peak Great Emperor was delighted. Wu Zhuo might have the 9-star sword Dao bone frame and was destined to become a saint in the future, but that was at least a few decades or a century later. Right now, Li Fuqian's sword Dao achievement was something that Wu Zhuo couldn't even catch up to. Disciple Wu Zhuo is willing. Even without the barbaric peak Great Emperor's reminder, Wu Zhuo knew that this was a rare opportunity. He quickly knelt down and performed a disciple's greeting. He might only be 7 years old, but he had an innate sensitivity towards sword Dao. The battle between Li Fuqian and the Sword Rain Great Emperor had already left a deep impression in Wu Zhuo's heart. Li Fuqian smiled and nodded. Master, what about my elder sister? Wu Zhuo looked at Wu Shi as he wasn't willing to be separated from his elder sister. Li Fuqian said, Wu Shi, are you willing to become my right-hand disciple? Disciple Wu Shi is willing. Wu Shi had a delighted expression. She might only be a right-hand disciple, but as long as she could be together with her younger brother, she would be satisfied. All right, you shall follow me from now on. Wu Shi's aptitude was inferior, but she was still an 8-star bone frame and was still able to be a right-hand disciple. With the peak grade airship, Li Fuqian and the others quickly left the Azure River City and flew deeper into the Saint Spirit continent, Azure River City, City Lord residence. Tong Heng didn't have a great expression. If he knew that Tong Baiwei wasn't capable, he would have gone to suppress Li Fuqian even if he was going to be known as a bully. They shouldn't have escaped far. Tong Baiwei said. Tong Heng said, so what if they can catch up? Even the Sword Rain Great Emperor isn't a match. Who in my Tong clan is a match? The Tong clan didn't have any experts in the top 100 of the Great Emperor rankings, they only had one expert in the top 200. Furthermore, he wasn't in the Azure River City. Then what should we do? Tong Baiwei wasn't willing to accept it. After all, Li Fuqian escaped from his hands. Tong Heng said, leave this matter to the Wu clan. They should have a way to track him. After leaving the city, individual strength was the most important. Otherwise, there was no need to discuss anything. Silver airship, inside the cultivation room. Wu Shi and Wu Zhuo were standing there. Li Fuqian asked the duo, what sword arts have you learned? Execute them for me to see. Li Fuqian wanted to see the duo's talent in sword Dao. Let me go first. Wu Shi first displayed a set of relatively beautiful sword techniques. Li Fuqian nodded. No wonder they came from a clan that used swords. Such sword Dao talent was truly rare and precious. Next, it was Wu Zhuo's turn. Wu Zhuo's sword Dao talent surprised Li Fuqian. In his entire life, he had never seen someone with such great sword Dao talent. The 9-star sword Dao bone frame was indeed worthy of being called the 9-star sword Dao bone frame. It was truly rare. Sword Dao is a postnatal Dao. Everyone's sword Dao is different, but the sword Dao has to follow the heaven Dao. Therefore, it will eventually converge. The two of you have rather good sword Dao talent, but it is because of your good sword Dao talent that you need to build a solid foundation. Only then will you be able to develop well in the future. Li Fuchen didn't know if he could teach his disciple well, but he knew that foundation was of utmost importance. Even though the two of them had learned a few sword arts, their foundation was still lacking. From his storage bag, Li Fuchen took out a few hundred manuals. These manuals were all low-tier, yellow-class sword arts. Li Fuchen spent an entire night to write them out. Next, the two of you will have to learn all of these sword arts and you must learn them to perfection. I will test the two of you then. Li Fuchen said. Yes, master. Wu Shi and Wu Zhuan nodded and were filled with enthusiasm. Time elapsed quickly. The siblings were learning yellow-class low-tier sword arts, while Li Fuchen was studying his primary extreme sword art. As compared to the body refinement Dao, his sword Dao was still too shallow. Chapter 743. Half a month later, Li Fuchen didn't create the first move of the primary extreme sword art. Instead, he pushed the primary extreme sword technique to the 41st rank. If Li Fuchen were to fight with the Sword Rain Great Emperor again, he was 100% confident that he could make the Sword Rain Great Emperor stay. A few days later, the group arrived in the vicinity of the Lu River city, but Li Fuchen didn't plan to enter the city. It was too dangerous to enter the city in the river province. Once he entered the city, it was the same as entering someone else's territory. Outside the city, Li Fuchen didn't fear anyone below the saints. Even if he wanted to enter the city, he had to do it outside the river province. When the primary extreme sword technique reached the 41st rank, Li Fuchen finally had some inspiration. The primary extreme sword technique was the root of the primary extreme sword art. Once the root was grown, it would be easier for a towering tree to grow. In the cultivation room, Li Fuchen used his finger as a sword and couldn't help but practice. After practicing for a long time, there was a burst of inspiration as Li Fuchen pointed at the void with his sword finger. This finger didn't use any sword energy or sword intent, it was just a simple finger. But Wu Zhuo, who was born with the 9-star sword Dao bone frame, felt a fluctuation in the heaven and earth sword Dao law. It felt as though it was responding to Li Fuchen's finger. Such an incredible sword art. Wu Zhuo's eyes were filled with admiration. Wu Clan, a bunch of trash. After knowing that the Sword Rain Great Emperor was defeated and Wu Xinhai died a miserable death, Wu Qinkang was enraged. Leave this matter to me. I am rather interested in this swordsman. He might be able to improve my sword Dao to the next level. Beside him, Sword Extinction, Wu Qingjue said slowly. Alright, I shall leave this matter to you. This is the Spirit Needle. Even if they escape to the ends of the world, they will not be able to escape the Spirit Needle's guidance. Wu Qinkang handed Wu Qingjue a palm-sized metal disc. Wu Qinkang was a meticulous person. Before he decided to seize power, he tampered with the Wu clan's array and intercepted a wisp of qi presence from everyone in the Wu clan. With this wisp of qi presence, no one would be able to escape. After keeping the Spirit Needle, Wu Qingjue flashed and left. A voice echoed in Wu Qinkang's ears, 3 months later, bring back their heads. The primary extreme sword art is the sword art that is closest to the origin of the sword Dao. Its ultimate state is the origin sword art. The first move must have a strong intent, otherwise, it will affect the subsequent moves. The intention might seem unimportant, but it would affect the direction and upper limit of a sword technique. Of course, Li Fuchen couldn't come up with ideas without thinking. For example, making the primary extreme sword art's first move have the power to destroy the universe was obviously too ambitious and unrealistic. The creation difficulty would be at an unimaginable level, and with Li Fuchen's current sword Dao attainment, it was impossible. Not only did the first move have to be profound, but it also had to be precise. If there weren't these problems, Li Fuchen would have already created the first move of the primary extreme sword art. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen had the sword heart and was constantly resonating with the sword Dao law in heaven and earth. The deepest layer of inspiration was gathering in his mind, deducing in his spirit soul and glowing in his thoughts. On this day, Li Fuchen pointed with his finger again. The sword Dao law in the world started to fluctuate violently. Wu Zhuo's eyes lit up. Based on his innate sensitivity towards the sword Dao, he could feel that his master's attainments in the sword Dao were getting higher and higher. In that instant, he felt that he had left his original world and arrived in a world of the sword Dao. It was a pure sword Dao world, and as far as the eye could see, it was boundless and majestic. To be serious, the Void Heaven Sword world wasn't considered a pure sword Dao world. Because the Void Heaven Sword world contained the Void Law. A pure sword Dao world would only have sword Dao law and nothing else. Li Fuchen's first move of the primary extreme sword art was the intention of using the world as the source. 1 week, half a month, in Li Fuchen's mind, countless sword arts were flowing and countless sword Dao laws were intertwining. Due to the fact that he was still some distance away from creating the first move of the primary extreme sword art, the sword Dao Qi presence was emitted and actually produced all sorts of anomalies. Some people saw that the peak-grade silver airship in the sky had turned into a giant flying sword. Some people felt as though they saw a mirage. Some people felt as though they saw a sea of swords. Primary extreme sword art, boundless and limitless. Return to the origin, world within a world. On this day, Li Fuchen suddenly opened his eyes and shot out boundless sword lights from his eyes. Swish! Li Fuchen flew out of the silver airship and arrived above the sea of clouds. At this moment, in his mind, countless sword arts had fused into one and countless sword Dao laws were completed. There was a shocking sword intent that burst out, causing the sky to change colors and the sun and moon to dim down. At the same time, the sword Dao laws within a radius of a few thousand miles surged towards Li Fuchen. Qi! Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword and thrust into the void. Roar! In the void, there were countless sword cries. It felt as though a sea of swords was roaring and tumbling. This place had suddenly turned into a sword Dao world. The Saint Spirit Continent's heaven and earth law had temporarily retreated. The Saint Spirit Continent's heaven and earth law was extremely firm. In order to make it retreat, the difficulty was 10 times or 100 times harder than the Emperor Sky Continent. Sensing the countless sword Dao laws appearing and disappearing, Li Fuchen lowered his head and pondered for a moment before he slowly lifted his head. This move shall be called the Sword Sea Horizon. The Sword Sea Horizon was a pure sword Dao world, and this was something the Void Heaven Sword world couldn't compare with. With the primary extreme sword technique and the primary extreme sword art, Li Fuchen believed that his strength had at least doubled. If he was to fight with the Sword Rain Great Emperor, he was absolutely confident that he could instantly kill the Sword Rain Great Emperor. Congratulations, Master, for reaching completion of the Sword Dao. After returning to the silver airship, Wu Shi and Wu Zhuo quickly congratulated. Li Fuchen smiled and said, "It isn't considered completion, it is just a minor accomplishment." In order to reach completion of the Sword Dao, one would need to create a heaven-class peak-tier sword art. Even a saint would have a hard time creating a heaven-class peak-tier martial art. If a saint possessed a heaven-class peak-tier martial art, that saint would definitely be considered an extremely formidable saint. Generally speaking, a saint would only be close to the extremity of the martial Dao. Benefactor's sword Dao talent is too high. Even the Wu clan's #1 expert, Sword Extinction, Wu Qingjue, wouldn't be comparable to Benefactor in terms of sword Dao talent. I reckon that only the top few sword Dao Great Emperors would be able to compete with Benefactor. The barbaric peak Great Emperor was filled with emotions and excitement. With Li Fuchen around, they didn't need to be afraid of Wu Qingjue. Speak of the devil. 1 month later, Wu Qingjue had caught up. Do you think you can just leave after seizing my Wu clan's peak-grade silver airship? A figure that was as straight as a sword blocked the path of the peak-grade silver airship. Sword extinction, Wu Chenjue. The barbaric peak great emperor's expression changed. Li Fuchen walked off the airship and asked, "You are the Wu clan's #1 expert?" Li Fuchen was able to create the primary extreme sword art's first move, Sword Sea Horizon, because of the inspiration from the Sword Rain Great Emperor, Wu Yu. Now that there was an even more incredible sword extinction, Wu Chenjue, Li Fuchen was naturally excited. You still have a chance to commit suicide now. Wu Chenjue stood with his hands behind his back. His long and narrow eyes were emitting a biting cold radiance. Commit suicide? You overestimate yourself. I wonder if the Wu clan can still maintain a high profile after killing you. He could spare the Sword Rain Emperor, but he would definitely kill Wu Chenjue. Even if he had to use his physique refinement strength, he wouldn't hesitate. If he didn't guess wrongly, the Wu clan must have intercepted the aura presences of the barbaric peak great emperor and the others. Therefore, even if they fled to the ends of the world, the Wu clan would still be able to catch up. Since that was the case, he had to sever the sharpest sword of the Wu clan. Death is at hand, yet you still don't know. Die. Wu Chenjue could see that Li Fuchen was very strong. In fact, if Li Fuchen could defeat the Sword Rain Great Emperor, Wu Yu, it meant that Li Fuchen's strength was already extremely close to Wu Chenjue. However, the 283rd rank of the Great Emperor rankings and the top 100 ranks of the Great Emperor rankings had a huge difference. If Wu Chenjue was willing, he could take the Sword Rain Great Emperor's life within 100 moves. A sword appeared in Wu Chenjue's hand as he brandished it. Countless sword lights were shot at Li Fuchen. These sword lights were filled with a sword intent that could destroy everything. They were like sword lights from hell. The moment an expert made a move, it would be clear whether or not there was a real expert. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up and he too brandished his sword. Kacha kacha kacha, there was the sound of the void shattering. The space between the duo had turned into ruins of laws and everything had turned into nothingness. Li Fuchen and Wu Chenjue, who were at the edge of the ruins, were like gods of the sword as they stood there unmoving. Wu Chenjue stared at Li Fuchen closely. No wonder you can defeat Wu Yu. You have such strength, but it isn't enough. I shall let you know why I, Wu Chenjue, am known as the Sword Extinction. Extinguish life and death, limitlessly emotionless. Wu Chenjue spun the artifact sword in his hand and it felt as though he had turned into a sword. Countless terrifying sword lights were shot out from his body and his entire body was glowing. Without a doubt, Wu Chenjue's sword Dao proficiency was also close to extremity. But if they were both close to extremity, the difference would be extremely huge. It was very normal for the difference between the strong and the weak to be 100 or even 1,000 times. It was just like speed. At the start, the increase would be very fast, but the closer one was to the limit of speed, the difference would be limitless. Just in time. After creating the primary extreme sword art's first move, Sword Sea Horizon, Li Fuchen's sword Dao had definitely improved greatly. All of his previous sword moves had reached a new level. Seeing Wu Chenjue's attack, Li Fuchen's sword trembled and produced countless afterimages. Immediately after, countless meteors burst out. Sword move. Meteor fall. The sword lights and meteors clashed. Li Fuchen and Wu Chenjue's figures quickly clashed too. The battle between Li Fuchen and the Sword Rain Great Emperor was still traceable and the barbaric peak Great Emperor was more or less able to see some mysteries. However, the battle between Li Fuchen and Wu Chenjue wasn't mysterious at all. When one closed their eyes, there would be a constant sound of slicing. It was the sound of the sword Dao Law being sliced. The duo were frenziedly slicing at each other's sword Dao Law and were also looking for flaws. Extinguish life and death, extinguish life and death. At the climax of the battle, Wu Chenjue burst out with his kill move. In the chaotic void, there was a dazzling sword ring. Just by looking at the sword ring, the barbaric peak Great Emperor could feel his vitality slipping away and his spirit soul sinking. This was a sword move that was sure to kill. Once he was surrounded by it, he wouldn't be able to control his life and death. Sword See Horizon. A clear voice echoed in the world and the sword ring was suddenly destroyed. Immediately after, the barbaric peak Great Emperor saw countless bloody holes appearing on Wu Qingjue's body. This? The barbaric peak Great Emperor's eyes widened. Chapter 744. The sword See Horizon was too powerful. When the sword was brandished, Li Fuchen could do as he pleased. Wu Qingjue's sword intent couldn't even protect himself as it was shattered. A blood shadow burst out and Wu Qingjue quickly retreated. His speed had reached an astounding speed. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. How could he not see that Wu Qingjue was wearing a heaven-class high-tier artifact armor? With this artifact armor, Li Fuchen's sword move was only able to injure Wu Qingjue lightly and the injuries looked horrific. As expected, the bloody holes on Wu Qingjue's body started to close up. Wu Qingjue lifted his head and stared at Li Fuchen with murderous intent. He had underestimated Li Fuchen. He had completely underestimated Li Fuchen. When Li Fuchen fought with Wu Yu, he definitely didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, Wu Yu would definitely be dead. While staring at Li Fuchen, Wu Qingjue said slowly, "I want you dead. You aren't able to do it." The sword intent of the sword See Horizon was condensing while Li Fuchen locked his eyes on Wu Qingjue. The Wu clan's foundation isn't something you can imagine. After finishing the statement, a ring on Wu Qingjue's right middle finger started to glow. Horrific power surged into Wu Qingjue's body, causing his chi presence to climb to a higher level. Heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact. Li Fuchen felt the power of a saint. Life and death extermination, merciless and limitless. Using the power of the heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact, Bright Saint Ring, Wu Qingjue wasn't able to execute his kill move. Because the kill move required perfect control of every bit of power and sword intent. Despite the case, the power of this sword move had already greatly surpassed the power of the kill move. It was just like a saint's attack. The sword light that carried the power to destroy everything suddenly attacked. Li Fuchen felt as though a sun had appeared in front of him. The dazzling radiance made him unable to open his eyes. His entire body and all of his vitality had been locked by the sword chi. If Li Fuchen stopped here, he would be turned into nothingness by this sword move and not a single trace of vitality would be left. Sword See Horizon. Li Fuchen countered with a sword move. The boundless sword prowess enveloped the sword prowess that was radiating with boundless radiance. In the sky, there were intense flashes of radiance. It was unknown how many times it was created and extinguished in an instant. Everyone had lost their judgment of light and darkness. Boom! Li Fuchen was sent flying. If it wasn't for his body refinement strength, he would have been dead by now. With the support from the heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact, Wu Qingjue was a half-saint. Master! Wu Shi and Wu Zhuo screamed through the transparent walls of the silver airship. It is your honor to die under my sword. Wu Qingjue sneered. Under the influence of the sword intent, he looked cruel and cold-blooded. What a heaven-grade high-rank artifact. Si Li and Li Fuchen was Chen who was standing in without damage. Fuchen he said. Chen said. Wu. Although the other party's sword was unbelievably strong, under the sword See Horizon's counterattack, it could not even break through the law force field on the surface of his body, not to mention injuring his star immortal body. Li let out, Fuchen's long as he Wu. Circulated. Li Wu in. He the Wu. In fact, Wu Qingjue had a heaven-grade high-tier artifact, and so did he. This cardinal artifact was the Skull Great Emperor's White Bone Saint Crown. But the White Bone Saint Crown's power had a huge conflict with Li Fuchen's own power, therefore, he didn't think of refining it. It seems like you have some artifacts too. But so what? In front of a heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact, everything is useless. Wu Qingjue knew how precious a heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact was. Apart from the ancient aristocratic clans and sects, there were no traces of heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifacts. When the sword was executed, the dazzling and destructive sword prowess attacked again. Wu Qingjue, it is a pity that my strongest move isn't the sword Dao, it is the body refinement Dao. When facing the sword prowess that felt like it was going to devour the world, Li Fuchen executed a palm strike. This palm strike was boundless and felt like it came from the depths of the universe. It was going to destroy the stars and cleave the sun and moon. Wu Qingjue's sword prowess might be able to devour the world, but as compared to the universe, it was like a drop in the ocean and wasn't worth mentioning. Swish! The sword prowess was split apart and a palm print blasted on Wu Qingjue's body, instantly turning him into a bloody mess. No! Wu Qingjue was stunned. He didn't understand how Li Fuchen's strength could be so powerful. Even the top 10 rankers on the Great Emperor rankings were inferior. Flee! The bright saint ring was pushed to the limits and a sacred light enveloped Wu Qingjue before shooting into the distance. Do you think you can escape? Li Fuchen executed another palm strike. The palm prowess ignored the distance between them and blasted on Wu Qingjue's body. Bang! There was an explosion of blood and Wu Qingjue had instantly perished. Li Fuchen's body refinement was already at the completion level of Law Phase Realm and was equivalent to the 9th level of Law Phase Realm in Qi cultivation. Furthermore, his body refinement Dao was invincible in the same realm. It wasn't a lie, it was the truth. When complemented with the tyrannical hand of Star, it was already incredible that Wu Qingjue wasn't killed on the first palm strike. Once Li Fuchen executed the second palm strike, Wu Qingjue wouldn't be able to survive. Li Fuchen extended his hand and pulled all of Wu Qingjue's belongings into his hand. Master 1. Yay! Wu Shi and Wu Zhua high-fived and cheered. Dual cultivation of sword and body refinement. The barbaric peak Great Emperor was shocked. Li Fuchen's strength had definitely exceeded the limits of a Great Emperor. He wasn't sure what level Li Fuchen was at, but he had a feeling that Li Fuchen wasn't inferior to the top 10 of the Great Emperor rankings. With such strength, Li Fuchen could dominate the Saint Spirit continent. If a saint didn't appear, Li Fuchen would be nearly invincible. Young master and young lady truly followed an incredible master. The barbaric peak Great Emperor wasn't a fool and knew clearly that with Li Fuchen's proficiency, it was almost certain that Li Fuchen would become a saint. Wu Clan, once Wu Qingjue died, his soul tablet had also shattered. The deacon that was guarding the soul hall felt his legs go soft and nearly fainted. Not good, the soul tablet has shattered, the second master's soul tablet has shattered. Wu Qinkong was the patriarch and as the younger brother of the patriarch, Wu Qingjue was naturally the second master. The upper echelons of the Wu clan had rushed over after receiving the news. When they saw that Wu Qingjue's soul tablet had shattered, they looked as though they had lost their souls. Wu Qingjue was even more important to the Wu clan than Wu Qinkong. In fact, it was all thanks to Wu Qingjue that Wu Qinkong was able to seize the authority. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to become the patriarch. It could be said that Wu Qingjue was the Wu clan's cornerstone and the Wu clan's signboard. Once Wu Qingjue died, the Wu clan wouldn't decline rapidly, but it wasn't any better either. In the past, whenever the Wu clan was mentioned, everyone would mention sword extinction, Wu Qingjue. Who wouldn't give face to anyone below the saints? Right now, the sword reign Great Emperor, Wu Yu, wasn't able to hold up such a huge facade. Qingjue. Wu Qinkong's voice was mournful and heartbroken. Half of it was because of their brotherly relationship, while the other half was because of other reasons. Who is it? Who killed Qingjue? Wu Qinkong gritted his teeth and his eyes were red. He didn't think that Li Fuchen killed Wu Qingjue, something must have happened along the way. It was a pity that he didn't know anything. On this day, the Wu clan was unprecedentedly silent. On the silver airship, Li Fuchen sized up the ring on his hand. This ring had a simple and imposing design and contained a trace of Heaven Dao presence. Anything that contained the Heaven Dao presence was definitely a great item. So this ring is called the Bright Saint Ring. After extending his spiritual awareness inside, Li Fuchen found out the name of the ring. The bright saint ring contained extreme pure yang energy. This pure yang energy was almost equivalent to the qi of a saint that cultivated the pure yang Dao. It was truly blazing and boundless. It was fortunate that Wu Qingjue didn't cultivate the pure yang Dao, otherwise, with the support of the bright saint ring, it wouldn't be so easy for Li Fuchen to defeat Wu Qingjue, let alone kill him. This bright saint ring is much better than the white bone saint crown. I shall refine it first. The white bone saint crown was too evil and wasn't suitable for Li Fuchen. If it was the skull great emperor, it would take at least a few dozen years to refine the bright saint ring. But in Li Fuchen's hands, the bright saint ring was refined in just a week. With a flash, Li Fuchen flew out of the silver airship and arrived at a high altitude. Boom! After activating the bright saint ring, Li Fuchen instantly felt a horrific pure yang energy pouring into his body. At this moment, Li Fuchen felt his strength rising steadily from the 6th level of Law Phase Realm to the peak level of 9th level of Law Phase Realm. It was an increase of 3 to 4 levels of strength. His body felt like it was inflated and he had endless strength and energy. As expected, I am unable to execute the Void Heaven Sword World and Sword Sea Horizon. Li Fuchen felt that his control of his power and sword intent wasn't perfect anymore. The Void Heaven Sword World and Sword Sea Horizon required perfect control of one's power before they could be executed. But it is already incredible. Li Fuchen pointed at the void with his sword finger. There was a burst of dazzling radiance and it felt as though the void was pierced through. With the support of the bright saint ring, the meteor fall's power had reached an extremely horrifying level. Even Li Fuchen felt extreme pressure from the sword prowess that froze time and space. Unknowingly, the group had left the River Province, passed the Southern Cloud Province and arrived at the Strange Mountain Province. The Strange Mountain Province had many strange mountains. Due to the complicated terrain, this place was filled with filth and it was considered a rather chaotic province. Half Mountain City was a city that was built on a mountain peak. At a glance, it was a majestic mountain peak. From the waist of the mountain to the peak, it was filled with city buildings, pavilions, and tall towers. It might be smaller than a city on flat land, but it was much more flourishing and flourishing. We have been traveling for a few months. Let's rest here for a period of time. Li Fuchen kept the silver airship and led the group into Half Mountain City. Have you heard? There is going to be a massive auction recently. I heard that all sorts of heaven-class high-tier artifacts will be appearing. On the street, Li Fuchen heard everyone discussing and paid attention to a sentence. Auction, huh? Li Fuchen was planning to auction off his white bone saint crown and some other useless items too. On the Emperor's Sky Continent and the Saint Spirit Continent, Li Fuchen had killed plenty of people and naturally had plenty of spoils of war. Chapter 745. After finding an inn to stay in, Li Fuchen and the others first had a feast. During these few days on the silver airship, they had been eating rations and everyone was rather frugal. If they couldn't even satisfy their appetite, then what was the point of cultivation? After finishing the feast, it was already nighttime. Outside the city, there were roars of beasts and howls of ghosts. It was abnormally horrifying. On the next morning, Li Fuchen arrived at the auction hall where the auction was going to be held. Dear customer, may I ask what business do you have? An attendant of the auction hall welcomed Li Fuchen. I wish to auction something. Call your supervisor over. Li Fuchen said. The attendant didn't immediately call for the supervisor. Instead, he said, this auction is of a very high standard. We won't accept regular items. The base price must be at least 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. What about this item? Li Fuchen took out a few heaven-class mid-tier equipment. The Saint Spirit Continent might be flourishing with martial Dao, but there were too many monks and not enough gruel. Heaven-class equipment were in high demand. Even a regular heaven-class low-tier equipment would cost at least a few thousand or 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Heaven-class mid-tier equipment would cost at least 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. Normally, equipment stores would only sell Heaven-class low-tier equipment. Heaven-class mid-tier equipment would only be sold in top-notch equipment stores. Furthermore, they would basically be sold as soon as they appeared. Enough, it is enough. The attendant quickly went to call for the supervisor. This auction hall was called the Long Rainbow Auction Hall, and it was one of the properties of the Long Rainbow Merchant Guild. The Long Rainbow Merchant Guild was renowned in the entire Saint Spirit continent and was backed by a Saint clan. In just a short moment, a middle-aged supervisor with a short beard and a rather dark complexion walked over. He was at the 9th level of Law Phase realm. "This friend, my family name is Wang. Please come in." Manager Wang invited Li Fuchen into the small conference room. "All right." Li Fuchen followed in. "Friend, take out all your treasures." Manager Wang smiled and said. Clang. Li Fuchen took out a huge pile of items. Manager Wang narrowed his eyes. This was a little too much. He had seen plenty of people who came to auction their items, but it wasn't even 10% of what Li Fuchen had. After a short moment, Manager Wang set a base price for these items, and it was a total of 15 million high-grade spirit stones. It also meant that the auction hall would have to pay Li Fuchen 15 million high-grade spirit stones first. If the items were sold at a higher price, they would have to pay Li Fuchen the subsequent earnings. Of course, the auction hall would also have to collect handling fees. Li Fuchen originally thought that this was the end, but who knew that Li Fuchen would take out another artifact? This treasure was the Heaven-grade high-rank secret treasure, the Holy White Bone Crown. Heaven-grade high-rank secret treasure. Steward Wang's eyes widened and his breathing quickened. Heaven-grade high-tier secret treasures were treasures that even great emperors would go crazy for. If a regular great emperor had a Heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact, they would be able to squeeze into the great emperor rankings. In fact, they might even be ranked at the top. If a great emperor on the great emperor rankings obtained a Heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact, their ranking would easily increase by 10-folds. It wasn't exaggerating to say that a Heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact was several times more valuable than Li Fuchen's previous treasures. At this moment, Manager Wang had the intention to kill and seize the artifact. In fact, he had done it before, but he knew how to judge the person. There were some people he could kill and some he couldn't. Li Fuchen obviously wasn't someone to be trifled with, and Manager Wang wasn't able to deal with him. But this was the auction hall, and if Manager Wang wanted to forcefully deal with Li Fuchen, he was confident he could deal with Li Fuchen. For a moment, Manager Wang lowered his eyes and had a gloomy expression. Li Fuchen leisurely took a sip of tea. Since he dared to come to the auction hall, he had already made all sorts of preparations. If Manager Wang dared to do anything foolish, Li Fuchen would immediately kill him and leave the auction hall. Li Fuchen believed that with his strength, even if he was trapped by a Class 9 low-tier array, he wouldn't be captured without putting up a fight. This was his greatest reliance. After a long time, Manager Wang let out a breath and said slowly, "This cardinal artifact's base price is 30 million high-grade spirit stones." It also meant that the auction hall had to pay Li Fuchen an advance of 45 million high-grade spirit stones. It was 45 million. When the auction ended, 45 million might become 145 million, or even 245 million. It was an astronomical figure, which was equivalent to the wealth of dozens of ordinary great emperors. Li Fuchen shook his head. "It is too low. I want an advance of 60 million high-grade spirit stones." He didn't believe that these items wouldn't be able to be auctioned for 60 million high-grade spirit stones. "This is against the rules," Manager Wang said. "Rules are set by humans. Furthermore, you said the base price and it is whatever you want. It is obvious that I am at a disadvantage." Li Fuchen wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to get the follow-up income, but just in case, he still wanted to get a higher advance. "I cannot make the decision for this matter. I will go and invite the chief manager." Every auction house had a chief steward. "All right." While speaking, Li Fuchen extended his spiritual awareness. After 15 minutes, the small conference room's door opened. Including Manager Wang, a total of 4 individuals walked in. They were an elder with a ruddy complexion and sharp eyes. There were also 2 middle-aged men with reserved chi presences. Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile. This chief manager was obviously a great emperor, but Li Fuchen paid attention to the 2 middle-aged men. Their chi presences weren't inferior to the Black Hatchet Great Emperor. In fact, no one knew how many great emperors there were on the Saint Spirit continent. The great emperor rankings weren't that accurate either. There would always be people who weren't willing to be famous. Apart from the top rankers on the great emperor rankings, the rest of the rankings were basically insignificant. Heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact. Is it yours? The chief manager pointed at the white bone saint crown and asked. Isn't it obvious? Apart from mine, who else is it? Li Fuchen didn't speak politely, mainly because the chief manager asked a question. How can you speak to the chief manager? One of the 2 middle-aged men stood up and questioned. You don't have the right to interrupt. Li Fuchen glared and burst out with horrific chi prowess. The 2 of them were sent flying and crashed into the wall of the small conference room. The wall might have the support of an array, but there were still some cracks. SS. Manager Wang took a deep breath of cold air. The 2 of them were the protectors of the Long Rainbow Auction Hall. Even if their strength was on the Great Emperor rankings, they would be ranked in the top 8,000 or 9,000. If they couldn't even withstand Li Fuchen's chi prowess, then how strong was Li Fuchen? It seemed like he had to consider this carefully. The chief manager took a deep look at Li Fuchen and said with a smile, 60 million it is. You have great skills, we were too reckless. Li Fuchen said indifferently, I don't mind you having such thoughts, but you better think thrice before you act. Otherwise, I don't mind turning this place into a river of blood. Hearing the statement, the chief manager's face turned slightly pale. He could feel a murderous intent that was as deep as the galaxy from Li Fuchen. He could imagine the consequences if Li Fuchen was infuriated. His Long Rainbow Auction Hall might have a trump card, but who knew if it would be useful? He didn't dare to take the risk. Just like that, the Long Rainbow Auction Hall simply paid Li Fuchen an advance of 60 million. After Li Fuchen left, the chief manager's face turned dark. He is rather arrogant. Chief manager, what are we going to do next? Manager Wang asked. Observe quietly and remember not to act recklessly. Chapter 746. The following days were quite leisurely. Li Fuchen would occasionally give pointers to Wu Zhua and Wu Shi while strolling around Half Mountain City during the rest of the time. On this day, Li Fuchen was seated near the window of the tea house. He asked the barbaric Peak Great Emperor who killed Wu Zhua's parents. No matter what, since he had become their master, he had to bear their hopes of revenge. The reason why Zhang Xian didn't ask about it earlier was because he was busy creating the primary extreme swordsmanship, and he didn't want to be distracted. The barbaric Peak Great Emperor sighed and said, It's the Saint Clan, the High Clan. The High Clan had only become a Saint Clan in recent years. In the early years, the High Clan had enmity with the Wu Clan, especially with the previous clan head. Hence, when a saint appeared in the High Clan, the first thing they wanted to do was to take revenge. However, the Wu Clan had the protection of the Class 9 low-tier array, and it was impossible for the High Clan to eradicate the Wu Clan. It was just that Wu Zhua and Wu Shi were pitiful as they had lost their grandfather and parents at an early age. A low-level saint? Li Fuchen didn't have the confidence to fight with a saint. He might be able to exchange a palm strike with a low-level demonic beast overlord, but at the same realm, a saint was much stronger than a demonic beast overlord. Soon, the auction began. Normally, a city would have a few dozen great emperors. However, on the day of the auction, there were more than 100 great emperors. Many of them were famous great emperors. Look, it's the sky-shattering great emperor. The Sky-Rend Great Emperor is ranked top 800 on the Great Emperor rankings. I didn't expect him to be nearby. Yu Huang is here as well. Her ranking is even higher compared to the sky-shattering Great Emperor. The Knight of the Saint Spirit Continent could only hinder those ordinary people. For the Great Emperors, there was almost no danger at night unless they were unlucky enough to encounter a beastkin Great Emperor or a top demon overlord. Therefore, the Great Emperors of a city would change every few years. When the auction was held, the surrounding Great Emperors would come after hearing the news. Just as the auction was about to begin, a heavyweight arrived. Hiss! Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. In their line of sight, a crimson-haired middle-aged man was walking toward them. As he took a step forward, everyone seemed to see an overwhelming sea of blood surging toward them, and they could not help but take a step back. Blood Emperor, ranked 57th on the Great Emperor rankings. His blood true technique was almost invincible. Li Fuqian and the barbaric Peak Great Emperor came to the auction together. In the VIP private room, the barbaric Peak Great Emperor looked outside and smacked his lips. There are so many Great Emperors. There are at least 500 to 600. He didn't have good eyesight like Li Fuqian. He was able to see through some chi presences, but he wasn't sure about those that didn't. Li Fuqian said, there are around 1,000 of them. As the auction house was filled to the brim, an auctioneer with a steady aura walked onto the stage. Pa! The auction hammer struck, and the auction officially began. This auction was undoubtedly very grand. There were thousands of items being auctioned, and there was no lack of treasures among them. 4 hours later, apart from the white bone saint crown, the rest of the items that Li Fuqian sent for the auction had been sold. Li Fuqian calculated and the total price was 48 million high-grade spirit stones. It was more than 3 times the reserve price. The 888th auction item is a heaven-class high-tier treasure saber, the Extreme Black Saber. The starting price is 5 million upper-grade spirit stones, and each increment must be no less than 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Once the Extreme Black Saber appeared, it instantly caused an uproar. Just like martial arts, heaven-class high-tier equipment were extremely precious. Heaven-class high-tier martial arts were crucial to becoming a great emperor, while heaven-class high-tier equipment were crucial to becoming a top-notch great emperor. As compared to heaven-class mid-tier equipment, heaven-class high-tier equipment was dozens of times more valuable. 2 million. 5 million, 6 million. 7 million. The Extreme Black Saber's price was constantly climbing like a rocket, 10 million. Li Fuqian raised his paddle. The barbaric Peak Great Emperor looked at Li Fuqian with a puzzled expression. Li Fuqian was a swordsman, why would he need a saber? Li Fuqian didn't explain as he wasn't buying the saber for himself. Yan Qinggu also used a saber and had a special liking for the Extreme Black Saber. Li Fuqian was planning to bid for it as a gift for her, 12 million. A vigorous voice rang out. It was the Sky-Rend Great Emperor. The Sky-Rend Great Emperor was also a saber wielder, but his saber was only a heaven-class mid-tier artifact saber. If he could obtain the Extreme Black Saber, his strength would definitely be in the top 500 or even the top 300, 15 million. Li Fuqian didn't lack high-grade spirit stones. Without including his future earnings, he already had more than 100 million high-grade spirit stones. 15 million wasn't considered much, 18 million. This brother, please give me, the Sky-Rend Great Emperor some face. The Sky-Rend Great Emperor's voice was transmitted into Li Fuqian's ears. The auction hall was originally isolated by an array to prevent anyone from being threatened and not daring to bid. It was a pity that the auction hall's array was only a quasi-class 9 array. The Sky-Rend Great Emperor was still able to transmit a message if he used a little strength. Li Fuqian ignored the Sky-Rend Great Emperor and bid 20 million. The Sky-Rend Great Emperor's face turned dark as he increased the bid to 21 million. This brother, there are some things that you can't keep even if you obtain them. Why don't you do me a favor? The Sky-Rend Great Emperor had to obtain the extreme black saber, but he didn't wish to spend too many high-grade spirit stones, 25 million. Li Fuchen immediately increased the bid by 4 million. Right now, the Sky-Rend Great Emperor didn't transmit a message anymore, but his heart was already filled with murderous intent. Since Li Fuchen didn't want his face, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Who is that person? He is so courageous to actually compete with the Sky-Rend Great Emperor. I have seen the person inside before. He seems to be only at the 6th level of Law Phase Realm. TSK, a 6th level Law Phase Realm actually dares to be so arrogant. Everyone was in heated discussions and whispering to each other. Ultimately, the extreme black saber was won by Li Fuchen, 889 auction item, Heaven Class High Tier Destiny Herb. There are plenty of people here who should be 7-star bone frames. With this Destiny Herb, they will be able to instantly reach the 8-star bone frame. Of course, 8-star bone frames can also consume the Destiny Herb to upgrade their bone frame to a higher level. Without further ado, the starting bid of the Destiny Herb is 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. There was no need to explain the preciousness of the Destiny Herb. Most of the people might be 8-star bone frames, but there was still a difference between 8-star bone frames and 8-star bone frames. The difference would be reflected in daily cultivation and perception. 600,000, 700,000. 750,000, the sounds of bids rang out incessantly. I didn't expect to encounter the Destiny Herb on the Saint Spirit continent. Li Fuchen smiled and raised his paddle to bid 5 million high-grade spirit stones. 5 million high-grade spirit stones had shocked everyone. Those 7-star bone frames didn't have so many high-grade spirit stones to bid, while the 8-star bone frames felt that 5 million high-grade spirit stones wasn't worth it. As for top-class great emperors like the Sky-Rend Great Emperor, their bone frames were already at the extremity of 8-star. Furthermore, they had consumed the Destiny Herb in the past and didn't feel any effects, therefore, they naturally wouldn't bid. Just like that, Li Fuchen obtained the Destiny Herb at a price of 5 million high-grade spirit stones. The auction was gradually coming to an end and the auction hall's atmosphere had reached the peak. During this period of time, a Heaven-class high-tier artifact armor appeared and was won by the Blood Emperor for 40 million high-grade spirit stones. Logically, a Heaven-class high-tier artifact armor's price shouldn't just be 40 million high-grade spirit stones, but the competitor was the Blood Emperor. Apart from the top 100 experts of the Great Emperor rankings, no one dared to offend the Blood Emperor. Even the Sky-Rend Great Emperor and Yu Huang had only bid a few times before giving up. Seeing that the auction was about to end, Li Fuchen's expression turned dark. As of now, the White Bone Saint crown still hadn't appeared. The auction hall might be planning to use the White Bone Saint crown as the finale item, but Li Fuchen felt that it wasn't that simple. I hope you don't force me. Li Fuchen let out a turbid breath and withdrew his murderous intent. As expected, even when the finale item was brought out, the White Bone Saint crown still wasn't seen. What a great long rainbow auction hall. Li Fuchen sneered while his eyes flickered with radiance. Make your preparations. At the backstage, the chief manager was on guard. He didn't believe that the auction hall's trump card wouldn't be able to deal with Li Fuchen. If it was any other item, they would think twice before bidding, but Heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifacts were too important and rarely appeared in auctions. Everyone would keep it for themselves and no one would auction it. After considering for a few days, the chief manager still decided to keep the White Bone Saint crown. The Long Rainbow Merchant Guild was backed by the Saint clan, the Gao clan. The Gao clan developed their merchant guild in order to collect rare artifacts to strengthen their clan. If the chief manager was to offer the White Bone Saint crown, he was certain that he would definitely be promoted. Let's go. Li Fuchen didn't make a move and left the auction hall with the Barbaric Peak Great Emperor. As for the Black Extreme Saber and Destiny Herb that were auctioned earlier, they had already been delivered to him after the prices were confirmed. Chief Manager, he has left. One of the individuals whispered into the chief manager's ear. It is good that he has left. Everyone can be harmonious. As the saying goes, harmony brings wealth. The chief manager let out a breath of relief while his eyes revealed a trace of pride. He might be a little suspicious, but Li Fuchen didn't seem like a person who was afraid of trouble. How could he just let the matter go? But so what? This was Half Mountain City, what else could Li Fuchen do? Even the Blood Emperor wouldn't act recklessly in the city. Of course, if the target was the Blood Emperor, the chief manager wouldn't offend him like this. After leaving the auction hall, Li Fuchen immediately led everyone out of the city. The reason why he didn't flip out during the auction was because he was worried he couldn't protect Wuxi, Wuzhua, and the others. After all, he didn't have the quasi-class 9 10,000 miles teleportation talisman. Even if he had it, he wouldn't take the risk. After exiting Half Mountain City, Li Fuchen asked the barbaric Peak Great Emperor and the others to wait for him outside. Wuzhua asked, Master, what are you doing? Killing people. While speaking, Li Fuchen entered the city again. At this moment, the auction had already ended and everyone was walking out. Li Fuchen sneered and walked in. Inside the auction hall, most of the people had left and the chief manager was making arrangements. Chief manager, he is here again. Who is it? The chief manager lifted his head and saw Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said indifferently, I said before to think before you do anything. Otherwise, I don't mind turning the Long Rainbow auction hall into a river of blood. It is a pity that you didn't take my words seriously. You dare. The chief manager yelled out and waved his hand. The auction hall's array revolved violently and the horrific array power pressed at Li Fuchen. Boom! The hand of Star circulated its chi power and burst out with chi spirit to blast the auction hall into smithereens. The so-called quasi-class 9 array was simply no different from tofu in front of Li Fuchen's attack. PFFF PFFF PFFF. Chapter 747. Li Fuchen's strength was extremely powerful. A single burst of strength was enough to cause a large number of Law Phase Realm Emperors to explode. Kill him. The chief manager staggered back and sat on the ground while yelling at the other protectors. With the addition of the 2 protectors that appeared earlier, the auction hall had a total of 8 protectors. Each of them was stronger than the other. The leader of the protectors was even stronger than the Red Star Joss chief. He brandished his spear and the spear was like a roaming dragon that swept at Li Fuchen. The other 7 protectors attacked from other directions. Li Fuchen grinned and walked forward casually as though he couldn't see the 8 of them attacking him. Kill! 8 attacks blasted at Li Fuchen from 8 different angles. Boom! It wasn't Li Fuchen that died, it was the 8 protectors. Their bodies instantly exploded into blood mist. With a wave of the hand, Manager Wang also exploded. Finally, Li Fuchen reached out and pulled the chief manager to his hand. Do you regret it? Li Fuchen asked. If you dare to kill me, the Long Rainbow Merchant Guild and the Gao clan will not let you off. You still have a chance to stop now. The chief manager put on a tough front while feeling weak inside. I am asking you, do you regret it? Li Fuchen looked at the chief manager as though he was looking at a dead man. The chief manager had collapsed. He wasn't just regretting, he was regretting so much that his intestines were turning green. If he knew that Li Fuchen was so powerful, he wouldn't dare to embezzle Li Fuchen's items even if he had 10 guts. It is useless to regret it. I said before, if you provoke me, this place will be filled with rivers of blood. Bang! The chief manager's body exploded. After keeping everything that should be kept, Li Fuchen flashed and flew out of the city. What is going on? Many of the people that didn't walk far felt the ground shaking. When they turned back, the entire auction hall had turned into ruins. This. Everyone gulped down their saliva and had an expression of disbelief. Their imaginations ran wild, and they thought that someone had destroyed the auction house and plundered its wealth. After all, the auction had just ended, and there were an unprecedented number of upper spirit stones. Judging from the scale of today's auction, there were at least 1 billion, if not 2 billion. As though to confirm their thoughts, a figure shot out from the ruins of the auction hall and flew out of the city. Interesting. The Blood Emperor, who was in the crowd, grinned and followed him. By the time the news of the auction hall's destruction reached the city lord residence, Li Fuchen had already left Half Mountain City. In a small valley, essence chi was vibrating. From time to time, saber chi would soar into the sky, bringing up large pieces of rocks. In the middle of the valley was a top-grade silver airship. Outside the silver airship, the sky-shattering Great Emperor was attacking frantically. Once Li Fuchen left the auction hall, the sky-rend Great Emperor sent someone to follow, hence, the current scene. Fortunately, the defense of the peak-grade silver airship was outstanding. After all, it was worth tens of millions of high-grade spirit stones. Even a low-level Great Monarch might not be able to break through the peak-grade silver airship, let alone the sky-splitting Great Tharch. Of course, if Li Fuchen was a little later, the silver airship would have been destroyed sooner or later. Sensing the commotion in the small valley, Li Fuchen's expression darkened as he increased his speed. Sky-shattering Great Emperor, you're courting death. Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived at the small valley. You're not inside. The sky-rend Great Ruler was extremely astonished as he thought that Li Fuchen was inside the silver airship. You came at the right time, die. The sky-rend Great Emperor cleaved at Li Fuchen. As the cleave was executed, a lotus flower image appeared in the void. As a top 800 ranker on the Great Emperor rankings, the sky-rend Great Emperor's saber art was naturally close to extremity. If it was a regular person, that person would have been cleaved into 8 pieces. You are the one who is going to die. Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to contest sword art with the sky-rend Great Emperor and immediately blasted a fist. The fist force was like a comet and had an irresistible force. After penetrating the lotus flower image, it blasted the sky-rend Great Emperor apart. Until death, the sky-rend Great Emperor didn't even have the time to let out a miserable scream. What a formidable body refinement Great Emperor. Outside the small valley, the Blood Emperor stood in the air with a grave expression. Previously, he was planning to take advantage of Li Fuchen, but after seeing Li Fuchen killing the sky-rend Great Emperor in a single fist, he couldn't help but hesitate. Blood Emperor, you wish to die too? After keeping the sky-rend Great Emperor's items, Li Fuchen turned around and said indifferently. In response, the Blood Emperor's eyes burst out with blood light. Such arrogance. It has always been me, the Blood Emperor, who is arrogant. I have never seen anyone being arrogant. Forget it, let me, the Blood Emperor, have a taste of your superior move. Blood True Technique. The Blood Emperor roared out and a blood-colored halo appeared behind his head. The surging blood light exploded in the void and poured down at Li Fuchen. Such a tyrannical martial art. Li Fuchen could see clearly that every trace of the blood light contained extremely horrific power. When the blood light was gathered together, it could simply shatter mountains and rivers and refine everything. If Li Fuchen, Wu Qingjue, and the others were considered skillful, then the Blood Emperor was definitely considered as a strength expert. Of course, Li Fuchen's body refinement Dao was also considered as a strength expert. It was a direct suppression. When facing the Blood Emperor's Blood True Technique, Li Fuchen simply blasted a fist. Immediately after, the blood light scattered and the Blood Emperor was sent flying. I will remember this fist. The Blood Emperor's voice echoed in the small valley. Li Fuchen ignored the Blood Emperor and opened the cabin door of the silver airship before flashing inside. In the sky, there was a silver light that flew. It had been a few days since the incident that day and the silver airship was already a few million miles away. Can't you just conduct your own auction properly? Why must you provoke me? Li Fuchen revealed a smile. After destroying the Long Rainbow Auction Hall, Li Fuchen obtained a total of 1.5 billion high-grade spirit stones and the white bone saint crown. He knew that less than 10% of the 1.5 5 billion high-grade spirit stones belonged to the auction hall. The rest of the spirit stones belonged to the victims who asked the auction hall to auction their items. However, it had nothing to do with Li Fuchen, as Li Fuchen wouldn't return the high-grade spirit stones. As for whether the Long Rainbow Merchant Guild would compensate those victims, Li Fuchen didn't know. Li Fuchen didn't know that after the Half-Mountain City's Long Rainbow Auction Hall was destroyed, the Long Rainbow Merchant Guild and the Gao clan were infuriated. They were preparing to hunt down Li Fuchen. The loss of over 1 billion high-grade spirit stones wasn't a small sum and was equivalent to a few months of the Long Rainbow Merchant Guild's income. After all, the auction wasn't held every day and the Long Rainbow Merchant Guild only had auction halls in a small portion of the cities. Furthermore, it was a huge expenditure to support such a large group of people. 1 billion high-grade spirit stones wasn't enough to deal a huge blow to the Long Rainbow Merchant Guild, but it was enough to make them feel heartache. In the dark, the Gao clan contacted the Saint Spirit Continent's dark faction, the Clan of Darkness. They planned to hire the Clan of Darkness' most elite Emperor-class assassins to hunt down Li Fuchen. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the Gao clan's upper echelons didn't plan to alert the Saint Ancestor. Chapter 748. Li Fuchen's luck was rather good as he found a peak-grade spirit stone from the Sky-Rend Great Ruler's storage bag. This peak-grade spirit stone was filled with spirit chi, and it was obvious that the Sky-Rend Great Ruler hadn't absorbed the spirit chi yet. But before absorbing the spirit chi, Li Fuchen still needed to upgrade his bone frame. For the time being, his Dantian limit was still at the 6th level of the Transcendence Realm. Only after consuming the Destiny Herb could he increase his aptitude and Dantian limits. As the name suggested, the Destiny Grass could change a person's fate. Li Fuchen's fate didn't need the Destiny Herb to change. Because of the Golden Amulet, Li Fuchen felt that no one could change his fate. But the Destiny Herb could more or less accelerate Li Fuchen's growth. After one night, Li Fuchen's bone frame was upgraded to 8-star and his Dantian limit had increased as well, exceeding the 6th level of Law Phase Realm. For the next few days, Li Fuchen relied on the peak-grade spirit stones to increase his chi cultivation to the mid-level of the 7th level of Law Phase Realm. A complete top-grade spirit stone is no longer enough for me to advance by 2 levels. However, advancing by 1 level is already not bad. Although cultivation did not increase one's strength by much, at least not as much as martial arts, it was still possible to increase it by a few times. Li Fuchen felt that his sword Dao strength was getting closer to his body refinement strength. No wonder he is an 8-star bone frame. With the bone frame upgrade, there was another unexpected benefit. Li Fuchen found that his cultivation technique was much smoother. No wonder it was said that a heaven-class cultivation technique was related to one's bones. If the cultivation technique was the order, the driving force for the human body to evolve, then the root bone was the quality of the human body. The higher the quality, the more compatible the cultivation technique would be with the human body. The only problem was that Li Fuchen's bone frame was the Blazing Flame bone frame and it was mixed with the Blazing Dao. It was a little conflicting with the primary extreme sword technique. Otherwise, the transformation would be even greater and the primary extreme sword technique might even break through to the 42nd rank. I have to think of a way to get rid of the flame. Li Fuchen frowned. It is said that when a cultivation technique reaches a certain level, it will affect one's bone frame. I wonder if the primary extreme sword technique can naturally remove the Dao of fire in one's bone frame. There were some powerful cultivation techniques that could change one's foundation. For example, a top-notch fire Dao cultivation technique could transform a person's bone frame into a fire bone frame. For example, a top-notch thunder Dao cultivation technique could transform a person's bone frame into a thunder bone frame. Similarly, a top-notch sword Dao cultivation technique would undoubtedly transform a person's bone frame into a sword Dao bone frame. He just didn't know what stage the primary extreme sword technique had to reach to transform the Blazing Flame bone frame into the sword Dao bone frame. If he wanted to reach the peak of the heaven realm, then there was no other way. A heaven-class peak-tier cultivation technique was an extreme cultivation technique, also known as an extreme cultivation technique. Even a sage would find it hard to create an extreme Tao cultivation technique. A saint that could create an extreme cultivation technique was definitely a well-known figure among the saints. In the distance, there was a huge mountain that pierced through the sky. The silver airship was already flying high enough, but it was only halfway up the mountain. If it was just a giant peak, it wouldn't have surprised Li Fuchen. But this giant mountain gave Li Fuchen a feeling that it was eternal and unstoppable in the universe. It felt as though it wasn't a giant mountain but an indomitable and unparalleled saint. Extreme Tao Mountain. The barbaric peak Great Emperor couldn't help but ask. Extreme Path Mountain? Li Fuchen was in deep thoughts. The barbaric peak Great Emperor explained, the Extreme Path Mountain is a place where peak-class saints once comprehended Tao. However, not every peak where peak-class saints comprehended Tao can be called the Extreme Path Mountain. Only when peak-class saints comprehended Tao on this mountain for a long time, the mountain would become the Extreme Path Mountain. If I didn't guess it wrongly, this Extreme Path Mountain is the place where the immortal Heaven Lord comprehended Tao. It contains the immortal Heaven Lord's undying willpower and great Tao. It is said that the immortal Heaven Lord comprehended Tao on this mountain for 8,000 years. Immortal Heaven Lord. Li Fuchen was appalled. Those that could be called Heaven Lords were definitely peak-class saints, like the Curse Heaven Lord. As for the so-called Extreme Path Mountain, it was similar to the Extreme Path cultivation technique and martial arts. This immortal Heaven Lord shouldn't be dead, right? Li Fuchen asked. The barbaric peak Great Emperor said, of course he isn't dead. The immortal Heaven Lord is the same as the Curse Heaven Lord, they are both the most ancient Heaven Lords. They have lived since ancient times until now, but they shouldn't be in the deep blue plain anymore. A plain was still too small for a peak-class saint. The universe was the place for peak-class saints to roam. The Extreme Path Mountain might seem very close, but it was actually very far. After flying for half a day, the silver airship gradually approached the Extreme Path Mountain. Wait for me on the silver airship. I will go and sense the Extreme Path Mountain. Li Fuchen got off the silver airship and flew towards the Extreme Path Mountain. Before getting close to the Extreme Path Mountain, Li Fuchen had already descended. The surroundings of the Extreme Path Mountain contained the Supreme Great Tao. Li Fuchen's Tao wasn't going to work here. After landing at the foot of the mountain, Li Fuchen started to climb the mountain like everyone else. Li Fuchen found out from the barbaric peak Great Emperor that the Extreme Path Mountain contained the Supreme Great Tao. When climbing the Extreme Path Mountain, it was also the time to comprehend the Supreme Great Tao. The amount of comprehension would depend on one's perception and the degree of compatibility with the Supreme Great Tao. It was rare for anyone below saints to climb to the peak. This Extreme Path Mountain didn't just contain the Supreme Great Tao, it also contained the immortal Heaven Lord's undying willpower. Every time one climbed up, the willpower pressure would be stronger. It was already extremely difficult to climb to the waist of the mountain. There weren't many people who could reach the peak in the entire Saint Spirit continent. The Supreme Great Tao at the foot of the mountain wasn't intense yet. Li Fuchen's footsteps were like the wind as he climbed rapidly. This person's climbing speed is very fast. There were plenty of people climbing the Extreme Path Mountain and all of them were great emperors. When they saw Li Fuchen climbing the mountain with rapid speed, they were all shocked. 1 hour later, Li Fuchen arrived at the waist of the mountain. This is the immortal Great Tao. At the waist of the mountain, the Saint Spirit continent's heaven and earth law was already very thin. The one controlling this space was the immortal Heaven Lord's immortal Great Tao. The so-called immortal Great Tao was extremely difficult to comprehend. Only those who were born with the immortal bone frame would be able to comprehend the immortal Great Tao. Of course, if a peak-class saint with the immortal bone frame left behind an immortal cultivation technique and cultivated according to the immortal cultivation technique, turning the bone frame into the immortal bone frame, they would also be able to comprehend the immortal Great Tao. It was a pity that those without the immortal bone frame wouldn't be able to cultivate the immortal cultivation technique. Li Fuchen had a feeling that the flowers, grass, rocks, and trees at the waist of the mountain couldn't be destroyed at all. These things had already been changed by the immortal Great Tao. In order to destroy them, one would first have to destroy the immortal Great Tao. This was something that even saints couldn't do. Li Fuchen didn't stop and continued to climb. When he was near the peak, there were already very few people. Occasionally, he would see someone and they would be looking at Li Fuchen with shock and fear. If Li Fuchen was able to climb to this point, it meant that Li Fuchen's strength was very powerful and not to be offended. The Devil Sovereign is at the peak. Something big is probably going to happen. The Devil Sovereign has a tyrannical personality. Wherever he appears, he wouldn't allow anyone to disturb him. That person is in trouble. The extreme Tao mountain was a place where peak-class saints comprehended the Tao. It wasn't a forbidden ground. Regular top 100 rankers would be able to climb to the peak, but the Devil Sovereign was ranked top 10 on the Great Emperor rankings. He was much more dangerous than the extreme Tao mountain. If Li Fuchen wasn't careful, he might be killed by the Devil Sovereign. Just as he was about to reach the peak, Li Fuchen finally felt a trace of pressure. If he was a regular Great Emperor, he would probably be crushed to death in an instant. Of course, regular Great Emperors wouldn't be able to climb to this point. Finally, Li Fuchen arrived at the peak. There wasn't any wind at the peak because this place didn't have heaven and earth law anymore. There was only the immortal Great Tao. The immortal Great Tao was eternal and unchanging. Wind wouldn't even exist. At the peak, Li Fuchen saw a tyrannical figure that looked like a stone statue. This person stood with his hands behind his back and his eyes were closed. He was comprehending the immortal Great Tao. I will give you 3 breaths, get lost. Chapter 749. Does this extreme Tao mountain belong to you? Li Fuchen asked. The tyrannical figure opened his eyes and looked at Li Fuchen. I have already given you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. You want me to cherish it? Let's see if you have the capability. As the number 8 ranker on the Great Emperor rankings, the Devil Sovereign did have the strength to make people flee. It was a pity that Li Fuchen wasn't included. Is that so? The Devil Sovereign suddenly took a step forward. The horrific Qi presence was like a giant beast or an ancient god that charged at Li Fuchen. This was the peak of the extreme Tao mountain. Once Li Fuchen was sent flying, he would definitely be smashed into a bloody pulp. Just in time. Li Fuchen's body shook and burst out with a Qi spirit that was as heavy as the stars to clash with the opponent's Qi presence. Rumble. Even though this was the peak of the extreme Tao mountain, when the duo's Qi presences clashed, there was still a loud echo in the void. The Devil Sovereign was rather surprised. Li Fuchen's strength was much higher than he imagined to be able to resist his Qi presence. Die! The Devil Sovereign took another step forward and blasted a heavy fist at Li Fuchen. This simple heavy fist was executed by the Devil Sovereign and it was extremely tyrannical. It felt as though this fist was the only fist in the world. You aren't able to do it. Li Fuchen didn't dodge and also blasted a fist at the same time. If the Devil Sovereign's fist was a tyrannical fist, then Li Fuchen's fist was a monarch fist. It was upright and open. When the fist was executed, it was like a comet that was sprinting in the universe with an indomitable will. Rumble. The horrific force forced the duo to take a few steps back. The Devil Sovereign's expression changed again and again as he stared at Li Fuchen. There weren't many people below the saints that could withstand a fist from him, but there were over a dozen of them. However, there were less than 3 who could withstand a fist from him. Li Fuchen was definitely the 4th. You aren't bad. You have a spot in the top 20 of the Great Emperor rankings, but you shouldn't appear in front of me. Sky Devil God Fist. The Devil Sovereign's Qi presence surged as he blasted a fist. A massive fist shadow was blasted at Li Fuchen. As they were currently at the peak of the extreme Tao mountain, their Taos were greatly suppressed. It would be extremely difficult for them to summon the phantom of their fists. Perhaps only existences like the demon emperor could summon the phantom of their fists. This time, Li Fuchen actually had a feeling of breathlessness. What a powerful fist technique. Li Fuchen could naturally see that the Devil Sovereign's fist art was already very close to extremity. In terms of fist art, Li Fuchen was inferior to the Devil Sovereign. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's fist art didn't come from his qi cultivation, it came from his body refinement. God's hand was a technique of the hand. Regardless of palm arts or fist arts, they were all part of God's hand. The fist shone brightly and Li Fuchen punched at the fist phantom. Crackle. The Devil Sovereign's Sky Devil God fist was powerful and ferocious. Li Fuchen was actually suppressed and a horrific qi explosion exploded around him. Of course, this qi explosion was just a drizzle to Li Fuchen, who possessed the law field and the star immortal body. It wasn't even enough to scratch an itch. But Li Fuchen was still at a disadvantage. Sky Devil God Fist. Demon Horde Dance. It was unknown when the Devil Sovereign was already in front of Li Fuchen. Countless fists were raining down on Li Fuchen. If it was someone else, they would have suffered thousands of fists and would be crippled if not dead. But in the eyes of the Devil Sovereign, Li Fuchen looked as though he had 3 heads and 6 arms as he easily neutralized all the fist attacks. The violent fist force wasn't even able to shake Li Fuchen's body. The Devil Sovereign wasn't willing to accept it as his fist prowess rose in a frenzy. Towards the end, the entire world was filled with fists as though they were going to blast Li Fuchen into dust and into nothingness. PFFF. A fist suddenly rushed out and landed on the Devil Sovereign's chest. The Devil Sovereign's face turned pale as he was sent flying. Devil Sovereign, your fist art isn't bad, but it is a pity that it isn't enough to deal with me. Li Fuchen looked at the Devil Sovereign with mockery. After landing firmly on the ground, the Devil Sovereign frowned. He still had trump cards that he hadn't used yet, but he had a feeling that even if he used his trump cards, he wouldn't be able to deal with Li Fuchen. Most importantly, this was the extreme Tao mountain and his movements were restricted. His Sky Devil God fist was an evil Tao fist art, and once it was restricted, the power would be greatly weakened. After all, the evil Tao had always pursued their own way and pursued freedom and freedom. With your strength, you are destined to be a famous individual. When we meet again in the future, I will personally end you. The Devil Sovereign acknowledged Li Fuchen's strength. In his opinion, Li Fuchen should be extremely powerful but didn't care about the Great Emperor rankings. There were such individuals in the Saint Spirit continent. The Devil Sovereign had encountered one in the past. I hope you have the strength. Seeing that the Devil Sovereign didn't have any intention to make a move, Li Fuchen slowly withdrew his qi spirit. As for the Devil Sovereign's words, Li Fuchen scoffed. Right now, Li Fuchen had only cultivated the Hand of Star. Once he cultivated the Hand of Moon, he would be able to defeat the Devil Sovereign in a single move. If they met again in the future, the Devil Sovereign would only be in more despair. The peak of the extreme Tao mountain was massive. The duo stood in the north and south respectively and didn't disturb each other. Immortal means unchanging. Using unchanging means to deal with myriad changes. The immortal Great Tao wasn't compatible with Li Fuchen's Sword Tao and Body Refinement Tao. But there was a saying that one Tao could give birth to myriad Taos. In this world, all the Taos were connected. When the Sword Tao was cultivated to the highest rank, it would be immortal. When the Body Refinement Tao was cultivated to the highest rank, it would also be immortal. The two types of immortality might not be the same, but they were still different routes to the same end. Perhaps, my primary extreme sword technique might be able to step into the 42nd rank here. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and worked hard to comprehend the immortal Great Tao. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen felt that his Sword Tao was getting tighter. His Sword Tao originally had some gaps, but those gaps were now much smaller. The immortal Great Tao was like the tightest thing in the world. It could make the structure more logical and more indestructible. Outside of the extreme Dao mountain, the silver airship was floating in the sky. There wasn't anyone foolish enough to attack the silver airship. After all, those that could afford to ride in a peak-grade silver airship weren't ordinary people. Inside the silver airship, the barbaric peak great emperor and the others weren't in a hurry and were quietly waiting for Li Fuqian. 1 week, half a month, in the blink of the eye, 1 month had passed. On this day, a simple and unadorned sword shadow rushed out from Li Fuqian's body. The sharp Qi presence had alerted the Devil Sovereign. The Devil Sovereign's eyes flickered. He didn't expect for Li Fuqian to also cultivate Sword Dao. Furthermore, Li Fuqian's Sword Dao level looked extremely high and was actually able to produce an illusion at the peak of the extreme Dao mountain. I am finally at the 42nd rank. Li Fuqian opened his eyes and there was a frightening radiance that shot out like a sharp sword. When the primary extreme sword technique reached the 42nd rank, Li Fuqian felt countless fine threads penetrating his body and extending into the depths of his flesh. This feeling of tightness was indescribable. If he had to describe it, he could only say that the primary extreme sword technique had become Li Fuqian's bloodline. This bloodline could be passed down. His descendants didn't need to cultivate the primary extreme sword technique as their bloodline would naturally contain the mystical profundities of the primary extreme sword technique. Of course, it was unknown how much mystical profundities of the primary extreme sword technique were contained. It actually produced a Sword Dao bloodline. Li Fuqian lamented. Normally, only saints would be able to produce a martial Dao bloodline that could be passed down. Because only saints could allow the law power in the martial Dao bloodline to reach the level of being passed down. Below saints, the bloodline might contain the law power, but when it came to the next generation, the law power in the bloodline would almost vanish and there would be very little left behind. Chapter 750. My Sword Dao strength is not much weaker than my body refinement strength. Li Fuqian thought to himself. In terms of swordsmanship, the first move of the primary extreme sword art, Boundless Sword C, was close to the extreme realm of swordsmanship. In terms of cultivation techniques, the primary extreme sword technique was also close to the paramount realm of the Sword Dao. With the combination of the two weapons and the Heaven-class high-tier joint Heaven sword, Li Fuqian's Sword Dao strength had reached a terrifying stage. If Li Fuqian didn't cultivate the Hand of God but another Heaven-class high-tier body refinement technique or martial art, it wouldn't be comparable to his Sword Dao strength. However, this also indirectly proved how terrifying the Hand of God was. Li Fuqian had a premonition that the owner of the Hand of God was much stronger than the Curse Heaven Lord and the Immortal Heaven Lord. The reason why the Curse Heaven Lord and the Immortal Heaven Lord were still alive didn't mean that they were the strongest. It might be because they didn't encounter any life-threatening situations. It should be the early stage of the 42nd level now. The primary extreme sword technique might have been pushed to the 42nd rank, but Li Fuqian didn't think that the primary extreme sword technique couldn't be improved anymore. In the early stages, he was only approaching the paramount realm. The middle stage was closer to the pinnacle stage. Only the late stage was extremely close to the extreme realm. Take the Void Heaven Sword realm and the Boundless Sword C for example. The latter was clearly closer to the pinnacle level, which was equivalent to the primary Zenith Sword technique's level 42 mid-stage. Li Fuqian didn't continue to comprehend the Immortal Great Dao. The Immortal Great Dao here was already useless to him, at least for a short period of time. Unless he was willing to spend 10 years or 100 years to comprehend the Immortal Great Dao, he wouldn't be able to make much progress. Standing up, Li Fuqian walked down the mountain. At the north of the peak, the Devil Sovereign was still comprehending the Immortal Great Dao. Sensing that Li Fuqian had left, the Devil Sovereign didn't plan to give chase. He hadn't made any progress for many years and this time, he must improve further. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take revenge for the Sword Emperor's sword move. As for Li Fuqian, he was far behind the Sword Emperor. Huh? He's not dead. Did the Demon King let him go? Strange. On the way down the mountain, everyone saw that Li Fuchen was safe and sound, and they were all quite curious. They did not think that the Nephilim king was the kind of person who was easy to talk to. At the foot of the mountain, Li Fuchen's body felt light and his Tao started to circulate again. The battle on the mountain peak couldn't really be considered a true battle. That was because the two of them couldn't even unleash a fraction of their strength. Seriously speaking, my body refining strength is slightly weaker than the Demon Emperor's. However, I have the star immortal body and a higher level of spiritual sense. If we really fight, I'm already in an invincible position. Li Fuchen had a deeper understanding of the top 10 rankers of the Great Emperor rankings. The silver airship flew over mountains, rivers, lakes, and plenty of cities. As a precaution, Li Fuchen had never entered a city. If he wanted to eat or drink, he would simply choose a town to stay in for a period of time. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen had already been in the Saint Spirit continent for 2 years. During the past 2 years, apart from the improvement in Sword Dao on the extreme Dao mountain, Li Fuchen's strength didn't have any changes. At his level, it was too difficult to improve. Because every step he took was like breaking through an enormous obstacle, and it was equivalent to breaking through a barrier. The night was the world of demon beasts and demons. Countless monsters and demons wreaked havoc, and some towns were destroyed. Along the way, when Li Fuchen encountered demonic beasts and demons attacking the town, he would lend a helping hand. Sensing the terrifying demonic chi wave in front of him, Li Fuchen frowned. In the past, he had never seen such a terrifying demonic chi wave. Could it be an extremely formidable demonic beast great ruler? Some of the demonic beast great rulers that had the bloodline of the overlord beasts were extremely powerful. The Thunder Beast was only a mid-tier demonic beast ruler, but its strength was already at the level of a demonic beast great ruler. If the Thunder Beast progressed to a high-tier demonic beast ruler, its strength would naturally be terrifying. If it progressed to a demonic beast half-overlord, its strength would definitely be at the top of the Great Emperor rankings. Furthermore, the Thunder Beast was only a low-tier overlord beast. Above low-tier overlord beasts were mid-tier and high-tier overlord beasts. Overlord beasts could contest with saints. Those overlords that couldn't contest with saints weren't normally overlord beasts. They relied on fated encounters and time to forcefully cultivate. The array that enveloped the town had already been torn apart. Countless demonic beasts were wreaking havoc in the town. There was an extremely massive demonic beast that opened its mouth and sucked in countless humans. Flee! In the town, those humans with the strength of a great emperor or a peak-level emperor were fleeing frantically. At this moment, they couldn't care about others. Let alone them, even the top 100 rankers on the Great Emperor rankings might not be a match for this demonic beast great ruler. Father, mother, I am afraid. On the shattered street, a family of 3 was hugging tightly while the little girl's voice was trembling. Xiaoying, don't be afraid. Father and mother will always be by your side. The man and woman had tears streaming down their faces as they quietly waited to be devoured by the demonic beast. This is so satisfying. Humans are truly delicious. A massive demonic beast opened its mouth and sucked in all the humans on the street, including the family of 3 that was hugging together. Evil beast, die. Boundless sword chi descended from the sky like a storm. The sword chi seemed to have a spirit as it bypassed the humans and specifically targeted the demonic beasts. PFFF 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 PFFF. In the blink of the eye, countless demonic beasts were penetrated by the sword chi and had no chi presence. When the family of 3 landed on the ground, the little girl lifted her head and saw an unforgettable scene. In the sky, there was a figure that stood upright like a sword in the night sky. The sword chi was emitted from his body. The person was obviously Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was at the saint's level and he was able to control the sect origin swords perfectly. As long as he locked onto the demonic chi, demonic beasts would definitely perish even if they were in a crowd. As for the humans that weren't locked onto, the sect origin swords wouldn't be able to injure them. There might be plenty of demonic beasts, but Li Fuchen also had plenty of sword qi. Due to anger, Li Fuchen had released all the sword qi from his natal sword energy. Each sword qi was able to kill a large number of demonic beasts. Human, how dare you disrupt my, Sky Trample Great Ruler's plans. You are courting death. A massive demonic beast rushed over. It was a demonic beast with bull horns and the body of an elephant. Its chi presence was 1,000 times more terrifying than the thunder beast, and it wasn't on the same level. Li Fuchen could immediately see that it was an overlord beast, and it had already grown to the level of a high-tier demonic beast ruler. You are the one who will die. Li Fuchen blasted a fist at the head of the demonic beast. Bang! The Sky Trample Great Ruler's head was bleeding while its massive body was sent flying. Li Fuchen's expression changed slightly. This Sky Trample Great Ruler had incredible defense. The Sky Trample Great Ruler's strength was similar to Wu Qingjue and was at most slightly stronger, but its defense was much higher than Wu Qingjue. But after thinking about it, demonic beasts' defenses were usually several times stronger than humans. In a situation where the strength was similar, humans would never be a match. If humans didn't escape, they would be exhausted to death. In order to kill a demonic beast within a short period of time, one's strength had to be several times stronger than the demonic beast. Die! Li Fuchen chased after and blasted another fist on the Sky Trample Great Ruler's head. The Sky Trample Great Ruler was stunned and its brain was like paste. It couldn't think, let alone resist. 10 fists, 20 fists. The Sky Trample Great Ruler's head had sunk in. At the moment of life and death, the Sky Trample Great Ruler raised its elephant trunk and let out a loud trumpet. At the same time, the Sky Trample Great Ruler roared, "My father is the Sky Quake Overlord. If you kill me, you will definitely die." The Sky Quake Overlord was one of the famous overlords on the Saint Spirit continent. Regular saints wouldn't even dare to provoke him. I don't care who your father is. If you kill my human race, you shall die. Li Fuchen circulated the Hand of Stars chi power to the extremity and blasted the Sky Trample Great Ruler into a bloody mess. No, you cannot kill me. My father is the Sky Quake Overlord, you cannot kill me. The Sky Trample Great Ruler was afraid. He didn't wish to die. He was a saint beast and was destined to become a demonic beast overlord in the future. Once he became a demonic beast overlord, he could go anywhere in the world. If he died now, so be it, even if his father took revenge for him. Die! Li Fuchen yelled out, and his fist was like a comet that exploded the Sky Trample Great Ruler. It is over. The Sky Trample Great Ruler is dead. We are all going to die. The demonic beast great rulers that followed the Sky Trample Great Ruler were all panicking. Once the Sky Trample Great Ruler was dead, if the higher-ups blamed them, they would all be executed. But Li Fuchen was too powerful and they couldn't interfere at all. A few of the demonic beast great rulers that rushed over were torn apart by the fist force before they could even get close to Li Fuchen. Since we are going to die, we must eat to our heart's content before we die. These demonic beast great rulers had ferocious eyes as they continued to devour humans. Li Fuchen wasn't going to allow them to continue their slaughter. He grabbed with his hand and crushed the demonic beast great rulers to death one after another. In just a short moment, most of the demonic beasts that were wreaking havoc in the town had been killed. The remaining ones were just some cats and dogs. The town's strength was enough to deal with them. Kill! Seeing that the situation was reversed, the residents of the town had bloodshot eyes as they charged at the demonic beasts in a frenzy. They had never hated demonic beasts as much as they did now. All of them wanted to kill as much as they could. 15 minutes later, the yells were getting softer and sobbing sounds were getting louder. Most of the demonic beasts had been killed, but the dead couldn't be revived. Many thanks to Benefactor for saving the town. We are unable to repay you and are willing to be your slaves in our next life. Many people knelt down, including the family of 3. Li Fuchen didn't reply and looked into the depths of the night. Who killed young Master Trample Great Ruler? Who? A horrific voice shook the void and even the ground was shaking. In the dilapidated town, the buildings were collapsing. Demonic beast overlord? Inside the town, the few great rulers and peak-class emperors had ashen faces. Huff! A gigantic phantom of a beast claw blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it approached, wanting to destroy the entire town. It is over. Everyone looked at the beast claw shadow in a daze and couldn't even muster up any thoughts of resisting. So what if I am the one who killed him? A giant palm shadow clashed with the beast claw shadow. Rumble. The ground was like a tidal wave that was tumbling while Li Fuchen was sent flying. Li Fuchen was still slightly inferior to a demonic beast overlord. In terms of combat strength, he was inferior to the Devil Sovereign. Chapter 751. In the darkness of the night, a terrifying and enormous figure appeared. It was a half-human half-beast. It had the body of a human, but its head was that of a demon beast. Its claws were also those of a demon beast. Its body was covered in fine scales, and there was a spiral horn on its head. Not all demonic beasts like to transform into human form. Unless they had to deal with humans, demonic beasts were basically unwilling to transform. Did you kill young Master Tadian? The humanoid demonic beast slowly walked forward. Because its body was too big, every step it took caused the ground to tremble. Countless gravel floated into the air and silently disintegrated into dust. That's right. Come and kill me if you can. Li Fuchen used the force to increase the speed of his retreat. Where are you going? The humanoid demonic beast gave chase. The residents of the town were very touched. How could they not know that Li Fuchen was luring the demonic beast overlord away? Otherwise, the aftermath of their battle would be enough to destroy the town and everyone in it. In the silver airship, Wuzhua asked nervously, Uncle Manyu, can Master defeat demonic sage? The barbaric peak Great Emperor said, even if young Master can't defeat the demonic beast sage, he should have the confidence to survive. Li Fuchen's strength had refreshed the barbaric peak Great Emperor's understanding time and time again. In the small valley outside Half-Mountain City, Li Fuchen repelled the Blood Emperor with a single fist. The barbaric peak Great Emperor knew that Li Fuchen's strength was enough to rank top 10 in the Great Emperor rankings. However, in the entire Saint Spirit continent, there were no more than 5 people below the Saints who could be comparable to low-tier demonic beast overlords. On the Great Emperor rankings, there shouldn't be more than 3. Come, let's follow them. The barbaric peak Great Emperor controlled the silver airship and followed behind. With the defense of the peak-grade silver airship, a single attack from a low-tier demonic beast overlord wouldn't be able to break it. Once Li Fuchen was in danger, the barbaric peak Great Emperor was prepared to provide support. A few thousand miles away from the town, Li Fuchen and the humanoid demonic beast were flying in tandem. You want to escape from me, the brute force demon saint? Dream on. The brute force overlord roared out and slammed its claw at Li Fuchen. Kacha! The ground was left with a giant claw mark. Li Fuchen stopped and turned around to face the brute force overlord. You're not running anymore. The brute force demon saint was full of murderous intent. Now that the Sky Trample Great Ruler was dead, the brute force overlord wouldn't be able to absolve himself from the blame. He didn't know how the Sky Quake Overlord was going to deal with him. Fear made the brute force overlord hate Li Fuchen. If he didn't kill Li Fuchen today, how was the brute force overlord going to explain to the Sky Quake Overlord? Run? Why run? Li Fuchen's eyes landed on the brute force overlord. This was his first time facing a demon saint face-to-face. Last time on the sea, he had only secretly exchanged a palm strike with a low-level demon saint. He did not even know what the other party looked like. As a low-level demon saint, the brute force demon saint's demonic aura contained powerful nomological power. Obviously, this was the nomological power brought about by the bloodline. The other party's body was enormous. Just by standing there, space seemed to be stretched open, and the laws of heaven and earth were also stretched open. Is this the power of a demon saint? Li Fuqian exhaled forcefully, his eyes flashing with battle intent. The demonic beast saint was undoubtedly very powerful. Just by relying on its demonic chi, it was able to break through the laws of heaven and earth. But so what? Ever since he had successfully cultivated the Hand of Star, he had yet to fight to his heart's content. A battle with the demonic beast saint should be able to force out the Hand of Star's ultimate potential. Since you don't want to escape, then die. The brute force demon saint rushed over. Boom 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 boom, the brute force overlord walked the path of power, while Li Fuqian's Hand of Star also walked the path of power. When the duo clashed head-on, there was an unimaginably massive prowess. 100 miles away, the wind and rain were swaying. The silver airship was like a small boat in the ocean and wasn't able to stabilize its body. Master is too strong. Wu Zhuo and Wu Shi's eyes lit up. What kind of strength did he have to be able to fight against a low-level demon saint? In the past, they had only heard of it, but now they were seeing it with their own eyes. The barbaric Peak Great Emperor and the others also held their breaths and stared at this battle without blinking. It was fortunate that Li Fuqian and the brute force overlord were clashing head-on and didn't have any mystical moves. The barbaric Peak Great Emperor and the others were barely able to see through it. Die! The brute force overlord slammed Li Fuqian into the ground. But at the next moment, Li Fuqian flew out again. The brute force overlord's attack was indeed very tyrannical and could even break the law field easily. But with the star immortal body, it was hard for the brute force overlord to injure Li Fuqian. The brute force demon sage was very surprised. He was not injured after taking a claw from him. Die! 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 The brute force demon sage slammed Li Fuqian into the ground again and again, but Li Fuqian would fly out again and again. The star immortal body allowed Li Fuqian's body structure to be very compact, just like a star. There was a horrific gravitational force that was restraining the physical body. Impossible, brute force technique. The brute force demon sage activated its innate ability and expanded its arm muscles to twice its original size. It then slammed Li Fuqian into the ground again. Pain. Even though Li Fuqian's body wasn't injured, he still felt an unprecedented pain. This cannot continue. Li Fuqian used his right hand to suck a small hill over and smashed it at the brute force demon sage. Boom. The small hill was shattered. The brute force demon sage swung its arm and turned the shattered hill into dust. I said that you must die today. Otherwise, young Master Sky Trample's spirit in heaven won't be able to rest in peace. The brute force demon sage was like a demon god. With a dash, it arrived in front of Li Fuqian and smashed down with its fists. Li Fuqian's spiritual awareness might be able to react, but his body couldn't. He had no choice but to raise his arms to block this attack. The ground was like a wave that surged in all directions. It was visible to the naked eye that Li Fuqian's location had turned into a deep pit. The brute force demon sage was extremely frenzied as it continued to smash down again and again. At the bottom of the deep pit, Li Fuqian vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. He was still injured in the end. His star immortal body was only at the primary stage and wasn't considered truly immortal. If he could cultivate to the Hand of Moon, the star immortal body might be able to resist the brute force demon sage's continuous attacks. Of course, if he could cultivate to the Hand of Moon, the brute force demon sage wouldn't have a chance to hit him. Once the star immortal body was broken, Li Fuqian felt the Hand of Star's chi power going berserk as it replenished the star immortal body frenziedly. In the blink of the eye, Li Fuqian had recovered. 2 hours, 4 hours, Li Fuqian's star immortal body was broken and repaired repeatedly. The Hand of Star's chi power was already half exhausted. If it was a normal battle, the chi power shouldn't be half exhausted after fighting for a few days and nights. It has already been 4 hours. The barbaric Peak Great Emperor was rather anxious. He could see that Li Fuqian wasn't in a good condition. Apart from a few great emperors on the Saint Spirit continent, who else could contest with a low-tier demonic beast overlord? 40%, 30%, Li Fuchen's Hand of Stars chi power was drained like water. Each replenishment of the star immortal body would consume 10 times or even 100 times more chi power than during the battle. However, Li Fuchen didn't panic and didn't plan to escape. He knew clearly that even if he escaped, he wouldn't be able to escape anywhere. The brute force demon sage's speed was much faster than him. 20%, 10%. When the Hand of Stars chi power was left with 10%, Li Fuchen felt his body was much emptier. There was an indescribable feeling of emptiness that filled his heart. But in this desperate situation, Li Fuchen's heart was unprecedentedly calm. In his soul sea, countless martial art memories flashed by automatically. There was a memory regarding the mortal calamity that was abnormally eye-catching. In the next moment, Li Fuchen involuntarily circulated the mortal calamity. The mortal calamity power fused with the Hand of Stars chi power. Immediately after, a mystical scene occurred. The two completely different chi powers actually fused together. Still not dead? The brute force demon sage could see that Li Fuchen was already in a desperate situation. It was already beyond his expectations that Li Fuchen could fight with him for a few hours. But so what? No matter how glorious a dead person was, he was still a dead person. Die! The brute force demon sage used both hands and wanted to tear Li Fuchen into two. Boom! There was a burst of dazzling red light. A massive red fist had sent the brute force demon sage flying. What? The brute force demon sage was dizzy and didn't understand what was happening. I see. The mortal calamity is actually related to the hand of God. Li Fuchen understood clearly. It had been a very long time since he was in a life and death crisis. He had always had a smooth sailing and had never forced himself into a desperate situation. His perception might be abnormally high, and even if he didn't force himself into a desperate situation, his improvement speed would still be faster than others. But if he was in a crisis, his improvement speed would definitely be faster. After all, who would complain that their improvement speed was too fast? The mortal calamity was just a part of the 9 calamity divine fist. The Hand of Calamity was the 6th rank of the Hand of God. The two were obviously related, but Li Fuchen hadn't been able to find any traces of it. He didn't expect for the mortal calamity to automatically fuse with the Hand of Stars chi power at the moment of life and death. Once the two were fused, Li Fuchen immediately felt that his Hand of Star had increased by a level. It might not be at the level of the Hand of Moon, but it was definitely a different path and had indirectly increased the power. Apart from that, Li Fuchen's star immortal body seemed to have some changes. Huff huff huff, a large amount of heaven and earth chi surged into his body and condensed into chi power. 10%, 15%. In just a short period of time, Li Fuchen had already recovered 5% of his chi power. Since it is the fusion of the Hand of Star and the mortal calamity, I shall call you the Mortal Hand. Li Fuchen's eyes flickered with radiance as he said to himself. What happened just now? The brute force demon sage made a comeback and wanted to find out. Bang! Li Fuchen clashed with the brute force demon sage with his fist. This time, both sides were evenly matched. No, Li Fuchen still had a trace of advantage. Once Li Fuchen was able to resist the brute force demon sage's attack, his spiritual awareness advantage was immediately displayed. Red fists broke through the brute force demon sage's defense and blasted on the brute force demon sage's body. The brute force demon sage's demonic chi defense was immediately destroyed by the mortal hand. Even the scales were crumbling and losing vitality. The mortal hand definitely contained the characteristics of the mortal calamity and could destroy all things. Chapter 752. Impossible. The brute force monster sage howled. Previously, he was still suppressing Li Fuchen. Why was he being suppressed by Li Fuchen now? A breakthrough in battle could increase one's strength by so much. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Brute force demon saint, have a taste of being beaten. The red fist was like a comet. No, it was even more terrifying than a comet. It contained an aura that could destroy all living things. It was as if it could bring about destructive light that could destroy everything. Bang 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 bang, wounds appeared on the brute force demon sage's body. Although these wounds weren't fatal, they were depleting the brute force demon sage's vitality. The most terrifying thing was that Li Fuchen's chi's strength was actually gradually increasing during the battle. Previously, there was only 15% left. Now, it had reached 20%. Li Fuchen didn't understand the theory behind it either. He only knew that the tribulation energy that had merged with the hand of the star was closely related to the laws of the Great Tao. Bang! The huge figure flew backward and smashed into a mountain top. The brute force overlord was in a sorry state. He had never thought that he would be beaten up like this by a great emperor. His opponent's strength was simply terrifying. Celestial demon overlord body. The power of the bloodline was consumed rapidly, and the brute force demon saint's body was covered with a layer of yellow light. This layer of yellow light was like an absolute domain that isolated the brute force demon saint from the outside world. Dang! When Li Fuchen's fist smashed onto the surface, it only caused the yellow light to ripple. Li Fuchen's pupils shrank. This yellow light was actually able to isolate any laws. The true meaning of the laws on his fist was also isolated. You forced me to do this. The brute force overlord clawed and the yellow claw shadow left a wound on Li Fuchen's body. It seems that I've underestimated a low-level demon saint. Li Fuchen took a deep breath. He thought that this was the full strength of the brute force demon saint. He didn't expect the other party to have an even more powerful trump card. It was easy to imagine how powerful the Sword Emperor, who was able to fight a low-tier demonic beast overlord for an entire day and night, was. Of course, there were strong and weak low-tiered demonic beast overlords. If the opponent was a saint beast, the Sword Arch probably wouldn't be a match for it. A mature low-tiered saint beast was comparable to a low-tiered saint. Apart from that, there were also differences in strength among ordinary low-level demon overlords, so they could not be lumped together. 8 hours. 10 hours. A trace of white appeared on the horizon. It was almost dawn. Li Fuchen could feel that the darkness law in the world was retreating like a tide. The strength of the brute force demon saint had also declined a little. No, die for me. The brute force demon sage was extremely indignant, and his attacks were extremely violent. Once the sun rose, his ability would probably drop by at least 10%. It might not be a lot, but the gap between him and Li Fuchen wasn't that big to begin with. 10% of his ability was enough to influence the outcome of the battle. If he couldn't get rid of Li Fuchen this time, it wouldn't be easy to find Li Fuchen the next time. At the very least, he had to stall for time until the sky-shaking overlord arrived. It's almost dawn. The barbaric peak Great Emperor was surprised. This night was full of twists and turns. First, Li Fuchen was forced into a desperate situation, then he broke through and suppressed the brute force overlord. Next, the brute force overlord revealed his trump card and fought desperately with Li Fuchen again. The brute force overlord's mood was also very unrestrained. Heavenly demon breath. The bloodline power was ignited irreversibly. The brute force overlord opened its mouth and spat out a sticky yellow flame at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen could see that the brute force overlord was risking his life. It seemed like the Sky Trample Great Ruler's father, the Sky-Shaking Overlord, was a very terrifying existence. Otherwise, the brute force overlord wouldn't need to risk his life like this. Li Fuchen executed a red fist and blasted away the yellow flame. However, a few drops of the yellow flame still landed on Li Fuchen's body. TSS TSS TSS. The law field was instantly burned through and Li Fuchen's body had a few holes. Li Fuchen made a prompt decision and dug out the flesh around the holes. After taking a deep cold breath, Li Fuchen felt a lingering fear. If the brute force overlord risked his life right from the start, Li Fuchen might not be able to survive. After spitting out the yellow flame, the brute force overlord's chi presence was dispirited as he said sternly, "Human, you still have a chance to beg for forgiveness from the sky-shaking overlord. Otherwise, the sky-shaking overlord will take revenge on the entire human race." Li Fuchen's expression changed. If that was the case, more people would probably die miserably. He didn't wish for more people to be implicated just because he saved a town's people. But was he going to watch the demonic beasts wreak havoc without doing anything? For a moment, Li Fuchen's mood was fluctuating violently. But soon enough, Li Fuchen calmed down. He wasn't able to calculate everything and wasn't able to change everyone's fate. He could only save everyone he saw. The sky-shaking overlord could indeed take revenge on the human race and massacre without restraint, but there would be a day when Li Fuchen would kill the sky-shaking overlord and take revenge for the innocent. "I will take revenge for them," Li Fuchen said indifferently. "Cold-blooded, are you going to watch the human race get massacred because of you? If they know everything, they will resent you." The brute force overlord still wanted to shake Li Fuchen's heart. He wasn't willing to leave just like this. "Since you don't wish to leave, then don't leave." While the brute force overlord's chi presence was dispirited, Li Fuchen circulated his mortal chi power to the extremity and used a fist to force the brute force overlord to take a few steps back. The surface of Li Fuchen's body was flickering with yellow light. Damn it! The brute force overlord's bloodline power was greatly depleted and wasn't able to maintain his peak combat strength. If this carried on, it was possible that he would be killed by Li Fuchen. The brute force overlord's leg muscles swelled up and shot out like a sharp arrow. In a short moment, he vanished into the darkness. Swish! On the horizon, the light gradually devoured the darkness. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen and the silver airship were bathed in sunlight. At a glance, the radius of a few thousand miles was in a mess. There were places that had faults, while there were places that had turned into sandy land. All the soil had been shaken into fine sand. The towns that were a few thousand miles away were in ruins and stained with blood. After returning to the town, Li Fuchen asked everyone to leave. He didn't know if the sky-shaking overlord would take revenge on the human race, but he didn't care about it. This town had lost the protection of the array and was no longer able to stop the demonic beasts. If they continued to stay, they would definitely be waiting for death. The Great Migration began. Everyone dragged their families and headed for the nearest town like a black river. In the sky, Li Fuchen escorted everyone. It wasn't until the next morning that everyone arrived at the nearest town. However, this town was obviously unable to accommodate so many people. It was already good enough to accommodate 10% of the people. Li Fuchen had no choice but to escort the rest of the people to other towns. Just like that, half a month later, Li Fuchen had settled everyone down. "I have done my best." Li Fuchen looked up at the sky and said to himself. Night descended again. An enraged figure descended into the world. The sky-shaking overlord was an extremely ferocious middle-aged man. He had 2 half-meter-long horns on his head and looked formidable and terrifying. "Lord Sky-shaking overlord, I have done my best. But this person is extremely powerful and I am unable to kill him," the brute force overlord said while trembling with fear. Trash! The sky-shaking overlord waved his hand and sent the brute force overlord flying while vomiting fresh blood. "My son, I will definitely tear the person who killed you into pieces. But before that, I want to collect some interest." While speaking, the sky-shaking overlord flew towards a distant town. The sky-shaking overlord's speed was so fast that it felt as though he was teleporting. In just a short moment, he arrived in front of a town. This town was around 80 miles in radius and had a population of 10 million. Extinguish! A huge palm descended from the sky and smashed the town into pieces. As for the people inside, not a single trace was left behind. The sky-shaking overlord snorted and flew to the next town. In a single day, the sky-shaking overlord destroyed close to 100 towns and the population was in the hundreds of millions. Finally, the sky-shaking overlord arrived in front of a city. The city was protected by a Class 9 low-tier array. Even 8 to 10 low-tier demonic beast overlords wouldn't be able to break the Class 9 low-tier array. Only low-tier saints had this ability. However, the sky-shaking overlord wasn't a low-tier demonic beast overlord. He could kill a regular low-tier demonic beast overlord with a single breath. "Human, my son has been killed. I will use all of you as a sacrifice to him." A terrifying voice echoed throughout the entire city. Rumble. In the next moment, a disaster descended. The giant palm easily broke the array and pressed down on the city. A giant palm print appeared in the center of the city that was 1,000 miles in radius. Everything in the palm print was turned into nothingness. The buildings and humans around the palm print were also turned into dust by the chi wave. A single palm destroyed a city. A day was too short and the news couldn't spread out in time. The sky-shaking overlord continued his massacre. In just a few days, he had destroyed hundreds of towns. He had even destroyed a few cities. This was because the distance between towns was very far, and the distance between cities was even further. Otherwise, he would have destroyed even more. However, such a large-scale massacre had still provoked a human race saint monarch. This was a middle-stage great monarch with long hair. He spoke with a stern voice, "Sky-shaking overlord, my human race and your demon race have never interfered with each other. Why are you massacring my human race and destroying my cities?" Among the cities that the sky-shaking overlord destroyed, one of them belonged to his clan. "My son was killed by your human race. If I don't take revenge, how am I, the sky-shaking overlord, going to establish myself in the Saint Spirit continent?" The sky-shaking overlord's voice was like thunder. "What? Your son was killed?" The long-haired saint had an awful expression. The sky-shaking overlord was a mid-tier saint beast and was much stronger than a mid-tier demonic beast overlord. He was comparable to a high-tier demonic beast overlord. The long-haired saint couldn't stop him and could only advise him. "Who killed your son? Go and find him. What's the point of implicating the innocent?" The long-haired saint said. "Get lost." The sky-shaking overlord couldn't be bothered to speak with the long-haired saint and sent him flying with a single palm strike. The massacre was still ongoing. Without a choice, the long-haired saint started to contact other saints, including a high-tier saint. Finally, 1 week later, a high-tier saint appeared and severely injured the sky-shaking overlord. But at this moment, the humans had already suffered countless casualties. The Saint Spirit continent might have a massive population and this number of casualties was just a drizzle compared to the entire Saint Spirit continent, but it was still a massive disaster. While they were enraged, the humans started to encircle the demonic beasts. Large groups of demonic beasts were killed. There were plenty of places that didn't even have a single demonic beast when night fell. All of them had been wiped out. It was said that the higher-ranked demonic beast overlords and saints had appeared to suppress the matter. When Li Fuqian received the news, it was already many days later. His face was ashen as he didn't expect that after saving a town, he would actually cause the deaths of 1,000 towns. It was reckoned that those that he saved were already killed. There was no meaning in regretting or not. Back then, he didn't have a choice. He couldn't just watch as the demonic beasts massacred the humans. He couldn't just let the murderous demonic beasts off and kill them. Could he allow the demonic beasts to wreak havoc because he was afraid of the demonic beasts' revenge? What kind of logic was that? Furthermore, even if Li Fuqian didn't kill the Sky Trample Great Ruler, the Sky Trample Great Ruler would still devour the humans in other towns. With the sky-shaking overlord's support, it was imaginable how many humans the Sky Trample Great Ruler would devour. After so many years, the Sky Trample Great Ruler might have devoured more humans than the sky-shaking overlord had killed. This was a vicious cycle where the evildoer would get more vicious, while the savages would get even more vicious. Li Fuchen only hoped that this incident would cause the demonic beasts to restrain themselves and not wantonly devour humans like before. Sky-shaking overlord Ha. Li Fuchen remembered this name. He swore that there would be a day when he would personally kill the sky-shaking overlord. No, killing the sky-shaking overlord wasn't enough, he wanted to change the situation of the entire Saint Spirit continent. Why was the sky-shaking overlord so arrogant? It was because the demonic beasts weren't weaker than the humans. If the demonic beasts were too weak, the sky-shaking overlord would have been eliminated a long time ago. Chapter 753. It had been a long time since the Sky-Quake Overlord massacred the human race. The human race and the demon race had gradually forgotten about it. Whether it was the demon clan or the human clan, there were too many members. The number of new births far exceeded the number of deaths. It was especially so for saints. Their lifespan was over 100,000 years, and they were already used to seeing life and death. They didn't even care about such a calamity. Autumn Leaf City, in a manor that occupied an area of 100 acres. Li Fuchen slowly opened his eyes. I'm at the mid-stage of the Primordial Extreme Sword Arts 42nd level. It had been more than 2 years since the last incident. For over 2 years, Li Fuchen had improved further and his primary extreme sword technique had reached the mid-state of 42nd rank. Don't belittle the advancement of a single minor realm. Only Li Fuchen knew how big of a change this minor realm advancement brought. After all, the closer one got to the pinnacle level, the more difficult it would be to advance. Correspondingly, the increase in strength would also be more terrifying. It was just like the top 10 rankers of the Great Emperor rankings and the top few hundred. Everyone was close to the extremity, but their strength was more than 10 times different. At this moment, Li Fuchen's sword Dao strength had finally caught up to his body refinement strength and they were finally on par. Standing up, Li Fuchen walked out of the house and arrived at the martial arts field that occupied a few hectares. Wu Zhuo and Wu Shi were sparring on the training field. After a few years, Wu Zhuo was already 11 years old and Wu Shi was 16 years old. The two of them had already cultivated to the 3rd level of Battle Spirit Realm. If this cultivation speed was brought to the Emperor's Sky Continent, it would be enough to shock people to death. Dang dang dang. Their swordsmanship was very exquisite. Ordinary mystic-level swordsmanship was comparable to Earth-level swordsmanship in their hands. For the past few years, Li Fuchen had allowed them to cultivate at least 1,000 sword arts, allowing them to have an extremely firm sword Dao foundation. Master. Wu Zhuo and Wu Shi clashed with each other and were about to stop. Continue. Wu Zhuo, don't blindly look for your opponent's weakness. If there isn't a weakness, you can create one. Wu Shi, your sword is too beautiful. You learned so many sword techniques, but you only learned how to be beautiful. It's fine to be extravagant, but all of this is built on the foundation that the more extravagant it is, the more dangerous it is. Li Fuchen didn't teach the two of them how to cultivate sword arts. He only gave them pointers on how to fight when they were sparring. The rest was up to the two of them. After Li Fuchen's guidance, the scene instantly became intense. Li Fuchen didn't stop and continued to give pointers to the two of them, seemingly trying to force them to their limits. Wu Zhuo, your sword should be faster. Do you know why your sword isn't fast enough? It's because your heart isn't sincere. Only when you're devoted to the sword Dao can you truly achieve the realm of the sword Dao as you please. Li Fuchen noticed a flaw in Wu Zhuo. Perhaps the other party's talent in the way of the sword was too high. He learned sword techniques extremely quickly, giving rise to a feeling that sword techniques were nothing much. Although his foundation in the way of the sword was strong, it was not deep enough. Of course, it may also be that Li Fuchen's requirements are too high. After all, the other party is just an 11-year-old child. In East Lin continent, this age has just embarked on the road of martial Dao. This spar went on for 2 hours. When the two of them finally stopped, their backs were drenched in sweat and their faces were pale. Li Fuchen's pointers seemed to have a demonic nature that unknowingly squeezed out their potential. The side effect was that their mental energy was greatly depleted. Autumn Leaf City was an extremely prosperous city. The reason why Li Fuchen decided to stay in the Autumn Leaf City wasn't because he felt that his strength had increased and he could ignore Class 9 low-tier arrays. In fact, with his current strength, he was still far from being able to deal with Class 9 low-tier arrays. Li Fuchen dared to enter because this city was the Swordsman Guild's city. The so-called Swordsman Guild was an organization established by swordsmen. From top to bottom, all of them were swordsmen. Even the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign were members of the Swordsman Guild. According to strength and contribution to the Swordsman Guild, the swordsmen of the Swordsman Guild were separated into 9 classes. From low to high, they were Class 1 swordsmen and Class 9 swordsmen. In order to become a Class 1 swordsman, one's cultivation would need to reach the Law Phase realm and pass the Guild's Class 1 swordsman test. To become a Class 2 swordsman, apart from passing the Class 2 swordsman test, one would need to accumulate 100 guild contribution points. To become a Class 3 swordsman, one would need to accumulate 500 guild contribution points. The rest would be the same. It was said that the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign were already Class 8 swordsmen and were honorary elders of the Swordsman Guild. Honorary elders had the same status as the branch president. There were plenty of benefits to becoming a member of the Swordsman Guild. Firstly, when being pursued, one could hide in the Swordsman Guild and seek the guild's protection. There might not be many cities that didn't have Swordsman Guild branches, but there were plenty of cities that had Swordsman Guild branches. As long as one hid in the Swordsman Guild branch, even experts on the Great Emperor rankings wouldn't dare to barge in. Otherwise, one would be the Swordsman Guild's enemy and wouldn't rest until death. Secondly, one could purchase residences in the guild city at a discount. The higher the rank, the better the discount. Thirdly, one could use guild contribution points to purchase required resources in the guild. Fourthly, when one was a Class 6 swordsman, one could post missions in the Swordsman Guild. In short, in the Swordsman Guild, the higher the rank, the more benefits one could enjoy. Swordsmen without any background would take pride in joining the Swordsman Guild. Li Fuchen was currently a Class 4 swordsman. The reason why he didn't advance to a higher class was because he didn't have any guild contribution points. If he had enough guild contribution points, it wouldn't be difficult to become a Class 8 swordsman. It is time to earn some guild contribution points. Li Fuchen wasn't arrogant enough to think that he didn't need any background. On the Saint Spirit continent, any saint would be able to kill him easily. If he had the Swordsman Guild as his background, the enemy would have to be apprehensive. But the prerequisite was that the rank must be high enough. The Swordsman Guild wouldn't place too much attention on a Class 1 swordsman. At most, they would provide protection when the swordsman hid in the guild, but they wouldn't provide any other assistance. In the Swordsman Guild, there were 2 ways to earn guild contribution points. The first way was to complete guild missions. The second way was to exchange high-grade spirit stones. However, the exchange rate was very high. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones would only be able to exchange for 1 guild contribution point. 10 million high-grade spirit stones would be 10,000 guild contribution points. It wasn't even enough to become a Class 5 swordsman. Li Fuchen guessed that this was a rule set up for those extremely powerful swordsmen who weren't willing to do low-class missions. After all, in the Swordsman Guild, in order to accept missions, one would have to look at their own ranks. If one was only a Class 1 swordsman, it was impossible to accept high-class missions. Li Fuchen was able to become a Class 4 swordsman because he spent 3 million high-grade spirit stones. Of course, he wouldn't spend too many high-grade spirit stones to exchange for guild contribution points. After all, becoming a Class 5 swordsman would require 20,000 guild contribution points and becoming a Class 6 swordsman would require 150,000 guild contribution points. It wasn't a small sum and even Li Fuchen would feel heartache. After arriving at the Autumn Leaf City's Swordsman Guild branch, Li Fuchen entered and headed for the mission hall. The mission hall was bustling with people. This place had missions issued by the guild and also missions issued by Class 6 swordsmen and above. Generally speaking, the missions issued by the guild would reward guild contribution points. Private missions would be a mix of contribution points and high-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen ignored the low-class missions and arrived at the mid-class mission area. As a Class 4 swordsman, he could accept mid-class missions. 10 Demon Ruler's Hearts, 3,000 guild contribution points. Sword Tooth Demonic Beasts Sword Tooth, 2,000 guild contribution points. 1 square meter of Sword Chi Lake's water, 5,000 guild contribution points. Li Fuchen didn't look at the private missions, he was looking at the guild missions. This Sword Chi Lake's water mission is not bad. Li Fuchen nodded. He required missions that rewarded a lot of guild contribution points. As for the difficulty, he didn't even bother. After all, with his strength, mid-class missions weren't difficult at all. After tearing off the mission slip, Li Fuchen left the branch. Sword Chi Lake was one of the dangerous places on the Saint Spirit continent. It was said that the Sword Chi Lake was originally an ordinary lake. Later on, the corpse of a Sword Dao Saint fell into the lake, causing the lake to produce an intent. As long as the intent wasn't extinguished, the Sword Chi in the Sword Chi Lake would never be extinguished. From afar, Li Fuchen could see the Sword Chi Lake. The Sword Chi Lake wasn't big and was only a few miles in size. The Sword Chi Lake's water was surging with cold light. It didn't look like a lake water and was formed by countless fine sword blades. Above the Sword Chi Lake was a white mist. After taking a closer look, it wasn't a mist, it was obviously Sword Chi. Rather peculiar. Li Fuchen said to himself. There were plenty of swordsmen collecting the lake water by the shore of the Sword Chi Lake. But the Sword Chi in the Sword Chi Lake was too violent and swordsmen would be killed from time to time. There were some stronger swordsmen that successfully collected the lake water, but their bodies were also drenched in blood as though they were sliced by 1,000 blades. The Sword Chi Lake is too dangerous. I have spent a month to collect a small bottle. I can't withstand it. A 7th level Law Phase Realm short-haired swordsman sighed. It is normal. Even a Sword Dao Great Emperor can only collect a small bottle of lake water in a day, let alone you. His friend said. The short-haired swordsman said, I heard that the Sword Sovereign once collected the Sword Chi Lake's water. He collected 1 square meter in a day. I don't know if it is true. 1 square meter was equivalent to a water jar. He wouldn't be able to collect so much Sword Chi Lake's water in 100 years. That is the Sword Sovereign, one of the most fearsome Sword Dao Great Emperors. He isn't someone we can compare with. That is true. As the duo spoke, Li Fuchen had already arrived at the shore of the Sword Chi Lake. Friend, be careful. Don't get injured by the Sword Chi. When the duo saw Li Fuchen walking straight towards the Sword Chi Lake, they couldn't help but warn him. Li Fuchen said, Many thanks for the reminder, I know my limits. Cling 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 cling, just as Li Fuchen approached the Sword Chi Lake, the white Sword Chi surged over violently and slashed at Li Fuchen's sword energy protection. No wonder it is so difficult for these people to collect the lake water. The Sword Chi's lethality is indeed powerful. Li Fuchen's mind flashed with thoughts as he bent down and started to collect the water. To collect the Sword Chi Lake's water, a special container was required. Li Fuchen's container was a water jar. The surface of the water jar was covered with patterns and it was obvious that there was an array. However, Li Fuchen didn't dare to immerse the water jar directly into the lake water. If he did that, the water jar might not be able to withstand it and would shatter. Li Fuchen immersed his right hand into the lake water and used a suction force to toss a ball of water into the water jar. He is actually using his hand to collect the water. Everyone was flabbergasted. Chapter 754. Li Fuchen felt that this Sword Chi Lake was similar to the Emperor Sky Continent's Thunderheart Lake. Of course, the Sword Chi Lake's power was several times stronger than the Thunderheart Lake. Gradually, the amount of water in the water tank increased. After leaving the Sword Chi Lake's water, there wasn't any Sword Chi emitting anymore. But the power was still terrifying and it was constantly eroding the array patterns on the water tank. Li Fuchen's speed of retrieving water was very fast. With a suction and toss of his right hand, a water sphere landed in the water tank. The Sword Chi storm caused by retrieving water wasn't able to break Li Fuchen's sword energy protection for now. Li Fuchen's sword energy protection was already much stronger than before. Right now, his primary extreme sword technique was already close to extremity and it was 100 times stronger than the Sky Ring sword armor. Li Fuchen reckoned that even the top 100 rankers on the Great Emperor rankings wouldn't be able to break his sword energy protection easily. Too slow. Li Fuchen wasn't satisfied with retrieving a bowl-sized water sphere at a time. This time, Li Fuchen didn't use the sword energy to absorb the lake water. Instead, he used his chi power to absorb the lake water. His chi power contained the star's law and the star's law contained the gravity law. With a gentle suction, Li Fuchen drew the basin-sized water sphere into his hand. But this way, the sword chi storm was even more horrific. Those that were closer to him let out a strange yell and retreated frantically. Cling 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 cling, Li Fuchen's body was bursting with sparks. In an instant, it was unknown how many sword chi slashed on his body. Li Fuchen didn't care and continued to retrieve water. At the back, everyone was already dumbfounded. With Li Fuchen's speed, it wouldn't take long for him to retrieve a cubic meter. Back then, even the Sword Sovereign would need half a day to retrieve a cubic meter of Sword Chi Lake's water. Li Fuchen's speed was much faster than everyone imagined. In just 15 minutes, the water tank was filled with lake water. One water tank was exactly 1 cubic meter. Li Fuchen wasn't satisfied and took out the second water tank to continue retrieving water. He could see that the Sword Chi Lake's water was extremely useful for swordsmen to comprehend sword Dao. When the second water tank was filled, Li Fuchen finally stopped retrieving water. One water tank was enough for him to use for a period of time. At most, he would come back to retrieve more in the future. Moreover, he only had 2 water tanks. After keeping the water jar, Li Fuchen flashed and flew away, leaving behind the stunned crowd. Could it be that this person is stronger than the Sword Emperor? You can't say that. Back then, when the Sword Emperor came to fetch the water, his sword principles hadn't reached the large success stage yet. If the Sword Emperor came to fetch the water now, he probably wouldn't be slow at all. Perhaps, he would be even faster. Regardless, this person's sword principle strength is at least top 5 among sword principle great emperors. On this day, Li Fuchen left behind a legend at the Sword Chi Lake. Through word of mouth, many people knew that a top-notch swordsman once appeared in the vicinity of the Sword Chi Lake. In just 15 minutes, he took away 2 portions of the Sword Chi Lake's water. At the Swordsman Guild branch, after handing over 1 cubic meter of Sword Chi Lake's water, Li Fuchen obtained 5,000 guild points. Now, he had accumulated 8,000 contribution points. He still needed 12,000 contribution points to reach 20,000. Inside the manor, Li Fuchen started to study the Sword Chi Lake's water. In the end, he realized that the Sword Chi Lake's water wasn't very useful to him and wasn't able to help him break through to a higher level. Li Fuchen's current sword Dao was already extremely close to extremity and it wasn't that easy to break through. Otherwise, the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign would have already come to fetch the Sword Chi Lake's water. They wouldn't just do it once. After arriving at the branch, Li Fuchen accepted the second mid-grade mission. A short moment later, Li Fuchen saw a mission and it was an escort mission. The mission's reward was very high and it actually rewarded 10,000 guild points. After completing this mission and doing a simpler mid-grade mission, Li Fuchen would be able to progress to a grade 5 swordsman. As such, Li Fuchen immediately tore off the mission slip. According to the instructions on the mission slip, Li Fuchen arrived at a courtyard in the Autumn Leaf City. I am here to look for Madame Jean. Li Fuchen said to the maidservant that opened the door. Come in. The maidservant let Li Fuchen in. When Li Fuchen entered, there were a lot of escorts. There were a total of 7 people, and if Li Fuchen was included, it would be 8. Among the 7 people, 3 of them were grade 5 swordsmen and 4 were grade 4 swordsmen. The reason why Li Fuchen was able to see their grades was because when doing escort missions, swordsmen had to wear the swordsman badge. It was just like how bodyguards had to wear the bodyguard badge when doing escort missions. The emblem for grade 3 swordsman was 3 gray swords, grade 4 swordsman had 1 silver sword, grade 5 swordsman had 2 silver swords crossed together. Seeing Li Fuchen come in, 5 of the 7 greeted Li Fuchen, while the other 2 didn't seem to care and closed their eyes to rest. Madam, another one is here. Arriving at the main house, the maidservant said to the young madam inside. What grade? The young madam turned around and a delicate and gorgeous face was reflected in the maidservant's eyes. Madam, it is a grade 4 swordsman. The maidservant quickly lowered her head. She might be a woman, but every time she saw the madam's appearance, her heart would involuntarily race. The madam was truly too beautiful and had a charm that could charm all living beings. Grade 4 swordsman. That's right, I am overthinking. How can a branch have a grade 6 swordsman? Madame Jean muttered. In the entire swordsman guild, there were only 2 grade 8 swordsmen. In order to become a grade 8 swordsman, one's strength would need to be in the top 10 of the Great Emperor rankings. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to pass the grade 8 swordsman test. There were only over 20 grade 7 swordsmen. Like the emotionless sword emperor who was ranked 14th on the Great Emperor rankings and the heart sword sovereign who was ranked 22nd, they were both grade 7 swordsmen. There might be a lot of grade 6 swordsmen, but it wasn't that easy to become a grade 6 swordsman. It could be said that in the Swordsman Guild, grade 6 swordsmen were already at the pinnacle of combat strength. After all, grade 8 and grade 7 swordsmen were too rare. Furthermore, there were some grade 6 swordsmen whose strength might not be inferior to grade 7 swordsmen. Due to the lack of contribution points, they weren't able to become grade 7 swordsmen. Come, let's go out. It has already been 3 days, I reckon no one else will come. Madame Jean walked out of the main house. Everyone, thank you for escorting me to the Golden Sand City. I guarantee that once we reach the Golden Sand City, each of you will be given a generous gift. The Golden Sand City was very far away and if they were to rush, it would take at least 3 months. Madame is too polite, this is what we should do. It is said that Madame Jean has unparalleled looks. After seeing her today, she truly lives up to her reputation. Among the 8 of them, there was only 1 female swordsman, the rest were all male swordsmen. After seeing Madame Jin's true appearance, even Li Fuchen couldn't help but reveal an expression of admiration. Especially the older swordsman who had a flash of desire in his eyes. This Madame Jean didn't just have absolute looks, she also had a charismatic aura. Any man that saw her would inevitably be moved. Could she have cultivated the Empress countenance technique? Li Fuchen was only admiring and didn't reveal any other expression. Li Fuchen guessed it right, Madame Jean had indeed cultivated the Empress countenance technique. This Empress countenance technique allowed her aura to increase greatly. Even women who were prettier than her wouldn't be as enticing as her. However, success was due to the Empress countenance technique and failure was also due to the Empress countenance technique. It was because of the Empress countenance technique that she needed everyone to escort her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to reach the Golden Sand City. Outside the Autumn Leaf City, everyone boarded Madame Jin's high-grade silver airship and flew towards the Golden Sand City. In the depths of the Swordsman Guild's branch, Yang Po lifted his head and said, Jin clan, I have returned the favor. In the early years, he owed the Golden Sand City's Jin clan a favor. Therefore, he used his authority to issue a guild mission and the reward was extremely high. In normal situations, the Swordsman Guild would rarely issue escort missions. Along the way, everyone started to converse. Apart from the two rather indifferent swordsmen, Li Fuchen already knew the names of the other 5 swordsmen. The older grade 5 swordsman was called Su Long, while the other grade 5 swordsman was called Gong Yun. As for the other 3 grade 4 swordsmen, they were called Cui Jian, Zhou Jian, and Zhao Tianhe. Those that could become grade 4 and grade 5 swordsmen were all Sword Dao grade emperors. Everyone was chatting and would occasionally exchange their own sword daos. This Madame Jean is truly interesting. Even I, Su Long, am tempted. Su Long was a bold and unrestrained person and didn't conceal anything. Zhou Jian said, "Big brother Su, I think it is best if you don't provoke Madame Jean. Madame Jean is too charming and we won't be able to defend against her." That's right. If I didn't guess it wrongly, she should be cultivating the Empress Countenance technique. Those that walk out from the Empress Countenance sect are all Dao companions that everyone would fight for. I wonder why Madame Jean didn't seek protection from the Empress Countenance sect. Gong Yun said, "You guys might not know this, but the Empress Countenance sect has its own rules. Once a person marries someone, they will no longer be a member of the Empress Countenance sect. It is obvious that Madame Jean is already married. Furthermore, the Empress Countenance sect is only a rather powerful emperor-class sect. They aren't like the Swordsman Guild which has so many experts. I wonder who has such good luck to marry Madame Jean." Su Long was still rather unwilling. Zhao Tianhe said, "I heard that Madame Jin's husband died a long time ago." The Golden Sand City should be Madame Jin's hometown, right? Boom. As they were conversing, the silver airship suddenly shook violently. Someone was attacking the silver airship. Outside the silver airship, a group of people blocked the silver airship's path. "Madame Jean, we have met many years ago and I have missed you. I don't mind you marrying someone and becoming the Green Dragon Halberd Emperor's Dao companion." The leader had a sinister aura and was wielding a green dragon halberd. Bah, a toad lusting after swan meat. Hurry up and get lost. When the cabin door opened, Su Long berated. Grade 5 swordsman. The Green Dragon Halberd Emperor's expression changed. Those that could become a grade 5 swordsman were all incredible Sword Dao grade emperors. But why was Madame Jean able to get a grade 5 swordsman from the Swordsman Guild to escort her? "Friend, give me, the Green Dragon Halberd Emperor some face. I am definitely taking Madame Jean." The Green Dragon Halberd Emperor took a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice. He, the Green Dragon Halberd Emperor, wasn't a nobody. He might not be listed on the Great Emperor rankings, but he had fought with experts on the Great Emperor rankings. A grade 5 swordsman wasn't enough to scare him away. "Since you aren't leaving, then die." Dragon Tiger Cloud Sword. Su Long thrust his large sword forward. The cloud-like sword chi surged towards the Green Dragon Halberd Emperor, accompanied by the roars of dragons and tigers. PFFF. Fresh blood was vomited as the Green Dragon Halberd Emperor was sent flying. "I will remember you. Go." This group of people left as quickly as they came. "Many thanks, Dragon Tiger Sword Emperor." Madame Jean thanked Su Long. Su Long's title was the Dragon Tiger Sword Emperor and it was very mighty. Su Long laughed heartily. "Madame Jean, don't worry. With me, Su Long, around, I will ensure your safety." Chapter 755. Because he had dealt with the Green Dragon Halberd Emperor, the relationship between Su Long and Madame Jean had gotten a little closer. Of course, this kind of closeness was only relative to ordinary people. The two of them still couldn't even be considered ordinary friends. Seeing all of this, Li Fuchen shook his head. If Su Long really managed to woo Madame Jean, his future would not be good. According to what he knew, one needed to have aptitude to cultivate the Empress Countenance technique. Not everyone could cultivate the Empress Countenance technique to a high realm. In other words, not everyone could have Madame Jin's charm. This kind of woman was born to be the center of attention. There would never be a lack of suitors. However, all of this was built on the premise that Su Long could chase after Madame Jin. Madame Jin was not a young girl who had never seen the world. To move her, personal charm and strength were indispensable. Su Long was still lacking. The silver airship continued flying while everyone drank and chatted. "Brother Su, your dragon tiger cloud sword is really powerful," Zhou Jian and the other two said in admiration. Su Long laughed heartily. "I have cultivated the dragon tiger cloud sword for more than 200 years. If it does not have any power, I might as well commit suicide." Gong Yun smiled and said, "Looks like I don't need to do anything along the way." His strength was slightly weaker than Su Long. Since Su Long wanted to show off in front of Madame Jin, he was naturally willing to fulfill his wish. "Thanks a lot." Su Long toasted the other party. "Don't waste your time. Do you think Madame Jin will like you?" The female swordsman, who had been silent, glanced at Su Long and said disdainfully. Su Long's face sank. "You're a grade 4 swordsman, you better watch your words. Do you know who Madame Jin's deceased husband is? He is the No. 4500th ranked Light Wind Great Emperor on the Great Emperor rankings. There are rumors that the Light Wind Great Emperor was murdered by someone. How do you think the Light Wind Great Emperor is compared to you?" The female swordsman obviously knew more about Madame Jin's matter. Su Long's expression turned ugly. "So what? At worst, I'll just stay in the city from now on. Is it safe as long as we don't leave the city? Killing someone doesn't have to be world-shaking. Perhaps, a drop of poison is enough to kill you," the female swordsman continued. Hearing this, Su Long's expression changed. At their level, they were basically immune to all poisons. However, this was only referring to ordinary poisons. Some strange poisons could instantly kill a person. Just as the atmosphere in the dining hall was getting awkward, Madame Jin's maid walked in. "Everyone, these are the treasured wines of my madam. Please have a taste." "Good wine, thank madam for me." Zhou Jian quickly changed the topic. After drinking, everyone returned to their rooms. Only Li Fuqian, the female swordsman, and the grade 5 swordsman were left in the dining hall. Li Fuqian looked at the female swordsman and the grade 5 swordsman before he continued to drink his wine. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The journey could be considered peaceful and uneventful. Occasionally, they would encounter a robbery, but any one of them could easily deal with it. So much so that everyone felt that the escort mission was too easy, and they were a little bored. "This is too boring. I thought there would be fights and killings along the way." As a swordsman, everyone thirsted for battle, because only by constantly fighting could they continuously perfect their sword principles. Boom! Just as everyone was starting to get bored, a loud sound rang out and the silver airship was forced to stop. Everyone's eyes lit up. They knew that a battle was coming. The cabin door opened and everyone walked out. Inside the room, Li Fuqian was in seclusion. His perception was too high and he would have some inspirations from time to time. These inspirations were fleeting and he had to grasp them without being distracted. With that person around, there shouldn't be any problem. Everyone assumed that the Dragon Tiger Sword Emperor, Su Long, was the strongest. In fact, in Li Fuqian's eyes, the grade 5 swordsman who had yet to speak was the strongest. Furthermore, he wasn't just 1 or 2 times stronger. If Su Long was a firefly, then that grade 5 swordsman would be the sun. The two of them weren't comparable at all. After walking out of the cabin door, everyone's heart sank. The opponent this time seemed to be rather formidable and it made them feel unconfident. On the opposite side, there were over 100 individuals and there were 3 leaders. The one on the left was a bewitching man who was wearing a golden snake earring. The one on the right was a purple-lipped woman with dark green eyes. The two of them might have concealed their chi presences, but they gave off an abnormally dangerous feeling. It felt as though they were being targeted by a venomous snake, tiger, or wolf, making them uncomfortable. These two individuals had already made everyone feel a sense of danger. The existence of the person in the middle made Su Long swallow his saliva. This person had average looks and didn't have an obvious chi presence. Only when his eyes opened and closed, there would be a tyrannical radiance that burst out from time to time. Among the group, no one dared to look him in the eye and would subconsciously avoid his gaze. This is bad. Gong Yun had a heavy heart. Previously, he felt that this journey was too boring. Right now, he wished he could slap himself. Hee, Madame Jean, how have you been? The purple-lipped woman stared at Madame Jean and let out a strange laugh. Who are you? I don't know you. Madame Jean spoke calmly. You don't know me, but I know you. Your dead husband has some connections with me. What connections? Madame Jean didn't understand. I personally poisoned your husband to death. Ha! The purple-lipped woman laughed with pride. What? You poisoned him? Madame Jean pointed at the purple-lipped woman and spoke with a trembling voice. You killed my big brother. I will fight it out with you. The first to erupt wasn't Madame Jean but the female swordsman. She drew two swords and slashed out in a crisscrossed manner. A sword blade storm blasted at the purple-lipped woman. So you are his sister. Interesting. Facing the female swordsman's killer move, the purple-lipped woman only blew lightly. Instantly, a purple chi storm expanded and extinguished the sword blade storm. Such powerful poison Dao law. Seeing that the female swordsman was about to be hit, Su Long stepped forward and dispersed the purple chi storm with the dragon tiger cloud sword. Move aside. The female swordsman didn't appreciate it and shouted at Su Long who was blocking in front of her. Su Long turned his head and said coldly, a few days ago, you said that I overestimated myself. I think you are the one overestimating yourself. The opponent can kill you in one move. What's the point of you rushing forward? Are you going to accompany your brother? You. The female swordsman's almond-shaped eyes widened as tears gathered. You actually dare to be distracted while fighting me. You are truly courting death. The purple-lipped woman clawed out and a purplish-black claw shadow attacked. Dang! Su Long barely managed to block this claw, but he was sent flying. A trace of purple intent appeared on his body. This was the sign of being poisoned. Even though he felt that the purple-lipped woman was very powerful, after exchanging blows, he felt that he had underestimated her. Big brother Su, let me assist you. Soft ripple. Gong Yun's sword art was obviously a water path sword art. When he brandished his sword, the void seemed to have turned into water. There were slight ripples that spread towards the purple-lipped woman. Child's play. The purple-lipped woman clenched her right hand and rotated it forward. A purple chi spiral storm pierced through the ripples and sent Gong Yun flying. Attack together. Zhou Jian and the other two attacked the purple-lipped woman together. Bang bang bang. It was a pity that the three of them were slightly weaker. Before the purple chi storm, they didn't even have the chance to resist. All of them were sent flying and their bodies were tainted with a dense purple intent. Too powerful. Gong Yun said bitterly. With so many of them working together, they actually weren't a match for the purple-lipped woman. One must know that the other two had yet to make a move. Let them go. I will leave with you. Madame Jean glanced at the female swordsman and said. She had heard from her husband more than once that he had a younger sister. She didn't expect that she would be able to meet her today and under such circumstances. No, you can't leave with them. The female swordsman said. Then what can I do? Madame Jean was at a loss. I didn't expect to encounter people from the Sky Thrust Union here. I wonder if you can block a sword of mine. The cabin door opened and a figure walked out. Everyone turned their head and saw that it was the grade 5 swordsman who had been silent all this while. Su Long frowned and vaguely had some guesses. You know that we are from the Sky Thrust Union? The purple-lipped woman was surprised. You should be the Sunflower Water Branch's 100 Poison Hall Master. The grade 5 swordsman was wearing green clothes and had an ordinary appearance as though he was an ordinary person. However, under such circumstances, the more ordinary he was, the more extraordinary he seemed. It seems like you know me. Since that is the case, then go and die. Earlier on, the 100 Poison Hall Master didn't even use 10% of her strength. If she was serious, these people would already be dead. A horrific purple chi storm burst out. Within a radius of 10 miles, apart from the green-clothed swordsman, everyone else, including the silver airship, was sucked in by the purple chi storm without any resistance. Everyone finally knew that the opposition didn't even use his full strength and was just toying with them. You are the one who will die. The green-clothed swordsman didn't even draw his sword. A sword prowess burst out and instantly dispersed the purple chi storm. The sword prowess then slashed at the 100 Poison Hall Master. This sword prowess was extremely powerful. In this world, apart from the sword Dao law, there were no other laws. Be it the Heaven and Earth law or the 100 Poison Hall Master's Poison Dao law, everything was forced back and was slashed into nothingness by the sword prowess. Not good. The 100 Poison Hall Master was appalled. She realized that she was locked down by the sword prowess and was unable to move. Bang, bang. At the crucial moment, a giant black lotus blocked the sword prowess. Interesting, interesting. In this desolate and uninhabited place, we actually encountered an existence in the top 1,000 of the Great Emperor rankings. If I didn't guess it wrongly, you should be the 700th ranked Ordinary Sword Emperor, Su Pingfan, right? Behind the 100 Poison Hall Master, the ordinary-looking middle-aged man spoke. Black Lotus Altar Master. Su Pingfan looked at the opposition. Those who could become the Altar Master of the Sky Thrust Union were all extremely powerful. Even he didn't dare to be careless. What? He is the Ordinary Sword Emperor, Su Pingfan. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the person who had been staying and eating with them was actually the 700th ranked Ordinary Sword Emperor, Su Pingfan. Chapter 756. Ordinary Sword Emperor, give my Sky Thrust Union some face and leave. Black Lotus Altar Master said indifferently. He might be an Altar Master, but he wasn't confident he could defeat Su Pingfan. Do you think it is possible? Su Pingfan's eyes were ordinary as he spoke indifferently. Kiki, I don't think it is possible. Since that is the case, I shall have a taste of Ordinary Sword Emperor's brilliant move. Altar Master Black Lotus had never crossed moves with a Great Emperor who was in the top 1,000 of the Great Emperor rankings. This was the first time. In the history of the Sky Thrust Union, there was once an Altar Master that killed a Great Emperor that was ranked around 700. He firmly believed that he could do it too and even better. Void Black Lotus. Black Lotus Altar Master beckoned with his hand and a giant Black Lotus bloomed beneath his feet. It rapidly expanded and enveloped Su Pingfan. Such an incredible Void Dao martial art. Su Long squinted his eyes. His opponent's Black Lotus made him dizzy. It felt as though there were layers of spatial zones inside. Once one was enveloped by it, it was impossible to escape. Gong Yun took a deep breath and said, I have heard of the Sky Thrust Union. It is a very mysterious and powerful saint faction. From lowest to highest, there are star-class members, Joss Masters, Hall Masters, Altar Masters, and Helm Masters. No one knows the ranks after that. Putting aside the star-class members, Joss Masters are said to be able to instantly kill experts at the bottom of the Great Emperor rankings. Hall Masters are even stronger. As for Altar Masters, they are already able to contest with the top 1,000 Great Emperor rankings. Helm Masters are even more incredible and are ranked in the top few hundred. I originally thought it was nonsense, but from the looks of it, there is no such thing. The Sky Thrust Union is stronger than any Saint faction and isn't inferior to our Swordsman Guild. However, our Swordsman Guild is a loose organization and isn't as strict as the Sky Thrust Union. The Swordsman Guild was also powerful. He and Gong Yun had only become Grade 5 swordsmen recently and were considered the weakest among the Grade 5 swordsmen. Some powerful Grade 5 swordsmen should be able to contest with the Sky Thrust Union's Joss Masters. Regular Grade 6 swordsmen would be able to contest with the Sky Thrust Union's Hall Masters. Elite Grade 6 swordsmen would be able to contest with the Sky Thrust Union's Altar Masters. Su Pingfan's strength was at least an elite Grade 6 swordsman and might have already passed the Grade 7 swordsman test. However, the Swordsman Guild was just a guild after all. There was no such thing as a hierarchy. It was incomparable to the Sky Piercer Union. Seeing that the Black Lotus was about to envelop him, Su Pingfan unsheathed his sword. His entire body was like a hedgehog, and countless swords shot out. With a crackling sound, the Black Lotus was instantly shattered. When Su Pingfan's sword was unsheathed, it shocked the world. Altar Lord Black Lotus was forced back a few steps. His expression was grave as he pushed his hands forward. In the void, countless Black Lotuses bloomed and pressed towards Su Pingfan. Su Pingfan's expression did not change, and he still swung his sword. This time, the layers of sword light were like the sun emitting a million rays of light, completely destroying Altar Master Black Lotus's Black Lotus and leaving bloody sword marks on his body. Let's go together. Sky Scorpion Battle Formation. Su Pingfan's strength surpassed Altar Lord Black Lotus's imagination. In other words, Altar Lord Black Lotus had overestimated his own strength. In fact, the average combat strength of Sky Piercer Union's Altar Masters was around the top 1000 of the Great Emperor rankings. It was extremely rare for them to enter the top 1000, let alone rank 700th on the Great Emperor rankings. Altar Lord Black Lotus wasn't someone who cared about his reputation. When he saw that he wasn't a match for Su Pingfan, he immediately formed the battle formation and began to fight. The Sky Scorpion battle formation was shaped like a scorpion. The Bewitching Man and the 100 Poison Hall Master were the scorpion's pincers, while Altar Lord Black Lotus was the scorpion's stinger. Boom! In this fight, Su Pingfan finally took a step back. Altar Lord Black Lotus's strength wasn't much weaker than him. After combining with the battle formation, his strength was at least a few times stronger. Ordinary Sword Dao. Taking a deep breath, Su Pingfan no longer released sword lights. Each move was extremely ordinary but also extremely sharp. When the sword was slashed, it felt as though the void was going to be sliced apart, leaving behind sword marks on the Sky Scorpion battle formation. However, a battle formation was still a battle formation. As long as it didn't collapse, it would be able to recover rapidly. Die! The Sky Scorpion's tail thrust over. Furthermore, the stinger's trajectory was ever-changing and hazy. It felt as though it was in another world and it was hard to distinguish the attack trajectory. It was obvious that the stinger contained the Black Lotus Altar Lord's Void Law. Clang! At the critical moment, Su Pingfan managed to block the attack, but he was also sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Not good, the ordinary Sword Emperor isn't a match. Everyone was extremely anxious. If Su Pingfan wasn't a match, they were definitely going to perish today. At this moment, no one would have thought that Li Fuchen had yet to make a move. They had already neglected Li Fuchen's existence. After all, what could a Grade 4 swordsman do? Clang 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 clang, Su Pingfan was able to fight evenly with the Sky Scorpion's pincers, but when facing the Sky Scorpion's stinger, he couldn't do anything. Every time he reacted, he would only be able to block and wouldn't be able to dodge. Ordinary Sword Dao. Heaven and Earth Emotion. Su Pingfan's aura was getting more ordinary while his sword seemed to have vanished. Countless threads burst out from his palm and penetrated the Sky Scorpion. This sword move was actually close to extremity. What? Inside the Sky Scorpion battle formation, the Black Lotus Altar Lord could sense that the massive Sky Scorpion battle formation was penetrated by countless threads. The threads were too sharp and the Sky Scorpion battle formation couldn't block them. Bang! The Sky Scorpion battle formation crumbled. Apart from the Black Lotus Altar Lord and the others, the rest were either missing arms or legs. Some were severed at the waist or had their heads severed. It was simply a miserable scene of flesh and blood splattering everywhere. The Black Lotus Altar Lord and the others weren't having a good time either. The crumbling of the battle formation had caused them to vomit blood and their strength had declined significantly. PFFF. Su Pingfan had also vomited blood. He hadn't fully grasped the heaven and earth emotion. When he forcefully executed it, his chi flowed in reverse and many of his organs were damaged and crumbled. This is the sword thread state. Su Long widened his eyes. When a swordsman reached a certain level, they would be able to grasp the sword thread state. They would be able to turn the sword chi into threads and slice through all things. Su Pingfan's sword thread state was obviously close to extremity. According to the records, the true sword thread state could slice through all things, including time and space. It was a top-notch killing method and no one in the world would be able to block the sword thread state. Not even a body refinement martial artist of the same level would be able to block it and would definitely be injured. It could be said that Su Pingfan's regular strength was around 700 on the Great Emperor rankings. But once he executed the sword chi threads, his strength would increase by at least 10 times. How can he be so powerful? The Black Lotus Altar Lord's face was distorted and he was in disbelief. The Ominous Man and the 100 Poison Hall Master were also extremely shocked. In their hearts, they had a new understanding of swordsmen. No wonder it was said that among the myriad Daos in heaven and earth, the sword Dao was the most proficient in killing. Sword thread state that is close to extremity. It is indeed incredible. Li Fuchen could see that Su Pingfan's strength wasn't much weaker than the Sword Rain Great Emperor. If Su Pingfan completely grasped this sword move, his strength would be superior to the Sword Rain Great Emperor and it might even surpass Sword Extinction, Wuqingjue. The ordinary Sword Emperor, Su Pingfan, found the extraordinary within the ordinary. But I still have to make a move. Li Fuchen let out a sigh and smiled bitterly. While speaking, he stood up and was preparing to walk out of the silver airship. A bunch of trash. You can't even do such a simple task. Just as everyone was shocked by Su Pingfan's strength, a hoarse voice came from afar and instantly entered everyone's ears. From afar, a figure appeared from the water ripples. In just a single step, he arrived in front of the Black Lotus Altar Master and the others. It was a handsome youth in blue clothes. But when complimented with his voice, it gave off an extremely strange and dangerous feeling. Branch Master. The Black Lotus Altar Master and the others quickly bowed with cupped fists and didn't have any temper. Branch Master. Everyone had a bad premonition. An Altar Master was already so incredible, now that a Branch Master was here, how were they going to fight? In terms of class, a Branch Master was equivalent to a grade 7 swordsman. Su Pingfan's expression turned grave too. They were currently in the Sunflower Water Branch's territory. It was obvious that this person was the Branch Master of the Sunflower Water Branch, the Sunflower Water Branch Master. The Sunflower Water Branch Master stood with his hands behind his back and said to Su Pingfan indifferently, "If you can completely grasp that sword move, you might be able to exchange moves with me. But now, you are still not a match for me. Furthermore, you are injured. How will I know if I don't try?" Su Pingfan took a deep breath and said indifferently. His ordinary sword Dao was to find the extraordinary within the ordinary and return to the ordinary. A desperate situation would definitely allow him to break through. Heaven and earth emotion. Su Pingfan executed his kill move again. Countless sword threads burst out and pierced at the Sunflower Water Branch Master. Overestimating yourself. The sunflower water branch master spun his left hand and created a layer of water screen of unknown depth to block the sword threads. The sword threads were very sharp, but this water screen might look thin, but it was actually unfathomably deep. When the sword threads penetrated into the water screen, the speed got slower and the power got weaker until it vanished. SSS. Everyone took in a deep cold breath. Su Pingfan's heaven and earth emotion was able to destroy the Sky Scorpion battle formation in a single move. Right now, it couldn't even break through a layer of water screen. Rumble. The sunflower water branch master shook his left hand and turned the water screen into a wave that sent Su Pingfan flying while violently vomiting fresh blood. The sunflower water branch master sneered and looked at the silver airship. "Friend, come out." "What?" Su Long and the others were rather confused. Who else was inside the silver airship? From the looks of the sunflower water branch master, it didn't seem like he was here for Madame Jean and had another objective. The cabin door opened and Li Fuchen walked out. After seeing Li Fuchen's appearance, Su Long and the others felt that their brains weren't enough to process it. What was going on? A grade 4 swordsman couldn't be the sunflower water branch master's objective, right? "You know me?" Li Fuchen asked the sunflower water branch master. "On the flying silver island, you killed 6 of my Sky Thrust Union's Joss chiefs. Do you think I know you?" The sunflower water branch master grinned. "So that is the case. It seems like you are here specifically for me." Li Fuchen didn't find it strange that the sunflower water branch master knew of his whereabouts. The Sky Thrust Union's influence was spread across the entire Saint Spirit continent and it was inevitable for someone to see his appearance. Furthermore, every city or town had a surveillance array and from the surveillance array, one would be able to see Li Fuchen's image. The sunflower water branch master shook his head. "Actually, it was an accident to discover you. Originally, my subordinate was here for Madame Jean. I didn't expect for you to be together with Madame Jean. That is for the best. We can capture them all at once." As the sunflower water branch master spoke, he blasted a palm at Li Fuchen. Chapter 757. The Sunflower Water Helm Master was the Sky Thrust Union's Helm Master, and if he was in the Great Emperor rankings, he would at least be ranked in the top few hundred or even higher. His martial art level was already close to extremity and it wasn't something a dabbler like Su Pingfan could compare with. This water Dao palm art definitely made contact with the great Dao of water. When facing this palm art, it was no different from facing an ocean. "Be careful." The severely injured Su Pingfan immediately saw the power of this palm and quickly warned Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen smiled and didn't dodge or make a move. Su Long and the others couldn't see Li Fuchen's expression and thought that Li Fuchen was frightened by the palm prowess and couldn't move. All of them shook their heads and couldn't bear to do it. But when they thought that they were going to die soon, they couldn't help but feel bitter. Rumble. The forceful palm force instantly poured into Li Fuchen's body. The boundless latent force would have crushed anyone else into smithereens. The palm force was endless and each wave was stronger than the previous one. It felt like it would never stop. However, the Sunflower Water Helm Master's expression had turned from confident to grave. If Li Fuchen was killed by this palm, the palm force would naturally dissipate. Right now, the palm force didn't dissipate and was getting even more intense. It meant that Li Fuchen was resisting and the resistance was extremely high. "Is this all you have?" A figure walked out leisurely as if he was taking a stroll in the park while withstanding the palm energy. When the forceful ocean-like palm force landed on Li Fuchen's body, it automatically split to the sides. Li Fuchen's sword energy protection was too powerful and it contained the primary extreme sword intent that was close to extremity. Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword technique was also close to extremity, but Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword technique was definitely superior to the Sunflower Water Helm Master's palm art. Boundless immeasurable. The Sunflower Water Helm Master's eyes contracted as he executed both palm strikes at Li Fuchen in a crisscrossed manner. Rumble, this time, the palm force was even more intense. It felt like an apocalyptic flood that was going to devour the entire world. However, everything was in vain. When the violent palm force collided with Li Fuchen's sword energy protection, it couldn't even shake the sword energy protection. Such pure sword Dao level. Su Pingfan was shocked. He could feel a boundless sword Dao state from Li Fuchen's sword energy protection. As compared to Li Fuchen's sword Dao state, his ordinary sword Dao was definitely inferior. This person is no longer inferior to the Sword Emperor and the Sword Sovereign. Su Pingfan rarely admired others. He might not even admire the Sword Emperor or the Sword Sovereign. He had always believed that his ordinary sword Dao wasn't inferior to anyone, but he had yet to push his ordinary sword Dao to a higher level. But after witnessing Li Fuchen's sword Dao, he knew that his ordinary sword Dao wasn't comparable. From Li Fuchen's sword Dao, he could feel the most intrinsic sword Dao aura. He relied on his protective chi to withstand the palm force of the Sky Piercer Union's branch leader. Su Long and the others sucked in a cold breath. They were completely dumbfounded. When the ordinary Sword Emperor, Su Pingfan, appeared, they were already shocked. Right now, there was another Li Fuchen who was several times stronger than the ordinary Sword Emperor. No matter how tough their mental state was, they still couldn't take it. He actually withstood the Division Master's palm strike. The Black Lotus Altar Master and the others looked at each other in dismay. Originally, they were filled with confidence and felt that they could toy with this group of people. But from the looks of it now, it was simply a joke. They couldn't even take down an ordinary Sword Emperor, let alone Li Fuchen. There is always someone better than you out there. This was the truest thought in their hearts. Who exactly are you? The Sunflower Water Division Master asked in a deep voice. According to the information from the Flying Silver Island, Li Fuchen's strength was around the top 500 of the Great Emperor rankings. If that was the case, the Sunflower Water Division Master was 90% confident that he could kill Li Fuchen. 10 years ago, he had once killed a Great Emperor rankings ranker that was ranked over the top 300. Let alone Li Fuchen, who was ranked around the top 500, even if the Sunflower Water Division Master was in the top 200, the Sunflower Water Division Master was confident he could fight. But now, he couldn't even break Li Fuchen's chi protection. How was he going to fight? Even the top 100 Great Emperor rankings rankers wouldn't be able to withstand his attack with just the chi protection. I am no one. Furthermore, a dead person doesn't need to know who I am. Li Fuchen raised his right index and middle fingers and gathered a wisp of sword intent on his sword fingers. If I wish to leave, no one can stop me. We shall meet again in the future. The Sunflower Water Division Master produced a pearl that was enshrouded with water radiance. When his chi was poured into the pearl, a heart-palpitating water Dao power burst out and turned into a water sphere that enveloped the Sunflower Water Division Master, the Black Lotus Altar Master, and the others. In the next moment, the water sphere shrunk into a small water droplet and vanished into the void. Heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact. Su Long immediately saw that the pearl that was enshrouded with water radiance was a heaven-class high-tier water Dao cardinal artifact. With a heaven-class high-tier water Dao cardinal artifact, if the Sunflower Water Division Master wanted to escape, no one would be able to stop him. Do you think you can escape? Li Fuchen pointed at the void with his sword fingers. PFFF PFFF PFFF, there were sounds of countless bubbles bursting. Immediately after, a violent splash exploded, and 4 figures fell from the sky, exploding into clouds of blood mist in the air. A single finger was able to kill 4 individuals with the protection of a heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact. Such strength had flabbergasted Su Long and the others. Run! At this moment, the Black Lotus Altar Master's men finally reacted. All of them were wailing and fleeing. It was a pity that Li Fuchen didn't plan to let anyone go. He blasted a fist that shook the void and turned this group of people into dust. Putting away the storage pouch of the 4 people and the bead, Li Fuchen said, the rest of the people's storage pouch, you helped to clean up. While speaking, Li Fuchen returned to the silver airship and prepared to continue his seclusion. He hoped that the inspiration from before hadn't dispersed, otherwise, it would be a significant loss. After cleaning up the battlefield, the silver airship continued to advance. However, the dining hall was unprecedentedly quiet. Everyone was guessing who Li Fuchen was. It was a pity that they had seen the images of the famous swordsman on the Great Emperor rankings and there wasn't anyone named Li Fuchen. Su Pingfan said, Brother Li's sword Dao is something that I have never seen in my life. In my opinion, even the Sword Sovereign and Sword Emperor's sword Dao might not be comparable to Brother Li's sword Dao. Of course, I have never seen the Sword Sovereign and Sword Sovereign's sword Dao before. This is just my speculation. Sword Dao was a postnatal Dao. Postnatal Dao was completely dependent on the individual's perception and potential. The stronger the individual's perception and potential, the stronger the postnatal Dao that was comprehended. As for the metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder Daos, they were all postnatal Daos. Postnatal Daos were innate and there wasn't any difference in strength, it was just that you hadn't reached a higher realm. Prying into the Dao was to see the person. From a person's sword Dao, one could see the potential of the person. Without a doubt, if Li Fuchen could become a saint one day, he would definitely be one of the best among the saints. In the future, it wouldn't be difficult for him to rule the world with his sword Dao. Of course, the prerequisite was that he couldn't perish. If he perished, it would be useless no matter how glorious he was during his lifetime. After all, everyone would only look at the sun in the sky, who would remember a shooting star? Su Long said, the Saint's Spirit Continent contains limitless possibilities. No one knows what kind of expert will appear. The so-called Great Emperor rankings is just a ranking on the surface. There are plenty of people whose strength isn't inferior to the experts on the Great Emperor rankings, but they remain unknown. It is obvious that Brother Li is such a person. Gong Yun nodded, Big Brother Su is right. For example, the members of the Sky Thrust Union never enter the Great Emperor rankings. If there is a fair ranking, at least half of the people on the Great Emperor rankings would have to change their names. When everyone was guessing Li Fuchen's identity, Li Fuchen was trying to catch the inspiration that was about to disappear. It seems like I am overthinking. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. If a person's soul C was to be graded, Li Fuchen would definitely be at the top. Having a good memory was just the most basic stage, there was still photographic memory, deducing other things from one instance, etc. Li Fuchen's soul C was already at the stage where he could forcefully retain inspiration. As long as inspiration appeared, the soul C wouldn't let it disappear. If he searched slowly, he would eventually find it. After a few more days, Li Fuchen walked out of the room. Greetings to Brother Li. No wonder Brother Li has such strength. You are too hard-working. Previously, everyone was able to chat and laugh with Li Fuchen, but now, they were much more restrained. Li Fuchen said, it is fate that we are on the same ship. There is no need to be restrained. We are martial artists and swordsmen, we should be more carefree. Brother Li is right. Our cultivation levels are too low. We are ashamed. If everyone was in awe of Li Fuchen at the start, they were now in admiration. Li Fuchen didn't seem old, but he was much more carefree than them. Li Fuchen's casual attitude allowed everyone to relax and started to chat and laugh. In front of Su Pingfan's table, Li Fuchen sat down. Do you mind if I sit here? Feel free. Su Pingfan was different from everyone else. His expression and aura had always been ordinary and didn't have any fluctuations. Your sword Dao is incredible. Li Fuchen had already reached the sword thread state, but he didn't delve into the sword thread state and was far inferior to Su Pingfan. As compared to your sword Dao, my ordinary sword Dao is just a corner. Even if it is flourishing, it is just a drop in the ocean. It isn't worth mentioning. Su Pingfan shook his head and said seriously. Li Fuchen smiled. I am very interested in your ordinary sword Dao. Why don't we have an exchange? Li Fuchen could see that Su Pingfan's ordinary sword Dao was walking on the ordinary path. The sword thread state was only a part of it and not everything. Are you willing to have an exchange of sword Dao with me? Su Pingfan's heart was stirred. He didn't mind if his ordinary sword Dao was leaked. The most important thing for the ordinary sword Dao was to have an ordinary heart. Without the heart, the ordinary sword Dao would be overshadowed. Li Fuchen's sword Dao was the purest sword Dao. If they were to have an exchange, Li Fuchen would definitely be at a disadvantage. The path of the sword Dao is broad and profound. If you cultivate behind closed doors, you will ultimately be unable to advance. Li Fuchen was able to reach his current sword Dao proficiency because he had cultivated thousands of sword arts. Every sword art, be it low-class or high-class sword arts, had its own essence. After extracting the essence and fusing it, Li Fuchen's current sword Dao achievement was achieved. Chapter 758. The duo's sword Dao exchange lasted for an entire month. During this month, the duo didn't sleep, rest, or eat anything. When they were in high spirits, they would constantly drink wine. The slight intoxication made the duo's mind even more excited. When their thoughts were working, it was simply like sparks flying off a flint. Stop the airship. On this day, Su Pingfan yelled out. Before the silver airship came to a complete stop, he opened the cabin door and rushed out. Heaven and earth feeling. On the left side of the silver airship, Su Pingfan brandished his right hand and shot out countless threads. As compared to over a month ago, this heaven and earth feeling was more mature, more perfect, and more skillful. Heaven and earth feeling. Heaven and earth feeling. Su Pingfan constantly brandished his right hand. It was obvious that the number of threads was decreasing. At the start, there were countless threads, but towards the end, it had shrunk to less than 100 threads. Correspondingly, the sharpness of the threads had increased drastically. If Su Pingfan was to fight with the Sunflower Water Helm Master again, he might not be able to defeat the Helm Master, but he wouldn't lose so miserably. The Helm Master's primary extreme sword Dao is truly broad and profound. It is of great help to me. Finally, Su Pingfan stopped shooting out sword threads. His surging emotions couldn't calm down for a long time. The sword thread state wasn't simply the compression of sword chi, it was a kind of extremity sword Dao state. Over a month ago, as Su Pingfan wasn't able to completely grasp the heaven and earth feeling, he could only rely on his sword Dao state and his own compression of sword chi. As such, every time he executed the heaven and earth feeling, his chi would flow in reverse and his organs would suffer damage. Right now, after interacting with Li Fuchen for days and nights, Su Pingfan's sword thread state was finally close to extremity and was naturally able to execute the heaven and earth feeling. This is my fated opportunity. It has saved me at least 10 years of hard work. Su Pingfan returned to the silver airship and cupped his fist towards Li Fuchen. Many thanks for Brother Li's pointers. Li Fuchen shook his head. It isn't considered pointers. My gains might not be lesser than yours. During this 1 month of interaction, Li Fuchen had too many inspirations. However, Li Fuchen was different from Su Pingfan. Li Fuchen's sword Dao proficiency was too high and his sword Dao essence was too strong. It was impossible for him to increase his cultivation level in a short period of time. He had to accumulate these inspirations and turn them into his own sword Dao foundation. During the rest of the journey, the two of them continued to discuss the way of the sword. Although Su Long and the others could not participate in their discussion, listening to their understanding of the way of the sword benefited them greatly. Each of them seemed to have gained something in their hearts, but at the same time, it also seemed like there was nothing more. Madame Jean and the female swordsman stayed in a private meeting room at the bow of the ship. The two of them had already acknowledged each other. Other than being a little sad at the beginning, they had already recovered. Wanqing, what are your plans now? The female swordsman was called Lin Wanqing. Madame Jean asked. Lin Wanqing shook her head. I don't know either. The 100 Poison Hall master was already dead. Although she was not the one who killed him, it could be said that she had avenged him. Now, she really did not know what her future plans were. Madame Jean said, why don't you stay in Golden Sand City with me? There is also a swordsman guild branch in Golden Sand City. My big brother is already dead. This isn't too good, right? Lin Wanqing hesitated. Madame Jean said, what isn't good about it? You don't have to call me sister-in-law, just call me big sister. In the future, we will be sisters. Finally, Madame Jean convinced Lin Wanqing. Of course, it was mainly because Lin Wanqing approved of Madame Jean. A woman that her big brother liked shouldn't be bad, and she would help her big brother to protect her. Half a month later, they arrived at the Golden Sand City. The Golden Sand City was similar to the Autumn Leaf City. It was a large city and there was a swordsman guild branch inside. After handing in the mission, everyone received 10,000 contribution points. This way, Li Fuqian would be able to progress to a grade 5 swordsman with just 2,000 contribution points. Everyone, thank you for protecting me along the way. This is a small gift to express our gratitude. Madame Jean handed everyone a storage bag. Su Long opened it and saw a broken white stone. When he took it out, the white stone felt a little prickly, but the surface was very smooth. Stone. The others also received a broken white stone. But soon enough, everyone noticed that the stone was different. This stone was emitting a very special qi intent. At the same time, there was a hidden prowess. Everyone subconsciously poured their spiritual awareness into the stone. PFFF, fresh blood was vomited and everyone was instantly injured. It felt as though their soul C was punched and they were dizzy. What stone is this? The willpower contained in it is too powerful. Gong Yun was shocked. Madame Jean explained, these stones were discovered by my husband in a ruin. For many years, my husband and I have been researching the specific uses of these stones. It is a pity that until now, we only found out that these stones have the effect of tempering the true spirit. It can temper the true spirit. Everyone's eyes lit up. What was the most crucial thing to progress into a saint? It was the true spirit and the spirit soul. If the true spirit and spirit soul weren't a problem, the number of saints on the saint spirit continent would easily increase by a few times. In the Great Emperor rankings, there were plenty of people who had already cultivated to the half-saint realm. But due to the problems with the true spirit and spirit soul, they were unable to become saints. Of course, everyone didn't expect a single stone to transform their true spirit into a saint spirit. It wasn't realistic and they were already satisfied if it could save them a few decades of time. After all, it wasn't that easy to become a saint. Among everyone, only Su Pingfan and Li Fuqian didn't take out the stones from their storage bags. Su Pingfan originally wanted to take it out, but when he saw that the stone in his storage bag was a few times bigger than others, he didn't want to take it out. Li Fuqian didn't want to take it out either. Because his storage bag didn't contain a broken white stone, it was a broken white stone hand. Others' white stones would only emit a faint prowess, but his broken stone hand had an extremely powerful prowess. Li Fuqian could even vaguely feel a trace of law intent. Willpower sculpture. Li Fuqian guessed in his heart. He had left behind a willpower sculpture on the Emperor's Sky continent. If the willpower sculpture was to crumble one day and the shards were obtained by low-level martial artists, it would definitely be a great fated opportunity for them. But it was also in willpower sculpture, but Li Fuqian's willpower sculpture was far inferior. Li Fuqian reckoned that these willpower sculpture shards were left behind by P-class saints. Regular saints wouldn't have such powerful willpower prowess. After all, these were just shards and there was only a trace of willpower prowess left. If it was a complete willpower sculpture, if anyone dared to use their spiritual awareness to examine it, their soul would instantly scatter. Many thanks. Li Fuchen transmitted a message to Madame Jean. Madame Jean replied, "It is all thanks to young Master Li for this journey. As long as young Master Li feels that this broken stone hand is useful, it is fine." Madame Jean didn't think that a broken stone would be useful to Li Fuchen, therefore, she gave him a broken stone hand. "It should be quite useful to me," Li Fuchen said. "That is good." Madame Jean smiled. In fact, she had her own selfish motives. Be it Su Pingfan or Li Fuchen, they were both existences that had to be on good terms. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.